Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry son of Cedric and Wizard Power so do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. It was the end, they thought. They had made it through the last couple challenges together, and they were both weary and injured. Harry Potter was bleeding from where a smaller acromantula had bitten him, and the poison felt like the injury was burning in the area around it. Cedric had been cut by a blast-ended scroot. Both had various scratches from the bushes that made up of the hedge and bruises from landing on the ground. They took a minute of discussion before they agreed to grab hold of the cup together. It was supposed to transport them to the outside of the maze by the hedges. That was not where they ended up. Nope. They landed out in a graveyard, with a stone fence around it with an old iron gate, in front of a giant cauldron the size of which fit the horror stories of the evil witch. He's of Muggle fairy tales that ate wayward children. No, this was not Hogwarts. Harry saw movement from behind the cauldron and dashed. Cedric was right with him as their fight-or-flight mode was still in full gear, and they were correct as bright red stunning spells whizzed past them as they ran and dodged around the statues, trees, and headstones. Harry's leg injury slowed him down enough that he was eventually hit. Cedric had outpaced him, and was turning around when he realized Harry was not with him as he hid behind a statue. He was too late to grab his fallen friend as a rat had dashed forwards and transformed into a man and had started pulling the younger boy with him. Cedric followed as stealthily as he could, as he was starting to feel responsible for the boy in an environment that they should not have entered. He watched as Harry was pulled roughly along and bound over a grave with an angel statue. As the man was encumbered with a small bundle on the ground, he took the chance and dashed forwards. He was seen. Harry was glad that Pettigrew had been in a hurry to tie him up. He had woken up as they had gotten back to the cauldron, and gotten his wand in his hand but hidden in the many folds of the back of his shirt. That meant that he still could use his wand when Pettigrew had hurriedly finished tying him up. Kill the spare. Pettigrew went to do as ordered, but Harry used Accio to pull the older boy out of the way. Cedric landed beside Harry in the grass, and quickly pulled himself behind the headstone Harry was tied to. He ducked and weaved, but didn't see the side of a memorial before his head connected and he collapsed dazed. Harry tried to send what spells he knew at Pettigrew from where he was, getting in the man's way. Ignore him, he's out for now. Grab Potter's wand. Pettigrew went back and grabbed Harry's wrist, thus making it unlikely for him to get hexed. After dropping the wand on the ground, he started Voldemort's rebirth ritual. After the floating bone dust, the cutting off of Pettigrew's hand, Harry watched incredulously as the timid man cut his arm one-handedly and threw the bloody knife in the cauldron, while having his bleeding stump wrapped in his robes. Pettigrew's attention was solely focused on the figure forming before him, and a good majority of Harry's was as well. The rest of Harry's attention, as well as most of Cedric's, was on getting Harry untied from behind the statue. Pettigrew didn't notice as he watched his master take a breath for the first time in years. Robe me. Harry was thinking. Breathing was attached to life. Life was attached to life debts, and he had one he could call right this minute. Actually, make that as soon as he could, while he felt Cedric hand him his wand from behind him. As Pettigrew held out his undamaged arm and Voldemort called his followers, Harry took a breath. As the dark-robed followers popped in, Harry called out, Pettigrew, I call in your life debt to serve me and protect me in the stead of Lord Voldemort. Pettigrew gave a screech, looking at his former master, and Lord Voldemort snarled. Harry watched as the timid man was pulled almost to his side. Cedric, he asked, could you do something for his arm? I'm not feeling the greatest towards him at the moment. I know, but Cedric sighed and did the best he could to bandage off the man's arm, though it was soaking through. Pettigrew stuttered, thank you, must stir. Hold your wand on the others, Pettigrew, snarled Harry, we haven't made it out yet. Well, young Master Potter, crowed Voldemort. He sauntered in front of his troops, looking between Harry and them. He continued, it looks like you had some hold over one of mine to pull him to your side. What does it feel like He one you were able to call was the one that betrayed your parents to me and resurrected me with your blood, your enemy. He turned sideways so he could see both groups of people out of the corner of his eye. He continued, "Look, my Death Eaters, the one with the power to vanquish me. 2 brats and a man dying from blood loss. Such opposition. How in the world will they survive?" He laughed, and lifted his wand. Harry saw the movement and dashed behind the statue, pulling the traitor with him, Cedric with him. They ran, and were chased around the graveyard. Harry recognized various techniques, used by his cousin and friends from when they chased him. He was being hunted, and they were chased away from the portkey. Going back there was probably a death sentence. No, it was a death sentence with little chance of success. During the chase they had lost Pettigrew. Temporarily hiding behind a large stone, he could hear them coming up behind and beside him from various directions. He turned to Cedric. "I'm about to pull something drastic." Cedric nodded. Seeing that, Harry used Accio on the blonde-haired Death Eater. Cedric had his wand trained outwards and levitated a rock towards the spell the man was casting. It blocked the spell successfully, and the man, Mr. Malfoy, he recognized now, landed beside him and Cedric grabbed his wand. Harry grabbed the man around his neck, and said, "Don't struggle, or I'll burn you alive. And I don't need a wand for that." Malfoy froze. Already, he could feel the boy's hands growing unnaturally warmer. Harry called out, "Are you willing to see what I can do? I burned Quirrell to death. And I am ready and willing to do it to Malfoy." Cedric sensed a cessation of movement in the area around him. He turned to Malfoy, and asked, "Are you fairly high up?" Malfoy answered, "Fairly. I'm the head of our side on the Wizengamot." Cedric nodded. It made sense since they had put no value on the life of one of their former members, Pettigrew, who had died by getting between Harry and a killing curse, and yet, Malfoy being held hostage kept the others off successfully. He could see Malfoy grimacing, and could feel the heat radiating off Harry's hands. Cedric picked up Harry's fallen wand. He noticed Harry standing up, and stood up as well, holding out his own wand to help defend the trio. Harry yelled out, "We're leaving, but we're taking Malfoy with us as safe passage." Harry and Cedric headed back towards the portkey. With Harry being so short, being his age, Lucius Malfoy ended up walking slightly crouched so his neck wasn't in a more uncomfortable position. Both Cedric and Malfoy were certain there were burns on the man's neck in the shape of Harry's hands. As they walked past Lord Voldemort, a bright green spell left the man's wand and hit Harry. Voldemort kicked Harry's body, then stood with one foot on it while shouting out his victory over the one that could stop him. Cedric, taking advantage of the distraction, as he saw the green leave the wand, stunned Malfoy with a quick spell. As older and stronger than Harry, Cedric held Mr. Malfoy half up as he looked at his fellow tournament member laying on the ground dead. He started pulling the man, half carrying him over his shoulder, so the man's body half covered his own, being a living shield of sorts. A few feet away, he paused and looked back. Cedric groaned in pain. It wasn't physical pain, not really. But emotional pain over the poor boy that he had gotten to know over the year. Of course, there was more to this graveyard fight than he had anticipated. They were letting him leave. Because the Dark Lord had no one else around that could stop him. Then he saw it. Smoke was rising from the Dark Lord's robes, and soon there was flame. Flames were quickly rushing up the Dark Lord's back. And he screamed. Lord Voldemort tried putting it out. He rolled in the grass and the other Death Eaters tried to help by casting water on him. It was quickly apparent that their efforts were futile. Yet they weren't abandoning their leader. Cedric watched in shock as Harry rolled away from the flames. He dropped his burden from his shoulder and rushed to Harry's side while dragging the man. He helped Harry up. They left, bringing Malfoy with them. The grass was on fire and spreading to the nearby trees. As the flaming man screamed, the Death Eaters quickly apparated away. With Cedric half carrying, half dragging a full-grown man, and Harry hobbling, Cedric realized they had veered off course from the portkey and his human shield was waking up. He stopped abruptly, as his center of balance changed when the man stood up. He watched the man's eyes widen as he took in their surroundings. The surroundings were grim. The heat of the fire was getting intense, and the air was smoky. The screaming they were hearing stopped suddenly as the flaming corpse of the Dark Lord hit the ground. Cedric's wand remained on Mr. Malfoy as he swallowed. "Thanks for not letting me burn to death. We still could if we don't get out," grouched Harry. Malfoy looked at his two companions. Cedric Diggory had his wand trained on him, and the other, Harry Potter, was standing on one leg beside them. Cedric grouched. I get why burning you know who alive was a distraction, but I don't understand why you thought to burn the place around us. Sorry, but I don't control fire, sniped Harry Potter. Malfoy looked at the two a little dumbfounded. His mask had come off, but that wasn't the most shocking. Harry Potter was immortal and could set things on fire. He knew Cedric Diggory had stunned him. Well, he didn't want to die either. Both also had a hold of his sleeves, holding him with them. He cleared his throat. Can we go as well, or are we to die as well? Cedric looked at the burning graveyard. Noting the portkey was nowhere in sight. Lucius coughed. If I had my wand, I could get us out of here. Can I have it? Cedric looked over at Harry then back at Malfoy before replying. If you swear on your magic that you will not harm us and get us somewhere safe, I will give you your wand. Lucius Malfoy coughed in the smoky air before replying, I, Lucius Malfoy, SW. You're on my magic to take you someplace safe and not to harm you. So I swear to Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. Cedric nodded his head, and gave Malfoy his wand from his robe pocket. He was becoming dizzy, and Harry was worse than he was. He noted all three of them were coughing on the smoke. Lucius Malfoy nodded his thanks, grabbed both boys' arms, took his wand, and apparated out. He had sworn to get the two boys to safety, so he did. By the time they had reached Street Mungo's, he had been carrying Harry under the watch of Cedric. The boy had a protector in the form of his fellow tournament member, who was taking it seriously. Given the fact that he was still keeping an eye on him. The fact that his protector had put his wand away had nothing to do with the older boy's watchfulness. Cedric was prepared, though he was exhausted from the happenings earlier in the day. What had happened earlier? The question was put to Harry once they were in a room and the answer put Lucius back into a state of meditation. Potter had died. He had heard that from Potter just before they left, yet to hear that from Cedric, hearing that the younger boy had been hit with a killing curse, made that fact all too sure. To die and then come back meant that there was something more going on than what had happened at face value. He pressured the boys for more information on that subject. Well, I left Voldemort's Horcrux behind when I came back, was the basic answer he got. Yes, Harry was running his mouth about what just happened, and each time he was asked a new detail came out, but it came back to that basic sentence. That made no sense. People died in 2s and 3s when they were hit by a single killing curse. A hand on the belly, an arm in the act of pushing the initial victim out of the way. Or any way that more than one person had a body part touching the other when the killing curse landed, and they were all three of them dead. It was an instant killer. There should have been more. He didn't understand. He pressured them some more. They gave him nothing else about what happened that day, only repeated what they had already told him. However, Harry spilled a lot. Each time that Harry had come into contact with Voldemort was told to both men. He was quiet while they were examined. He was quiet when he was examined. Because of their group arriving at St. Mungo's about a fire that had gotten out of control in a graveyard, the proper authorities had been notified. The three of them were told that the fire had been put out after Potter had been given the anti-venom. The injuries were harder to heal because of the magical qualities in the ash that had gotten in them. Because of that, both boys were stuck in that hospital room for the rest of the day. Lucius was supposed to, but he escaped soon after his wife arrived. Lucius left for the graveyard, and went looking for the tournament portkey. Upon hearing that the two boys were contractually bound to return to the site they had disappeared from with the same portkey, it was adjusted to take them back to the school. The password was written on a scrap of parchment beside it on the table the portkey sat on in the room. He had put it there. Once he returned. Now, he had a basically immortal boy that had the ability to burn things to ash in front of him, as far as he knew, which was different than the Dark Lord. What had the Dark Lord had said? Oh, it was going further towards immortality than any man previously had gone. The current Dark Lord had originally started out as mortal. This boy had survived 2 killing curses, and now, he was starting to wonder that if he had managed to land one in his son's 2nd year, it might be the same. The Dark Lord had come back after his followers had made him a body. Potter came back in his own body. There was a good deal of difference. He started to wonder if he truly had back the strongest person originally. The headmaster and Lord Malfoy were up in the headmaster's office in a somewhat tense conversation. Lucius Malfoy stated, "I have seen to it myself that the two boys were recovering in St. Mungo's hospital. And they were still on the road to recovery when you left?" asked Dumbledore, peering over the rims of his glasses. Lord Malfoy looked affronted at the implied accusation. That was not to say that something like that hadn't occurred when he was around before. But to insinuate the dastardly deed was to imply that what he reported was inaccurate. That was completely dishonorable. However, he also knew that to imply that was not completely correct. As double-crossing was the name of the game for the Cold War the country had been experiencing. However, he was being accurate right now. His next words showed it. Of course. Why would they not be? They are students of this school. I do not mean that students would be unsafe in your presence. No, he meant that they would be unsafe once he left their presence. Either that, or Th's statement was in complete sarcasm and the man meant the opposite of what he said. It could also be both. I have not suggested that they get less than adequate care. I suppose that they are alone as of right now. Oh, no, I would not be so negligent. My wife is providing the necessary guardianship. Potential hostage situation, if you will, especially as they are not on the same side. I suppose you would tell me what happened. As far as I am aware, a school governor does not answer to the headmaster. No, but a headmaster may request information to do his job of protecting the students adequately. Unfortunately, you have a point. Lucius Malfoy twitched his lips in thought. What could he say that would not have him arrested in the next minute? I don't believe they are in undue danger, though. In response to thinking about changing sides, he would tell the headmaster something. A gift, if you will. Maybe he should say something to show that things might be changing, but not give too much hope. In fact, maybe being seen as giving a warning would help in the future. He had escaped a lengthy time in Azkaban before, but he might need to do things to stay out again. Headmaster Dumbledore looked at him as he stared to his right. I suppose, the Malfoy Lord started speaking again, that I have a small warning. Remember the Longbottoms. I suppose we might see each other soon. There. That was a warning and a taunt in one. It was a warning that after things had gone down, things weren't necessarily safe for the light side. It was a taunt that the dark would always be there. Even in the midst of celebrating. I will see to Mr. Potter. Warning acknowledged. The tournament must end with them returning with the cup, continued the headmaster. I see that as no problem. That was especially true with the cup being placed in the hospital room. That was also all that he was willing to give the man, in taunt or not. Therefore, he prepared to leave. The headmaster nodded. I will take my leave. With that, Lord Lucius Malfoy swept out the door. Mrs. Malfoy sat in a chair in the corner of her room and watched her two charges. They were currently sitting in their beds. Though Harry was giving off all the energy of a bed-bound teenager. It was fun in a way watching the two teenagers interact. Harry was also in the hyper I just survived mode when what he had escaped from was kicking in. He supposed that being watched by Mrs. Malfoy wasn't the worst when it was her husband that brought them to the hospital. However, he wasn't sure what she was like. He knew she liked Draco, her son. Yet she was super uppity, and so he wasn't sure if talking was really all that great at the moment. However, he was itching to move, to talk, and to just rejoice in his survival. He was moving, actually. Because he just couldn't seem to be still, even though he had to wait for the various creams and potions to finish working. He knew that he shouldn't really touch his arm. But it was itching and the cream was taking a super long time to work. He huffed as he flopped backwards for the umpteenth time. Cedric was getting frustrated with the younger boy. He could tell the boy needed to expend energy somehow, yet somewhere Harry had gotten the self-control to be quiet in unknown circumstances. He knew that at Harry's age he probably would have exploded in conversation at some point already to get the tension off his chest. He was getting near the limit of his patience with Harry's fidgeting himself. Then he heard footsteps pounding down the hall that stopped at the door. Two lighter pair and a slower pair. It sounded like two kids and an adult. He recognized the two teens somewhat as they entered the room. His wariness relaxed a bit when he heard Potter speak. Ron, Hermione, how did you get here so fast? I'm glad to see you, mate. Dumbledore told us, so we obviously had to come see you. Cedric watched Dumbledore come in during the teens' excited chatter. So, the twins thought that you would surely be bored. Being stuck somewhere is no fun, especially if you think you're getting better already. Anyway, I hope you don't get me. Thanks, but I doubt I can use them in the hospital. Quote, Harry, I thought the two of you might be bored, so we went and scrounged up a couple of books. They're for you to read, you know. Thanks, my own. How long do you have to stay here? Until tomorrow morning. They want to make sure I can breathe before I leave. Funny. Hermione's sarcasm was clear on her face. Harry, you shouldn't joke about stuff like that. People worry about you, you know. If I don't, I start complaining and people don't want to listen to that. Fine. Thanks for the books, by the way. I've been getting antsy. I know, mate. You hate the hospital wing. Are you willing to play a game of chess with me while I chat at you later? Sure. They had some more enjoyment out of talking before they left. Cedric, even though it was review material, was also glad for the books Hermione left behind. He was bored, really bored, and Harry's constant movement was not helping him relax at all. At least there was something that he focused on besides the walls of the room. Mrs. Malfoy, and Harry. A night's sleep, and Harry and Cedric were declared able to leave. They each had dressed in the clothes from the day before, washed in the hospital's laundry. The two boys stood in front of the small table in the room that had the portkey cup on it. Ready? Sure. They each took a breath and grabbed the handles of the cup and popped away from the hospital ward. Cheers met the ears of the two champions as they landed in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. The crowd's cheering had come back to welcome them back to the school. In front of them was the reassembled panel of judges, minus Karkaroff. Welcome back, you have finally completed the Tri-Wizard Tournament, said Professor Dumbledore. This task was scored by who got to the cup in the center the fastest. Which I hear that you two were together at the cup and through the rest of your adventure. Unlike the rest of the tasks, this one does not get penalized for how long it takes you once you have the cup. Just that the two of you have it. So with an equal amount of points for Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter, this last task is a joint Hogwarts win. Cheers erupted again from the stands. Now, to put our champions in order of winning, we have Harry Potter in first place. Not a lot of cheers, as the Potter stinks badges had a lot of believers still. Second place is Cedric Diggory. The whole Hogwarts section and some of Beauxbatons cheered. Third place is Victor Crumb. The Durmstrang group cheered loudly. Fourth, but no less important in how she dealt with overcoming unforeseen difficulties, is Fleur Delacour. Beauxbatons cheered. Harry Potter, please come up here. Harry walked forwards, Cedric staying a little behind him. Fudge stood up next to Dumbledore, looking puffed up in importance. Here is your 1,000 galleons. Here is also your legal emancipation forms, because we know that this tournament was for of-age students, so you are now legally emancipated. Thank you very much. Now sign here, and here. Harry read the papers, and read that yes, he had completed a task that emancipated him, and signed it. The second one he skimmed through. H was stating that what information he had provided, which he double-checked, was true, and that he was still going to school in the fall. He signed that one as well. He handed the papers back to the minister. The minister copied each of the papers, and gave the copies to Harry to keep on his person. There you go, young man. Thank you. Harry was inwardly rejoicing. It meant no more Dursleys. However, that still asked. Where was he going to go now? He asked that last question aloud as he and Cedric walked towards the Diggory parents. I could ask my dad. Thanks. I don't want to cause trouble. So I could help with chores and stuff. I have to ask yet, but I am sure that it won't matter. Thank you very much. What was the question, young man? By that time they had reached the Diggorys. Cedric spoke up. Father. As Harry is emancipated, he needs another place to stay. Could he stay with us for the summer? Did you have an idea for payment? I was wondering if I could pay with some money and the rest with chores. Mrs. Diggory smiled. I would appreciate the help. Someone who helped Cedric stay alive in the interim is a good friend. Harry grew embarrassed, and stated, it was a team effort. Neither of us could have done it alone. I had practice facing Voldemort, and Cedric had a greater knowledge than I did, so it worked out. So we faced him and his Death Eaters together, Dad and Mom. Mr. Diggory looked stern at that. Now the ministry is saying that he didn't come back. Darling, if both the boys that were there are saying that you know who is back, do we go with the boys or Fudge? Where is he now? Harry blushed slightly before saying, I don't know. I caught him on fire, and then we were trying to outrun the fire as it caught the place on fire as well. Interesting. Try to keep it under control, Potter. Yes, sir. Now, I believe it may be time for lunch. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and see you later. Harry dashed inside the castle to find Hermione. One at the Gryffindor table with Neville. Cedric sat at the Hufflepuff table, eating his lunch and thinking. He was glad that his parents had agreed to house Harry for the summer. Not having a guard, Ian to provide for Harry must be tough on the boy in the regular sense. Okay, to be honest with himself, he was still feeling protective of the boy who had fought beside him, and was wanting to help him in some way. He couldn't understand Ron's back-and-forth philosophy for dealing with Harry this year if this is something that he ended up doing with Harry multiple times. Jealousy wasn't about sense, but, okay. He was being a little hypocritical here. He himself had gone back and forth with the waves of gossip himself. When Harry was found out to be a Parseltongue, and it seemed that he was He heir of Slytherin that was petrifying students and animals in the castle, and one ghost, he went with the idea that therefore he must be evil without checking whether or not this fit with the individual that they were talking about. It was easy going with the majority, and he went with it, being loyal to the position his house was in and not thinking about the little second year the boy was then. Harry had gone and slain the monster again, barely come out on top, as the gossip went, and then he was with the school proclaiming the short boy a hero. However, he was being loyal to his immediate friends. Yesterday, he had seen Harry set you-know-who on fire and take again another killing curse. That would be another thing that set Harry apart as different, and when it became gossip, Cedric shuddered. He was optimistic enough to hope that most wouldn't vilify the boy over the difference, but he was also realistic enough to realize that it was hope and not the pattern of behavior he had noted. A hero must be so lonely. He mused, put on a pedestal only to be taken off and vilified, within a few short days, with people hardly seeing who he really is. He understood the shouts in the halls then that he hates his fame. Now, would he stay loyal to the pack mentality that the majority had everything right? Or was he going to be loyal to one that had been given little of it, yet shed it with all he was worth because he was given so little? It was a no-brainer. He would be loyal to Harry. He was a Hufflepuff, even if that meant that he might go against his friends at times now. He would dig in when things got tough and push through it. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore was frustrated. He had thought that he knew what was heading the weird and mysterious forces of the power he knows not in Harry Potter's life. But from the report of someone in the ministry who had been at the graveyard putting out the fire showed that there was something going on he didn't know. The answers he gained from Harry showed he was off track as well. To be honest, it kind of scared him. He had thought that the reason why Voldemort died the first time was because of his mother's sacrifice, but that whole conclusion seemed wrong. Harry Potter had assumed too much control over the flames in his hands to be the case. He had not only burnt Dark Lord Voldemort to death twice, but he also had control over the flames in his hands to hold someone hostage. He was starting to use it less instinctively. The fact that Harry Potter was following the prophecy in a way that was not the way he thought it should go was quite scary. It meant that his chessboard would have to be swapped around, as a pawn was no longer and was a larger piece instead. However, that could wait as he had let the young man once more into his office. He could try. Harry, would you like a lemon drop? No thanks, for I have just had a custard pudding. Yes, the disaster of mixing lemon and milk. Some like the flavor despite how it curdles. But some don't. How have you been? I have been fine, Headmaster. Cedric has become even closer since the third task. I can understand the continued closeness being brothers in arms for even a brief amount of time. Thank you, Headmaster. Now, my boy, I have something to say that is a little troubling. Your abilities with fire are unique, and could be as feared as your abilities in Parseltongue. I haven't been doing anything dark, Professor, honest. I am not sure. However, I would not really mention this ability around the castle or to your friends. Because I fear that people would assume it was. Is it because it is unique like Parseltongue? Exactly. People fear what they do not know. Harry sighed. I understand. It's like my relatives and magic. Exactly, my boy. So I really am emancipated. Harry, my boy, to me this is an unfortunate circumstance for you. I would have rather you lived with your relatives, but because of your emancipation you do have the opportunity to change houses for yourself. Harry grinned. Are you sure you do not want to go back to your relatives, my boy? Thank you, but my plans are fine. Very well. See you in September. Harry. Thank you, sir, answered Harry cheerfully. He said a cheerful, see you, sir, as he headed out the door to go meet his friends. Harry Potter ran down the train looking for Cedric. He had spent a happy several hours talking with his various friends, but that was now coming to an end. Each of his friends had plans for the summer, and this year he could actually contribute. He was really looking forwards to this summer. He knew that there was only about an hour or less of the train ride left and wanted to find the person that he was going to spend the summer with. He eventually found Cedric in the next-to-last car with other 7th-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Harry knocked on the door, and when he had their attention, opened it. Hello. Hello. I was wondering if I could ask a question from Cedric. Asked Harry, feeling like he was intruding. No, go ahead. Thanks. Cedric, are we leaving for the Muggle side of King's Cross? No, we are not. I'll stop by and collect you on my way out, okay? Sure. Thanks. Cedric grinned at him. Harry, feeling as if he was being let go, smiled back, before saying goodbye to the cabin and leaving. Once the door was closed, he sighed. That's relieving. What's relieving? Bugging the real Hogwarts champion, were you? Harry looked up. There, in front of him, was Draco Malfoy with his sneer, though without his goons for once. Hi, Draco. I had to check up with him about something, and the rest is none of your business. It makes sense that you double-check with the real Hogwarts champion. You probably made it through the last task with his help. What does it matter to you anyway? Look, if you really want to happen when we disappeared from the last task, just ask your parents, okay? I mean, come on. Draco looked taken aback. Ever since we met, we've been fighting. I'm getting tired of it. There are more things out there to fight for than your petty insults. Poor, rich, whatever, it's not worth fighting over. New blood, old blood, it doesn't matter as long as information is shared and we accept each other. What do you think I get those massive point additions at the end of the year for? It's not for getting even, it's for fighting for survival and winning. Life is more than stuff or what people say, get it? I admit that the first year the way that Dumbledore handled the points wasn't smart. I mean, it's shouting that you guys aren't worth the amount of effort you put into things. That was wrong. So, I didn't know that he was going to do that. I didn't expect him to do that. But I'm pretty sure that didn't help things. Just grow up. Harry stormed off to his cabin. Draco stood there slack-jawed, watching him storm off. He saw movement to his side and saw the former 7th years standing and watching him. Draco Malfoy, stated Cedric, you listen to me. You are acting below your age. Harry and I have both seen and done things that you haven't needed to yet. He's had to grow up fast, even if he doesn't know things you know. Do not bug him on this until he agrees, got it? Or you know what will happen. Draco's mouth closed with a snap. Cedric closed the door to his carriage as he watched the blonde-haired boy walk down the corridor. Turning around he said, let's hope that Draco listens and that it's not too late to be heard by others. This opened the floodgates of the cabin. What do you mean? We and other 7th and 6th years are right in the age range to be recruited, by either side. Oh, yeah, 16 and 17. You really think they'll keep trying? Quirrellmort, Slytherin's monster, escaped Death Eaters, you know who in the graveyard, I mean, come on. Before Potter started school, when was the last time we had even heard of Death Eaters? Except to gossip that so-and-so may be a Death Eater or is related to one. But now we have 2 times that you know who is interrupting our school in person so far. No, we'll hear more of you know who. And all sides will be recruiting. All sides. Didn't you hear the minister? Despite what 2 tournament champions know, the minister is refusing to believe that you know who came back for a bit. They'll most likely be going to be hampering anybody who tries to take you know who seriously. Do you think that Dumbledore might go against him? I think at least he'll defend the school against an incoming army as best he can. Cedric huffed and leaned back in his seat. Where do you think you'll be in a year? I'm going into the trunk business. I've got a spot lined up. You've got your runes and arithmancy. Yep. Where are you going? Oh, my mom's got a shop that I'll be helping her with. I've decided to go apply at the ministry. I mean, my dad already works there. I actually managed to get signed up as a beater for Ireland. Back up, but you've got to start somewhere. I've got an apprenticeship lined up. You, Cho. I've got another year to finish up. I'm hoping to get into Quidditch as well. Do you think you'll still be playing Seeker? Cho laughed. I hope. Who knows, little Cho up in the sky in a Cannon's jersey. It's an idea. Cho blew her cheeks out before pushing the smirking brother who was leaving school before she was. Hey, we are on a train. Yeah, guys, keep your hands to yourself. That was how the time passed until Cedric found himself outside the cabin with Potter's group, knocking on the door. Harry jumped up and opened the door. Hey, you ready for this? So how are we getting there? By Flo. Hey mate, said Ron. You should practice saying your destination clearly so you don't go off course next time or something. He's done that, asked Cedric. We found him again, assured Ron. Cedric shook his head. I mean, where did he end up? I ended up in Nocturne Alley, Harry confessed. Not the best place to go when you're by yourself for the first time. No. Harry gave himself a quick shake. Cedric braced himself as the train suddenly started to slow down. He held on as the train stopped. Well, I guess it's our stop. A bunch of trunks were pulled down from overhead. Cedric, do you have your stuff? Oh, yeah, it's already in my pocket. Are you ready to go? Harry picked up his trunk, and said, yes. Cedric nodded at him, and said, follow me. It was a different experience for Harry. Leaving the train station via the magical side as they did. He was in awe at not having to leave the station to the Muggle side, not having to be picked up by his Muggle relatives, not having to fear getting starved or locked up or worse. He was afraid that because of what he volunteered to do that they would treat him as badly as the Dursleys or worse. He tried not to show it, he felt that the tension he was feeling had to be showing somehow. Cedric Diggory was keeping a close eye on Harry Potter. He had flowed with Harry this time to keep the younger boy from getting lost. So he could feel the tension in the boy's body. Once on the other side, he let the boy step away, had seen the excitement, but also noticed that the boy flinched when he touched him without warning. As Harry was shown around, he noticed something. It was not as bad when he faced the boy and Harry could see that it wasn't going to be a hit. Friendly behavior generally was slower than aggressive behavior. And he guessed that was how Harry judged when he needed to dodge or be defensive. Men were worse to Harry, as Harry had flinched when his father had tapped him on the shoulder, but his mother was able to put her hand on his shoulder with less reaction. Harry's happiness was still apparent, as his smile was not fake, but was starting to relax slightly. He asked if he could show the younger boy to his room, which was agreed. Once there, Cedric stayed near the dresser, while Harry walked around the guest room. It's fine, Harry. What? It'll be fine. I've noticed you're tense. But stepping away from what you've known all your life is going to be hard, even if it is for the better. I'm sorry. I'll try to be better. I am sure you will. Yes, we'll get you to help with the chores, but we'll feed you. Give you a room to sleep in, and my parents, while they don't know you yet, will not abuse you. Harry took a breath, and looked at Cedric. Thank you, for everything so far. What does it mean, when you are chosen to represent Hogwarts? It means that out of everyone that put their name in or had their name put in, they represent what Hogwarts stands for as a whole. It means both the stated values and the values of all the students. What does that mean? Okay, so you know that my father is influential, even when we're not really that rich, so some of the things that the other purebloods value, I also value. I guess you could say that I am a traditionalist. However, I am also very accepting to new ways of doing things and ideas that Muggle-born wizards and witches bring into our world. Just because of the cultural differences between our worlds. Yes, there is a culture here, and the fact that many of the more liberal-minded are trying to erase that is my understanding of why many of the pure-bloods just don't want to allow Muggle-born students here in the first place. Therefore, I can represent both mindsets. How does that work with magic? From what I've seen, most people think that dark is bad, but not everybody can be light. I guess, remember how people were after me in second year because I can talk to snakes. Promise not to run away. If you want to ban me from your bedroom afterwards you can do so, but please hear me out. I can promise not to run away or push you out until you talk. Magic can be categorized, yes, but a lot of stigma that is going on is being used by hypocritical people. I mean, even though they say that they despise dark magic, they still use it on a semi-regular basis. What do you mean? And that magic should be split into different categories. All magic you have learned so far requires mental thought, yes. However, that is not true of all magic. Rune magic does not require you to imagine it happening and force the magic to do so. I learned magic separated into different categories. Will, body, and soul. Stuff that is typically degraded as dark magic is soul and the ickier parts of body and will magic. Will magic is what is typically seen as light, the stuff we learn in school. Body magic is mostly seen as dark, as the things that our body uses to move the magic, blood and voices. Though unblooded runes is seen as a gray area. These things will make the magic still act even though we are no longer around to force the magic into shape and can be triggered without one being there. It is the reason that just pushing some of your magic into a rune to work doesn't count under the trace and can be done by some higher level squibs. Soul magic is all considered dark magic, with one exception, the Patronus charm. However, it is as dark as the rest of it. Soul magic requires complete emotional focus and casting. The Patronus is seen as light because it requires good feelings and memories and a desire for them to protect you. However, the Cruciatus requires the same emotional focus of the pain and a desire to share it, but it is called an unforgivable. Why that is unforgivable when casting Defindo multiple times has a worse result I don't exactly know. The popular spells don't require that dedicated emotional focus and honesty with yourself. I guess this is enough to think on. Harry, by the end of this, was looking uneasy with how his world had started to tip. He did answer, sure. I'll leave you to think some, then. Thanks. Harry Potter was stunned. Cedric Diggory, a boy he was starting to look up to, was neutral. It wasn't just because of his house, no, he was just completely neutral. He was sure that Cedric hadn't told him everything, but yet what he had told him hurt. It stung, like a slap to the face. He had avoided the external reason for the sting, and managed to avoid Cedric beyond the bare minimum for 2 days before he was confronted by the one he was trying to avoid. The resultant argument was inconclusive, and was only broken up by the reminder of chores. He never managed to avoid Cedric for a full day after that. A week of tension later saw him researching as a result of a dare to prove his side. Cedric joined him sometimes in the library, and helped him find his way around. That took another 2 weeks with simmering tension that exploded less violently when it did. He was sure that Mr. and Mrs. Diggory was thankful that they didn't have to do much to set the room or Cedric to rights after he got angry usually. The end of the next 2 weeks had him staring at his findings in frustration as they didn't point to his side of things without some major editing. The one bright side was that Malfoy wasn't completely in the right of things either, as far as he knew. It hurt his pride to accept he was wrong. He was sitting on the floor by the table in the library, chin on his knee, when Cedric walked in. He saw the older boy sit next to him on the floor. After silence for about a minute, Cedric said, "I suppose you found your answer." "I did. And you're going to make me say it, aren't you?" "Yeah, you were right." "Wah. T's worse as that Dumbledore and Malfoy both could look this up and find it for themselves if they wanted to." "How are you feeling?" "I'm trying to fit this into my idea of the world. At first it was all one thing. Then I go to school and learn some happiness and just be allowed to be friends with someone. No, I also have to be famous and everyone I meet about my age is looking at me in RA. for succeeding at something I have no wish to be famous for. No, I have someone trying to kill me, but guess what, your mother provided protection." Now, Harry huffed. It was already getting difficult. And now I have to learn that it isn't as simple as I thought. Maybe my dad wasn't a goody two-shoes as everyone keeps telling me, but did have a side where he could also be a bully. Ron has too simple a worldview to go on its own without making mistakes. We were 11, 11 and strangers. I took all the problems I had at school to be how it should be as I didn't. Think they were strange except for second year when they were talking of evacuating the school. Cedric watched the boy as he talked. I'm sorry for taking my disappointment out on you. I appreciate it. Cedric was sitting at the chair at the desk in his room when Harry knocked at his door. He turned around in his chair to face the sound. "Hey, can I come in?" asked the boy whose face was seen through the crack in the door. "Sure." Quote. Harry stepped fully into the room and closed the door gently behind himself. "I have a question if you don't mind." "I don't. Go ahead and ask." "Thanks." There was a reference in a couple of books to stories that I hadn't heard before and tales learned from them. Can you tell me them and what the morals of the stories are? Good question. We should probably do these one at a time, because some of these messages require thought. Do you have an idea which one you want to start with? The first one I ran across was the tale of the three brothers. That's a heavy hitter for a first one. Well, sit down, and make yourself comfy. I've got to do the same, said Cedric, getting up and sitting on his bed, and gestured that Harry could sit beside him. Okay, thanks. Harry went and sat down, leaning forwards on the mattress. Comfy. Yep. The tale of three brothers is a cautionary tale of the issues with dealing with magic that deals with death. I'll start with the tale, and then bring the morals into it as we run across them. There once were three brothers. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peverell were going along a road and they came to a chasm with a mighty roaring river at the bottom. The three brothers took thought, and using their magic, made a way across it. Moral 1. Life has issues, and magic can be used to smooth them over. Death was mad, because he had set that up in order to kill the three brothers and claim their souls for his own. He decided that the three brothers should be rewarded for escaping him once again, but Death was crafty, and tried to trap each of the three brothers with his gifts. Antioch desired a wand, so Death graced him a wand that would beat other wands. However, Antioch wished to humiliate Death, and so Antioch boasted of his wand, and was killed in a duel. His wand went to the victor. The moral about this is that Death's magic should not be used to conquer or boast, for then it is a curse to you. Cadmus had recently lost his wife, and wished for a way to see her again. Death made a stone that could call the spirits of the dead and gave it to Cadmus. Cadmus used the stone regularly to call his wife back. Yet she started to pine for the afterlife, because she didn't belong to the living world anymore. It broke Cadmus' heart to see his life like that, and so one night, he stabbed himself, and so he died. The moral about this is that Death's magic should not be used to call things that do not belong to this world, for it is an illusion, and will be a curse to you. Ignotus was wise to the deity's desire to kill him, and so he asked for a way to hide from everyone, even Death himself. Death grumbled about it, but gave him a cloak that he used to hide from his enemies, including Death. However, when Death came for Ignotus as an old man, Ignotus gave up the cloak to his son, and left with Death as with an old friend. The moral about this is that Death's magic can be used to protect, and is the only way to use Death's magic without his curse. That is the tale of the three brothers, finished Cedric as he shifted. That is rather heavy, stated Harry. After shifting around, he turned to Cedric and asked, could that be why Voldemort looks so wrong? He's using Death's magic for wrong reasons and it's becoming a curse to him. Cedric hummed. As much as I dislike to think about it, you are probably correct about that. What about the Flamels? What do you think about the Philosopher's Stone? I think that it probably did something like the cloak and hid the flame. LS from death by aging and providing the money to avoid going bankrupt from all the moving I am sure that they used to do to hide the fact that they didn't age. So, it might be a curse in its own way. Huh. Maybe all three brothers were cursed with bad luck and were used to countering Death's chase with their magic. At least I've thought so. Then all three brothers were cursed, just the third brother was cursed and knew Death would keep coming for him, but was able to push off the curse's end with the properties of the gift he requested. Lucius Malfoy sat in his chair looking blankly at the fire as it snapped and crackled in front of him. He turned slightly as he heard a disturbance in the doorway to his office. Hello, my wife, he greeted as Narcissa sat down beside him, reaching out for her with his hand. He felt her fold her hand with his, and looked at her with a relaxed smile. Hello, my husband. What has you so deep in thought? Just remembering something. Yet, upon remembering it, I wonder if I'm onto something. Oh, I can't exactly put it to words at the moment. My husband, speechless. My dear, you tease me each time it happens. Yet this is the one PLA. See ye where I'll see you admit to being speechless. I know. I'm just glad I get to do it. You'll let me know when you know though. Yes, dear. Is there something I can help you with? I just wanted to sit with you. I'm glad you are here as well. They sat in silence, enjoying the other's closeness. Harry, want to go fly in the yard? Cedric's cheerful voice was heard behind Harry. Harry, who had his hands in the warm soapy water, looked around the kitchen so he could give an accurate account of what he had left to do. Sure, I'm almost done here. I've just got this last pot to wash and apparently more than just the cutting board. As I found the knife and peeler. Cedric laughed and playfully tapped Harry's shoulder lightly. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've done that. It seems to be. The end of a dishwasher's chore is always the same. Harry's mouth moved in a somewhat pensive manner. He sighed over the sink of warm water before glancing beside him again in the older boy's direction. I guess that is something that we both have in common. Doing lots of dishes as kids. Yeah, what other chore would an adult give a kid? I've sometimes helped babysit around the village, and you have to have a way to teach them responsibility somehow. Besides, what other chores should a small child be doing? Not all of them, snorted Harry. All of them? No way. That's too much and they need to have time to play or learn. To just be kids. All at once, Cedric realized that he had brought up a sore topic for Harry, and that it was heading into harsher ground than Harry was willing to let him have at this point. All done now? He asked, hoping to quickly ease the room. Yep, the dark-haired boy agreed as he wiped up the last crumbs and spills from the counter in the kitchen. Ready to grab a broom? Sure, I'll be back in a minute. 10 minutes later saw both boys in the air, enjoying the feeling of freedom as the wind rushed through their hair. Mr. Diggory, Cedric, and Harry, how nice to see you. Excellent weather we've been having, hasn't it? Hello, Headmaster, Professor Snape. The tenor of Mr. Diggory's voice was now something that Harry didn't mind listening to. It had been raised in anger. And nothing had happened that was anything to the degree of the Dursleys. It had sounded sad, and it had also been used in comfort, like the evening after the two boys had arrived. He didn't even mind Harry being comforted either. It had been happy and mischievous, like the Wednesday evening last week when the family plus Harry were telling jokes. Right now it sounded polite, and he was still talking. So what brings you by? Oh, I was just checking on Harry, now that he is no longer under his mother's ward. There could be no antagonistic magic used against Harry or his family in it. Professor Snape came because we have an errand afterwards. It has lasted that long without an adult wizard, commented Mr. Diggory. The only ones I know like that are serious, strong and have been built up over years. I am surprised. Oh, she did an exceptional job. I had attached an instrument to let me know how the ward was holding up. It just crashed in the last 2 weeks. Naturally. I just came by to check on Harry after that. It was a good thing then that Harry Potter had just been emancipated in June then. Yes, it is a good thing the boy had left by then, said the dour Professor Snape. Speaking of that, Potter, you'd better go over last year's notes and corrections, because this year gets harder and I don't want to clean you off the ceiling tiles. I don't care how much you like being in the hospital wing. Sir, I don't. Harry gave up with words and huffed and glared at the stern man. Mind your manners, no matter how he makes you, said Mr. Diggory quietly. Yes, sir, I will do so, said Harry after uncrossing his arms and sitting normally. Professor Snape nodded, and said, see that you do. The man remained quiet the rest of the visit. By the way, Cedric, may I say congratulations on your impressive marks. Not breaking any records, but definitely within the higher ranges and shows how much effort you put into it. Thank you, Headmaster. I suppose you saw the marks as well. I did. Harry, have you been to see the Weasleys? I know that you spend a lot of time with Ronald. I have, actually. We had a joint Quidditch game 2 weeks ago with some of the other guys around town. It was fun. They left a bit ago, though, so I haven't seen them since. Nice to hear. I was wondering if you would be willing to join them for the rest of the summer. It depends. Am I allowed? I mean, I have been earning my keep by doing chores, and even then I have had spare time and stuff. I mean I even got my homework done and played outside and stuff. Once we're there, I don't know if I'll be able to have the quiet to study extra if it's going to be as important to do as it sounds. I'm sure you'll get some. Harry stopped. He looked at Mr. Diggory, who had a frown on his face at the direction this conversation had gone. Cedric was starting to look tense, and Professor Snape looked resigned. Harry frowned, based on what was going on around him. Including Cedric, who fought with him against Death Eaters and Voldemort, there was something off about the conversation. Looking at the way people around him were looking, though, made him want to put it off. He was missing something. Then again, he knew Ron, and Ron would pull him away from studying if the effort produced wouldn't be graded, and even then it was hard to get him to look at his books. Can I think about it? Quote, I don't see why not. Can I owl you a letter? You can. Thanks. Later that day, Mr. Diggory went to speak to Harry. Harry, I noticed that there are things that I need to point out to you. I know you were Muggle raised. At any given point in time, was it right for you to go with your teacher outside of school? No. Do you see why that could be wrong for you to do? Is it because that despite him putting me with the Dursleys, he shouldn't have a say in my life outside of school? There is that, but also he shouldn't be your authority. He shouldn't have even been allowed to place you. So, he basically kidnapped me. And I can see in a way where Dumbledore was right to be the one placing Harry as a leader in one side of the war, which Harry was an orphan from his side. Looking at it that way, I can see why he was the one placing Harry. In a way, he was going against his own government as well, as he was trying to keep Harry Fr. the ones who he knew were part of the government but on the other side of the war. It could be, answered Mr. Diggory. He said. Harry started fidgeting with his impatience to get his words out. He said, go ahead, you can say it. Mr. Diggory calmly gave Harry what he needed to word vomit. You will keep it a secret. As much as I can. That doesn't mean much. I won't say anything saying something will get you out of danger. Okay, I'll take that. He said that he knew he basically condemned me to 10 awful years. Why would he do that, if he knew how awful the Dursleys were? I mean, was he hiding me? I know Neville's parents were targeted a week later, Neville told me. It could be. Is he a side of the war, then? I guess that makes sense. I guess that would mean he knows Snape is a Death Eater. Yet maybe he is also now on the same side of the war as Dumbledore, but that would also mean that Snape is not fully supporting Voldemort, and is hiding that from Voldemort somehow. I guess that makes sense. That means that all that Ron was saying about dark wizards all following you-know-who wrong then, because if there is one that I know of that is not truly with you-know-who. That means that others aren't either. That means that not all dark wizards are bad, and that means, so much of what I thought was wrong. I've got to tell Ron. Bill probably knows too, because he's a curse breaker. But he's probably keeping quiet to keep from getting yelled at by his mother, because Mrs. Weasley says that about dark magic when it's brought up too. And that means, I really don't know the difference between a light wizard and a dark wizard. I do know. He went silent. Go on. It might hurt your feelings, and I don't want to do that. No, go ahead, Figor. Eat things out loud like you've been doing. Are you sure? Yes, speak. Right, thanks. I do know that the way that a lot of people view werewolves and house elves are very wrong. I made a house elf friend. And rescued him from his owner, Mr. Malfoy, who was treating him like the Dursleys did to me, including the wearing of rags, chores, and punishments, and he has found work and has been super friendly and happy to be free. He works at Hogwarts, gets paid in clothes, and is super strong. Everyone thinks that the way Malfoy treats his elves is fine, or doesn't do anything about it unless one happens to be free. One of my former teachers was a werewolf, back in my second year, and he was the best teacher we had. He just left the school and went into a closed and locked space for the full moon. He could get out once he was back to human, because we did. He wasn't trying to endanger anybody, and even took precautions, yet as soon as people knew he was a werewolf, he had to leave because of the amount of complaints the school got. And people think that a declared werewolf shouldn't get a job. Why? They are trained or can be. Does the fact that they are known to be off sick for a single day each month make them unable to be hired? I know a person that tells their boss that they are sick consistently every Friday, and because they do such good work, no one bothers them about it. So why not werewolves? It's literally 1/4 of the time away from work as the person who consistently calls in every Friday. I really think the problem is people's belief about them, but based on the stories. It needs to be done soon before more decide that since the government won't let them live inside the law, they'll just live, all of them, outside the law. You really think that? Of course. It may have been stories from before the Wolf's Bane potion came out, but the laws need to change or else we might all as well get bitten, so that we have to change the laws about it. And we won't all survive it. Some die from being bit. Well, most aren't contagious outside one day a month really, so why again is this such a big deal to a society where we just say a spell, wave a wand, and a door locks? Okay, I'm reaching my limit of you speaking that way about our society. Sir, could you do that? Research what it would take to have werewolves accepted as the rest of us. At least it isn't like leprosy. Is it that big a deal? It is to those who care for the werewolves and the werewolves themselves. But they supported the Dark Lord. He's allowing them in his army, isn't he? That's at least a job. And that right there is better than a lot of others, including his supporters. Okay, the second question, why should a teacher pressure you into doing something when you are not sure about whether or not it is the right thing to do, especially since the Weasleys are in an undisclosed location and without the reason why? I get what you mean. I'm emancipated, which means my decisions have a lot more weight than before, and him pressuring me into doing something would be the same as an adult being pressured into it, which is rude. It could also be hiding his reason for you leaving. Why do you think that is? With what you've told me, I wouldn't be surprised if what Ron was taught growing up was Dumbledore's beliefs, and since he knows I don't agree with him on a lot of things, he wants you back where what you hear is what he wants you to hear. Harry thought. Wait, could he be wanting me to treat you guys like the Dursleys? Not exactly the same, since a lot of what they taught me growing up was wrong, that he wants me to view what you guys think is wrong. I just thought of something else. I think you going would be a way to see what the reality of their way of life really is. Quote, I guess. Think about it. Sure. Harry had spent the week cleaning Grimmauld Place, and it seemed that despite cleaning for almost as long as at the Dursleys, minus breaks for food. So, we're at Grimmauld Place. Why would someone name their house the Grimmauld Place in the first place? Joked Harry. No idea, mate. Guess this place has always felt so lifeless. Who would want to buy a place that felt like this? Ron's shoulders moved with his shrug. I don't know, mate. If it were up to me, maybe only for hiding in. Hold up, started Hermione. Think, Harry. I know that you have got to have read books that the Dursleys didn't allow just in your school curriculum or wandering into the library. I would imagine that the house would be both a positive and a negative with an ambience like this. With how many different wars that the magical world have been fighting, I imagine that it would be a big help against invaders. Just think, if you were going to invade a house like this. Not this one, you feel antsy, and then you come in and the house pushes down on you. Doesn't that sound like the start of any proper Muggle horror story with all invaders dying mysteriously in various ways, not just from the owners but the items in the house? The three of them were holed up in Ron and Harry's room. All three of them were on the floor between the beds. Harry was leaning back against the mattress, while Hermione was resting her chin on her knee, and Ron was twiddling with the edge of his shirt between them. Yeah, that makes sense, thought Harry. I mean, wasn't your mom, Ron, attacked by a pair of animated pajamas of all things this week? The screeching portrait really helps make you feel unwelcomed, huffed Ron. Then his eyes widened. Wait, you don't mean. When did things start attacking? I don't know, when we started cleaning and clearing out things. It felt off when we first arrived. You think the house feels attacked, Hermione? Have you ever wondered how the stairs in Hogwarts move, Harry? The castle is a little bit sentient. Maybe Grimmauld Place has been trying to drive out its inhabitants since. I don't know when we arrived. I don't that it's the cleaning. I mean the dust layers are not over decades old and Sirius couldn't have grown up here without any type of cleaning being able to be done. I doubt it's the cleaning. Ron, what's you mom thrown out or Mundungus stolen that has the house decided we're its enemy? Wait, the boggarts and everything could be being drawn here by the who. Say, and that's why we keep finding more in places we've already cleaned. No wonder we can't get the house done in a week. I guess, tell Sirius. I mean, he owns the house. Maybe he could find out easier because he used to live here. Probably. It's been years with Dementors, but I guess it's worth a try. The three got up, and going quietly by the door where Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley were talking over their days to each other, went and knocked on Sirius's door. He greeted them lazily, leaning one shoulder where it wasn't seen on the inside of the door frame. "Hey, pups, what's up? Sirius, growing up, did your parents ever mention this place being somewhat sentient?" Hermione mentioned something about it being a somewhat cliché horror trope where the house is somewhat sentient and tree south to drive out inhabitants using anything it has inside. It reminded me of the pajamas that attacked Mum and how we are constantly finding doxies in cleaned rooms, as well as the boggarts, and just how dark the house feels. What does the Muggles say about houses like this one, Hermione? I haven't a clue about what will help. Nothing that isn't dark magic, and this house doesn't need any more of that. It's dark enough in here as it is. Quote, "We need to placate the house." The raised eyebrows of the wizard before them told them there was something that they were missing. Hermione soldiered on anyway. "It's bringing in nastier stuff all the time, and Mrs. Weasley, while intending to do the right thing, is getting rid of a lot of antiques that are part of the house. Maybe she threw something in. Oh, the trash that is fundamental to letting us stay here by the house. We think we need to find it if so and give it back to the house. And if it's a blood offering that is required, we have to give it in some way. Or the house will take it anyway. There's this famous house down in the United States that will eat an animal or person every few years. Of course, those without magic, or as Uncle calls them, normal people, are those that are in the area. It doesn't keep people from trying to live in it, but it keeps killing its owners. It's been decades since a wizard has lived in that one. This one has been without people for 13. We don't want to die because we didn't give the house its yearly chicken or something." Sirius laughed grimly. "Nah, kid, it won't just be a chicken. This is Grimmauld Place. The place where the Grim dwells. What is a Grim a symbol of? Death. Death of a human. It won't be just a chicken. Well, we're not its owners, so could it just take a chicken as a substitute from us kids or something? Go ahead and try, but I'm not about to perform blood magic to keep the house alive." "Wait, it is alive," burst Hermione. "How can you do such a thing? I mean, starving the poor thing." She drifted off with a disappointed look in the direction of the adult, and Harry decided to help her. "Come on, Hermione," he said as he grabbed Hermione's elbow, "maybe we can go ask Mrs. Weasley for one of this year's roosters. She probably will let us have the one that kept attacking Ron after he flew near the garden. Maybe," she sighed as she calmed as she moved away from the confrontation. "It would probably end up in the soup pot soon anyway given how even Ginny's complaining about it. Basement or attic? Most likely basement, as it is closer to the foundation. Hey, maybe that's where we should be putting the black bags of stuff that Molly's gathering. Keep the house from attacking more, hopefully. Yeah, and if any of it's cursed, we get Bill to do it." "How? It's not cheap. Seeing as the bank's probably the only place rich enough to employ curse breakers full-time." "I don't know. I guess we're keeping cursed stuff in the attic or the basement then. Just until we know we haven't thrown something important to the house away." They came to the doorway, where Hermione poked her head in. "Mrs. Weasley, could I have the young rooster that K.'s attacking people that go by the garden? I'm going to feed my hippogriff." "Oh." Harry stepped to the doorway. "We'll pay you for the chicken. We just want to see if it will chase it." "Are you sure?" "Yes, ma'am." No, don't call me ma'am, call me Molly, dears," she tutted, "I'll be happy to help. Fred, George, get that young rooster that has taken over the garden, please. Harry would like it alive if you can." "Harry, what are you doing?" "I was thinking of just releasing it and seeing what would happen." "That's really a good idea. Something we could watch, little bro." Harry wanted to sigh. Sometimes saying things generally came back to bite him in the foot. He wanted to say, no, but he didn't think he could with what he implied. Seeing his hesitation, the twins grabbed the two of them by the door and pulled them lightly to their room. Upon reaching it, they unlatched the door, made sure it was clear, and closed the door and locked it. "So, what's going on? We think that your mom has somehow upset the house." "What? How is such a thing possible?" "Apparently, the Muggles figured that one out, and now they have a man-eating house. However, since your mom has RTED cleaning out a lot of the old stuff, your mom has been attacked and doxies keep coming back." We thought that since this one seems angry, and living somehow, we should feed it so it stops going after us. That's strange. It's better to see if it will attack the rooster than attacking us. Another thought was that something was tossed that kept the house from attacking us. Sounds like an idea of keeping a mouth propped open to prevent it from closing. Crazy blacks. Indubitably. Wonder what it was. So our plan is to release the chicken into the basement and see what happens. That is an idea. However, you will let us come with you. All right. Anyway, it lends credence to your statement. I concur, stated Fred. Drip, 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 creak, drip. Oh, cool. Drip. Look, it's like its own ecosystem down here. Drip, drip. Mate, I think. Drip. I think I know why. Drip. I can see a path. Drip. Yeah, drip. I wouldn't want to be the drip. Unlucky bastard that gets caught drip off of it. Drip. Drip. Oh, drip. Unlucky bastard. Drip. Drip. Well, we found something, at least. Drip. Harry, we'll go between you, drip, so if we avenue to apparate you out, drip, we can grab you guys. Drip. Who goes first? Drip. Harry. Drip. Why? Because. Drip. Squawk. Fluttering. Muffled sounds of struggle. Drip. Meanie's starting to wake. Drip. Right. Harry goes first, drip, because he's the one with Meanie. Drip. Then Fred. Then Hermione. Drip. Then George. Then Ron. Drip. Drip. This is just freaky. Drip. Yeah, maybe. Drip. Maybe you should ask for safe drip passage for us, drip, there and back. Drip. Sounds like a good idea. Drip. All right. Drip. House, I request passage forward, drip, and back through your heart. Drip, we come bearing a gift, drip, to allow us to live upstairs. Drip. Drip. Yes, 2 drips, 1 no, please. Drip. Drip. All right, forward. Squawk. Drip. The sound of steps echoey. Through the basement as they walked forward down the path to the heart of the basement. Moss grew with what looked like a plant that Ron, Harry, and Hermione had no trouble identifying from their RST year leaning away from the wizards and their Lumos charms. As they walked, the basement grew damper, until a pool of water was seen with an island of granite in the middle. Right. Well, I suppose any of you know what to do. Now that we're here, form a circle, I guess. Harry, what are you doing? Please don't get upset, okay? What? I've done some research into rituals and some stuff that were not taught at Hogwarts. Just to see what they're talking about, okay. I didn't think this would end up looking anything like a ritual or anything, Harry, what are you trying to say? This is going to be minor blood magic. What? We have to feed the house, right, Hermione? Only this house isn't yet at the point of burning things alive yet. Right, go on. So we have tea. Oh, kill the rooster and give it the carcass, and maybe pour out the blood as well. Gross. I don't see the big deal. We butcher our own chickens. Right. So stand in a circle, or I guess a square, as there's 4 of you. But you should probably touch my shoulders as I am doing this in all our behalf. I have the knife Sirius gave me, and I'll stand in the center and slice its throat because we need to spill blood. Ready. Footsteps. Shuffling. Ow. That's my foot. I'm off, sorry. Okay, ready. 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 I'm ready as well. Squawk. Urururu. Squawk. Bones cracking. Schlit. Splatter. Rush. Drip. 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 Thud. Click. I think I'll throw the rooster to the snaky plants that grow along the walls. I know they're probably eating the vermin that they catch. But I think that way I know the body gets eaten. I brought wet soapy rags so you can clean up mostly. Oh, thanks. I'd hate to run across your mother like this. I wonder if the house will let us be now. I hope so. I mean, I went off of what that other house does. So, now, Harry. House, I hope our gift was appropriate. Swish, thud. Good throw. The plants are already starting to feel it out. Let's go. I don't want to take too long. Yeah, no need to make the house put up with us down here more than we have to. Agreed. Potter, what is the world gave you the good idea to go down in the basement? Harry gulped. He was caught. Exploring. The group scattered to the winds as best they could, but found that they were unable to flee far, stuck in the area around Snape. Now, I will ask again. And don't lie to me. What were you doing in the basement? Feeding the house a rooster so it would stop attacking us when we try to clean it. How do you know da? The house is sentient enough to require feeding. Hermione kept a list of incidents and found reference in the Muggle world to something similar. You know nothing of what you dunderheads are messing with. Do nothing of the sort again. Quote, but sir, if you fully believe that you had to do this ill-prepared stunt, then go get changed and bring me your results and thinking. I want each of you to hand me a 4-paragraph report as soon as possible, at least on what you were thinking, so that I can understand what in the world you guys did and prepare for any ill consequences your lack of knowledge in what you were playing with resulted in. Yes, sir. They were let go that time. Hermione leaned over the desk, gently blowing dust off of the cover of a heavily worn book of fairy tales. For Al, that creature had clearly kept Regulus' room clean and in precise condition. He hadn't cleaned the rest of the house. However, what he had done was leave apparently beloved belongings in their former owner's preferred locations. They were currently in a young child's room. It was certainly one of the pleasanter rooms that they had walked into, with its light yellow walls. A baby blue quilt decorated with hawks, crows, owls, and hippogriffs in alternating squares. A desk with a chair, on top of which were typical children's books, fairy tales, beginning to read books, and a basic penmanship book, was against the wall mostly under the window. The curtains were white with a sunny yellow fringe. Silver gray carpets were on the floor on top of the ancient hardwood. Grimmauld certainly had have wizarding space applied to the inside, otherwise there was no way the vast amount of rooms that they had cleaned could fit into the Muggle townhouse. The building was either hidden as or began as. Either it was that, or the staircase acted as a portal to another, larger building, for all that the main floor belonged to the current location. Harry turned as he heard Hermione blowing. So what are you treating so gently this time? Quote, a really old thing of fairy tales. I wonder if any are like the Muggle ones. I don't really know the Muggle ones. Dursleys, remember. That is so unfair. Why? Oh, you must have started even further behind than I did, before I learned that magic was real. Did you know that certain fairy tales in the Muggle world are actual historical facts or teach actual facts about magic in the wizarding world? Take Thumbelina, for example. A lady that really wants a child goes to a witch, and is given a tulip to plant in her house. When it blooms, a girl the size of her thumb is found in the center. I think that one means that you cannot make a full-size person from a plant, no matter what magic you use. Thumbelina in the end marries a fairy. There are all sizes of magic folk in the wizarding world. Though, to be honest, I think only Luna views fairies as people if I think about people in school. I mean, I did hear about some things from Cedric and his parents about magic that are taught through stories, but I didn't realize there were more teaching stories. I guess it's something that I need to read, to know some more basics. Of course, Harry, I know you have an aversion to books. But you do need to study if you are going to learn more about the world we've been in now since we were 11. Harry groaned. I'm not going to get out of this, am I? Nope. I will read it aloud to you if that is what it takes. Fine. If I ask you to read it to me, would you? Of course. Oh, by the way, have you done your summer homework yet? I am wondering what you thought the second topic for Professor Snape's essay was about. Sorry, I must have missed it. Oh, that's not good. How are you going to understand what he will be teaching this year if you don't do the preliminary work? This is our OWL year, after all, and this is one of the tests that employers and masters looking to take on apprentices will be looking at. It's also important if we want to leave school after this year and still be able to use our wand. Not that you're getting out of it, Harry James Potter. You have a madman after you, and as much as you tend to get attacked once a year by the defense professor, you need to learn how to defend yourself. Voldemort has what, 50 years on you? I know he seems to be underestimating you so far, but I wonder if it's because he's been keeping to our grade level in the unforgivables when he duels you. There's got to be a lot more magic that he knows that he hasn't used when you aren't around. I mean, look, there's so many books here. And only so many are about the history of the Black family. There's got to be books on defensive magic and other things they studied from their family when they died. I wonder how much we could use. Harry was a little desperate at this moment for a change of topic. So, like a typical panicked person, he decided to use what was right in front of him, the room. So, baby Blacks didn't grow up around a massive amount of green. Oh, Hermione's lit again as they did when a recently favorite topic came up. I did a little bit of research this past year. There may be a good reason for that. Did you know that the old way to dye wallpaper or some other things green was arsenic? Obviously, they wouldn't want anything that could poison the child to be in the room that the child stayed in most of the time. Not saying that all the green wallpaper currently in Grimmauld is dyed with arsenic, but it could be. Could that affect their children's brains? It's just that we hear a lot about the madness of the Black family. That actually makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense why Sirius has purposely been painting over the walls in the rooms. It would create a barrier over the arsenic so that we wouldn't breathe it in. No wonder the rest of Sirius' family went crazy. Well, it's a good thing we're wearing scarves to protect ourselves from breathing in all the dust already. I'm not sure how much of a help they do. But at least it's something. And please make sure you are wearing the correct PPE for dealing with various chemicals and substances. Please do not poison yourself. If you cannot wear the correct type of PPE, please wear something that would help that you won't react to. And yes, take breaks for breathing if you have to. Professor Snape slowed his steps as he heard Granger say. And only so many are about the history of the Black family. He paused and listened to Granger talk about finding defensive magic and other things that the Black family might have. E-books on in the library and Harry's slightly panicked diversion of her rant once she got going. He didn't care for the brat, not that he cared really for most students that passed through his classroom. However, he was supposed to be protecting the boy. Well, he was protecting the boy by being out of his sight and being aggravated more than necessary. Though, the diverted topic was really important as well. Were they poisoning themselves, the entire order, by living in a house with poisonous green walls, literally? He resolved to take a piece of the wallpaper and test it to find out. Not that he cared over much. But he really didn't want his comrades dying from living in the current safe house. He didn't want to get the Black Madness any more than the next man, and if it was preventable, he would do what he could. He should probably bring it up to Dumbledore as well. Who knew how many times the headmaster brushed off the concerns of those below the age of adulthood. He knew he wasn't much better. But that was because he scared the rest besides his house from coming to him in the first place. He had enough to do, what with supplying and teaching and his head of house duties. Hermione leaned over the desk, gently blowing dust off of the cover of a heavily worn book of fairy tales. For all that Creature had clearly kept Regulus' room clean and in precise condition, he hadn't cleaned the rest of the house. However, what he had done was leave apparently beloved belongings in their former owner's preferred locations. They were currently in a young child's room. It was Certainel. Why one of the pleasanter rooms that they had walked into with its light yellow walls. A baby blue quilt decorated with hawks, crows, owls, and hippogriffs in alternating squares. A desk with a chair, on top of which were typical children's books, fairy tales, beginning to read books, and a basic penmanship book, was against the wall mostly under the window. The curtains were white with a sunny yellow fringe. Silver-gray carpets were on the floor on top of the ancient hardwood. Grimmauld certainly had to have wizarding space applied to the inside, otherwise there was no way the vast amount of rooms that they had cleaned could fit into the Muggle townhouse the building was either hidden as or began as. Either it was that, or the staircase acted as a portal to another, larger building, for all that the main floor belonged to the current location. Harry turned as he heard Hermione blowing. So what are you treating so gently this time? A really old thing of fairy tales. I wonder if any are like the Muggle ones. I don't really know the Muggle ones. Dursleys, remember. That is so unfair. You must have started even further behind than I did, before I learned that magic was real. Did you know that certain fairy tales in the Muggle world are actual historical facts or teach actual facts about magic in the wizarding world? Take Thumbelina, for example. A lady that really wants a child goes to a witch, and is given a tulip to plant in her house. When it blooms, a girl the size of her thumb is found in the center. I think that one means that you cannot make a full-size person from a plant. No matter what magic you use. Thumbelina in the end marries a fairy. There are all sizes of magic folk in the wizarding world. Though, to be honest, I think only Luna views fairies as people if I think about people in school. Quote, I mean, I did hear about some things from Cedric and his parents about magic that are taught through stories, but I didn't realize there were more teaching stories. I guess it's something that I need to read, to know some more basics. Of course, Harry. I know you have an aversion to books, but you do need to study if you are going to learn more about the world we've been in now since we were 11. Harry groaned. I'm not going to get out of this, am I? Nope. I will read it aloud to you if that is what it takes. Fine. If I ask you to read it to me, would you? Of course. Oh, by the way, have you done your summer homework yet? I am wondering what you thought the second topic for Professor Snape's essay was about. Sorry, I must have missed it. Oh, that's not good. How are you going to understand what he will be teaching this year if you don't do the preliminary work? This is our OWL year, after all, and this is one of the tests had employers and masters looking to take on apprentices will be looking at. It's also important if we want to leave school after this year and still be able to use our wand. Not that you're getting out of it, Harry James Potter. You have a madman after you, and as much as you tend to get attacked once a year by the defense professor, you need to learn how to defend yourself. Voldemort has what, 50 years on you? I know he seems to be underestimating you so far, but I wonder if it's because he's been keeping to our grade level and the unforgivables when he duels you. There's got to be a lot more magic that he knows that he hasn't used when you aren't around. I mean, look, there's so many books here, and only so many are about the history of the Black family. There's got to be books on defensive magic and other things they studied from their family when they died. I wonder how much we could use. Harry was a little desperate at this moment for a change of topic. So, like a typical panicked person, he decided to use what was right in front of him, the room. So, baby Blacks didn't grow up around a massive amount of green. Oh, Hermione's lit again as they did when a recently favorite topic came up. I did a little bit of research this past year. There may be a good reason for that. Did you know that the old way to dye wallpaper or some other things green was arsenic? Obviously. They wouldn't want anything that could poison the child to be in the room that the child stayed in most of the time. Not saying that all the green wallpaper currently in Grimmauld is dyed with arsenic, but it could be. Could that affect their children's brains? It's just that we hear a lot about the madness of the Black family. That actually makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense why Sirius has purposely been painting over the walls in the rooms. It would create a barrier over the arsenic so that we wouldn't breathe it in. No wonder the rest of Sirius' family went crazy. Well, it's a good thing we're wearing scarves to protect ourselves from breathing in all the dust already. I'm not sure how much of a help they do, but at least it's something. And, please make sure you are wearing the correct PPE for dealing with various chemicals and substances. Please do not poison yourself. If you cannot wear the correct type of PPE, please wear something that would help that you won't react to. And yes, take breaks for breathing if you have to. Professor Snape slowed his steps as he heard Granger say, and only so many are about the history of the Black family. He paused. Dean listened to Granger talk about finding defensive magic and other things that the Black family might have books on in the library and Harry's slightly panicked diversion of her rant once she got going. He didn't care for the brat. Not that he cared really for most students that passed through his classroom. However, he was supposed to be protecting the boy. Well, he was protecting the boy by being out of his sight and being aggravated more than necessary. Though, the diverted topic was really important as well. Were they poisoning themselves, the entire order, by living in a house with poisonous green walls, literally? He resolved to take a piece of the wallpaper and test it to find out. Not that he cared over much, but he really didn't want his comrades dying from living in the current safe house. He didn't want to get the Black madness any more than the next man, and if it was preventable, he would do what he could. He should probably bring it up to Dumbledore as well. Who knew how many times the headmaster brushed off the concerns of those below the age of adulthood? He knew he wasn't much better, but that was because he scared the rest besides his house from coming to him in the first place. He had enough to do, what with supplying and teaching and his head of house duties. Theo not knew the layout of the library within his father's house. He knew the squeaky board hat ran the length of room in specifically 2 inches to the right of the end of the window, the worn and sharp corners on each shelf, the various drawers of the desk in front of the window, the area where his favorite books resided. He also knew the placement of each genre of book and where they were located on the shelves. It was because of how well he thought he knew this library that he was absolutely stunned one day when he got a sliver, pulled it out, held his shirt tightly to it to form a scab if there was any bleeding, and not believing it was bleeding, seeing he didn't see any in the few seconds he watched the wound aft. And touched one of the sides of the bookshelf, and things changed. The library shifted, lengthening to double the size. It wasn't any less crowded, as more bookshelves with more books. Another window with another desk, and nothing was doubled. There were books here he had never heard of before, never mind seen. The second desk was clearly abandoned after an intensive amount of study. As the books piled on the desk were clearly on a specific subject, and one of the rough drafts of whatever assignment it was sitting there on the floor, clearly abandoned. A crumpled ball of paper lay beside it. Assumably another previous draft that the wording would not work. The light of the window had bleached the cover of the books where they were in the rays of light coming from the window. It lacked, however, any dust. It was dusted as well as the library had been before the shift. Whoever the previous writer was, the house elves knew not to touch whatever they were working on. Even so many years later. It made Theo curious. He wanted to know what was so important that the writer wouldn't let the house elves clean it up. He picked up both papers, smoothed them out on the desk before him, and skimmed them to see if he could tell who the writer was. The assignment wasn't in his father's handwriting, but it either had to be a trusted classmate of his father's. Given that it looked to be an essay in the same style as he himself was currently using in his assignments, or that it was his mother's or his father's handwriting had significantly changed. It also had corrections done in different handwriting, another one that he didn't recognize. The nature of the assignment was intriguing, however. He reached out to the top book, and when there was no reaction, picked it up and put it on top of the other one he was wanting to take to his room to read, and tucked the 2 pages he had picked off the floor between the books. The second page he had roughly smoothed out while skimming the first one. He was decided to head out, to start studying what the mystery writer was writing about, and to see if, based on what he knew and the literature he had, if he came up with the same conclusion as the mystery writer. He had reached the creaky board that he knew so well when he felt the library shift around him again. The library shrunk to its previous state, hiding what had been hidden before. Theo looked for that spot where he had touched the bookshelf when everything moved, and found the tiny blood spot. He looked his hands over, saw the slow dribble, and the spot on the book he was holding, and wrapped the tiny bloody injury within his robe, and used his other sleeve to rub the spot off. His father was very persnickety over not getting blood on the furniture. So Theo had been overly zealous of not getting any of that fluid on any of the furniture as young boy. He had thought there was no bleeding, that was why he had made the mistake in the first place. Now he had a mystery. First off, he was taking his small pile of treasure to his room, to put nicely on his bedside table. After that, he had to be at the dining room for supper, and on Lee after the small evening routine was over that he allowed himself to relax and act on the excitement of a new mystery. First off, he was going into his keepsake box to find the last letter he had from his mother, to compare handwriting. Then he wrote a note. Draco Malfoy knew about the hidden library at his manor. Unlike Knott's, his was hidden behind a false wall that all family members were K.'d into once they reached a certain age. Knott had sent him a note, and he was going to research what he could in his own library. Hermione watched her best friend scrub the mold off the windowsill. It was messy, and Harry was having to rinse his rag thoroughly after each use to avoid spreading the brown gunk that was surprisingly water-solvent. It just spread everywhere like a gross paint. Not that it was any worse or better than cleaning up Dudley's room when Aunt Petunia got tired of the state her son left his room and dumped the job onto her nephew. Harry, have you noticed that the CK pajamas have been easily taken care of since we fed the house? Huh. It may just be me, but I think last time I triggered a pair of those pajamas that they didn't hold long, and didn't require multiple people to keep them from choking me. I mean, part of it could be skill by now, but I think part of it isn't. Harry, sometimes I really wonder why on earth Voldemort attacked you. I get him trying to kill you since you survived him attacking you multiple times, but why did he attack you in the first place? Did anyone tell you why? No, why are you asking? I'm just saying that, yes. The Death Eaters took out strategic people who were good at fighting them back, such as Ron's uncles and Neville's parents, but those were adults. Why in the world would a person who G.O.'s after known fighters and strategic hits suddenly veer sideways and try to kill you? I mean, they didn't kill Susan, and Neville's not insane. Mungo's in the same condition of his parents. Do you see what I'm asking? Cedric, why do you think he tried to kill him? He's a 17-year-old wizard who knew enough for the cup to count him a viable contestant against the other schools, including Durmstrang, who has a darker atmosphere. Quote, you think he was trying to keep himself safe from someone that he couldn't go against in that state yet? Cedric probably would have killed him if he just came across a gross-looking baby Voldemort. Quote, do you understand? I guess so. Maybe Sirius knows. I would assume, since Dementors take the happy memories, that he would remember a sad one. Unless, really, F would count as a happy memory and he lost it for the same reason that I am assuming he remembered. Should we go bug him after this room? Sure, I'm sure we both need to stretch after this anyway. Albus, we have a problem. Severus Snape stood tall and black against the vibrant colors surrounding him and the whitewashed walls in the headmaster's office. In his hands, he held a glass vial filled with a brilliant green tone. The headmaster looked up from his desk at the tall, dark figure before him. What's the problem, Severus? Unless you're planning on killing of the Order, we will all have to take an anti-poisoning draft. And some might need to take more than one. Albus startled. Severus, whatever do you mean? The house is killing us by the wallpaper. Yeah, black and the woe. LF have been hurriedly painting over the walls, but it will be a temporary stopgap at best. It will have to be done again within several months' time. I was reminded a few days ago that old houses that one often had poisonous wallpaper, so I tested the wallpaper there. Maybe the Order can stay for the remainder of the summer, but after that, I would kick them all out, and move black, unless you want him even more deranged than he already is. Surely it's not as bad as all that. I mean, the blacks have lived there for decades. Everyone knows that the black madness is not just rumor. See the examples of Walburga and Bellatrix Lestrange. Sirius left at 15, Regulus died 3 years later, Orion died of poison, and Walburga stayed and went mad. Bellatrix went and visited many times after Orion died. And I know this because she would talk about it. Creature is insane as well. Are you wanting us to be all the crazy unsteadiness of a modern-day berserker? It is as bad as all that. It will be unless we heal everybody. Right. Best get on with it. We need to be level-headed, and the poor woman isn't. Fine, I take it that is the potion. No, this was the proof if you refused to see it otherwise. I suppose I will accompany you to your lab so I can take it then. The walk will be good for me. Harry didn't know what was going on, but it appeared that Ron had no idea what was going on either. The meeting before, which none of the children had been able to properly get a listen to, had ended with everyone being sent to pack. The two of them seemed to be in the same boat as the rest. But maybe Hermione had an idea. They guessed back and forth at each other as they quickly, and sloppily, I mean, these are two 14-year-old boys, stuffed everything of theirs into their trunks. Then they joined the stream of people lugging air packing downstairs and into the parlor right by the entryway, where the human inhabitants were gathering. Harry asked her, in the huddle of people that was forming, I wonder if they were using the house and thinking everything was all fine without testing anything, and maybe someone found asbestos. I mean, it was only started getting tested for 10 years ago, was her thoughts. I remember it was big news in my street because one of the newer residents on my street found it in their house and they had to get the inspectors in. And then they had to get a whole bunch of people in and move out while that was taken care of, and seriously it was such a huge mess. There was a sharp rapping on the door frame, disrupting the various conversations between the group, and gaining their attention. It was Snape and Kingsley standing there. Listen up, shouted Kingsley, we have found that there is a problem with staying in this house. And all of us, yes, including you Sirius, will be leaving. We have arsenic in all the rooms with all the Slytherin green wallpaper, and all of us have been dealing with minor poisoning. Even if we aren't noticing it yet, or as Sirius, you probably just associate that feeling with the house. Because of this, before you leave, you will be taking a potion from Snape to counter the poison in your systems, and once you get to the Weasleys and other places, you will have to shower because the potion will make you sweat it out and use the toilet. You will ALS. Be washing everything that you brought with you that can be wiped down. Books and parchment and other incidentals that would not survive being dunked will be left outside while it is sunny, and left under a waterproof lean-to when not for the next 3 days to air them out. We will be meeting at the Weasleys. First group will be heading to the Weasleys. Everyone got that. Arthur, lead the way. The normally cheerful man was less cheerful as he stepped forward, grabbed one of the potion vials, and swallowed it as fast as he could. He handed the vial back to Snape, who dropped it in a bucket. Picked up one of the trunks and shrunk it and grabbed another, grabbed a handful of flow powder, threw it in the active fireplace, yelled, "The burrow," and walked into the fireplace, and disappeared. Everything happened after that in orderly fashion. The next 3 people followed him. The next group of 4 headed to Shell Cottage. The lost group, the largest by far, landed at Hogwarts, where there was an abundance of bathrooms. The headmaster having opened up the premises. Each group had a coordinating adult who could cast a Patronus and were able to coordinate with others that way. Those that had stayed in the house longer, aka Remus and Sirius, and those that had spent long close to the poisonous metal unprepared for what was in those walls, had to take a second dose immediately. Madame Pomfrey was called in, even though it was nearing the end of summer, to test to make sure they each had what was needed and keep an eye on her sudden influx of patients. Once everyone had showered, and were wearing clothes from their luggage that had been spelled clean, with the help of the Hogwarts elves at the castle who were so excited to see somebody during their summers, they took themselves and their luggage to the burrow. Once they got there, the adults were in the midst of building a lean-to to put the stationery and other easily spoiled belongings, while Mrs. Weasley was in the process of doing everyone's laundry. Because part of the process had been sped up by magic, there was already 1 load of laundry hanging on the line, and another line was being set up by her boys. "You know, Hermione," said Harry once he caught up with her at the burrow, "you may have jinxed us." "No," Hermione shook her head, "I am pretty sure that we were caught up in another case of trouble ending us when we weren't looking for it. Well, I still wonder if the Black Madness had something to do with surrounding themselves with poison without realizing it. Or, as she hit a thought, they thought that Muggle science wasn't something that would impact them because they're wizards, and nothing that would impact a Muggle would impact a wizard." "That sounds very unrealistic of them, Hermione," stated Harry. "Well, that sounds like someone who has no hitch to life outside their manners would say," harumphed Ron. "It's unlikely it escaped them as it didn't escape us, just like we might have things better somewhat. But we still can't make the weather change. We still have to deal with getting water, otherwise Aquamenti, I think. Wouldn't be a spell," said Hermione. "Anyway, how far did you get your homework before we had to come here? I hope I have enough time to look it all over and do my edits before it's time to head to the train." Lucius Malfoy looked at the short letter, in reality a memo, that had been tied to the ordinary owl that had flown in and flown out. To Malfoy et al. From Severus Snape, Potion Master. Concerning poisonous wallpaper. It has been discovered in an older wizarding property that the green walls hold arsenic, as they were celebrated Slytherins, and some of the other colors. It is something that I have not previously checked in wizarding houses. As it is poisonous just to breath in the rooms where the wallpaper is, this is something that needs to be checked in all our celebrated old houses. The madness in some lines might be attributed to this. Check yours. See the Book of Natural Poisons, which I know you own. The potion antidote is in L. Prince's book Common Poisons at Court and Antidotes. Strip the affected areas of all movable items in the locations. And block them off. Wear masks to prevent you breathing it in, gloves to protect your hands, full-length clothing, and a head covering. Wearing such protective garments, strip off the poisonous wallpaper. All cloth items must be washed. Treatment of books and other soluble items are standard for treating a contaminated dry item of the sort. Fans and laying them to blow in the breeze. Unless you are willing to sit and wipe each page by hand with a dry cloth sprayed with a decontaminant that would not spoil your treasury of books, and let them lay for 3 days. Weights. To hold such light materials would be wise. It would be wise to pass this on to others of the old crowd. Despite the fast pace that started the first days back at the Burrow this summer, Harry was a little bit bored. He had sent and received letters from the Diggories, just letting them know where he was and how he was doing. He had finished his homework. He had even done his back-to-school shopping. And even with the cleaning of all the books that Sirius and Hermione and Remus had brought with them, and the adults had brought from the old place as it was undergoing its needed decontamination of everything toxic, he was bored. Even stuffing really old books with the necessary gear the adults thought was necessary, the gloves the most familiar, got repetitive after a while. It was cleaning, again. And he was fairly good at thinking about other things when cleaning. He had a few days before going onto the train, and even the few gardening chores and chickens left lots of time for him to sit and think. He had noticed an interesting phenomenon when it came to following ministry lines. Some seeming hardcore folk that lived in the ministry followed rigidly what the guidelines were, as in Percy Weasley. However, others gave voice approval, and then did the opposite anyway, like Arthur Weasley and the Diggories, and most likely the Malfoys. Molly Weasley seemed to shift in between the two. So he could see how Percy and Fred and George could come from the same family. Because of that boredom, he asked a question. It might have not been the politest thing to ask, but as he hadn't got 10 into trouble much from asking Ron questions, so he asked it anyway. The Golden Trio and Ginny were hanging out in Ron's room, where the two boys were sleeping. When did the Weasleys and the Malfoys start fighting, anyway? Well, the propped open door to the room, because since there were 4 people in a closed space, it could get really stuffy, swung open to reveal an excited Percy Weasley. It was not an expression Harry was used to seeing on him, and made him feel discomfited. "Can I please answer this question? Please?" Ron, looking as uncomfortable as Harry, nodded. "Sure, I know. You get more excited about research than anyone else, and you probably know a lot more than I do. Go ahead, Percy, trying to look dignified, which was ruined by the way he was constantly tapping his fingers in a way that betrayed his excitement, sat down on the mattress beside his brother. Well, it started when the Normans conquered England. House Weasley was the ruling family in the area at the time. However, the new Norman King William the Conqueror redistributed lands and lordships to his liegemen that had followed him from France, which included a few wizards. The Malfoys were the family that was given command over the area that was once ours. This provided some antagonism between the two, but it was mostly settled down by the time the Dark Army committed treason as a whole on. The Ministry decided to take its tools away. The fight died down a bit, but the Weasleys and the Malfoys started sending raids against each other via Ministry around that time. While the two heads of family might have been really petty about their history at the time, sending raids against each other has heightened the animosity against each other since then, probably because their kids were affected. And then being told that it was because of the other family, it made it stronger. It didn't help matters that the Malfoys were able to hide their illegal affairs better than the Weasleys because say of the properties' hideaways that they were better able to put up with their better resources. Of course, each Lord Malfoy since then has tried to shunt whoever of the Weasleys that joins the Ministry into positions that don't put them in any better social standing. Of course, since each Weasley that has joined the Ministry since then knows that, they blame the Malfoys. It's been a repeating cycle since. There was a bit of quiet in the room as Weasleys once again brooded and guests tried to wrap their heads around what Percy had just spilled. Harry hummed before saying, "I thought you wanted to go into the Ministry, though. At least that's what I've come to understand." Percy sighed before pulling his younger siblings into a hug. "I do. But doesn't that mean that you'll have to claim not to get along with us to get anywhere like you've been studying for?" questioned Ron. Harry watched as stoic Percy, teaspoon of empathy Ron, and tough Ginny's eyes started tearing as Percy nodded as he hugged them. "I know I'm not the sibling you guys are closest to, and I hope the twins are able to keep doing as they have and be able to fill my shoes and protect you guys. I hope this works. At the same time, I love you guys. And we're all going to hurt if this works. However, at the same time, I want Weasley to once again be a powerful name as it once was, as it is out of country like my brothers have done. The twins' plan will reach the common people, other people like us, but that won't touch the lords and ladies in the Wizengamot. I hope to be able to reach out a year after I start." Harry nodded. He understood hiding to find his way around. After all, wasn't that what he did in first year, and every year since then as he was trying to get ahead of the threat of the year at school? "Harry?" questioned a betrayed-sounding Hermione, his other friends looking the same across from him. Percy, however, was looking at him expectantly. It's what we do, isn't it? Like with finding out answers in second year, right guys? Just a different application, a lot longer, and Percy is going to have keepsakes from us to remember us by, like I have of my parents, otherwise I will. D'an't have remembered them after all the years at the Dursleys. He's going to have to act like Crabbe or Goyle, only a lot longer than an hour. We may have to cut communication for the ruse to work for the first year. Especially if he has visitors randomly, but we have to provide him something so he doesn't become the mask. Got it. Ron, it's like moving the queen or bishop in the background so she can hit with the most effective move that you keep hitting me with, but because I am focusing on not ending the game with losing because of the others you're playing, I'm not focusing on the queen Beck. Its moves have not seemed important or disconnected with what was going on in front of me. Percy nodded his head. I never thought that you would understand what I am doing, as I thought you were as Gryffindor as my youngest brother. But I can see I was wrong. I thought that you just charged head first into danger, but if you're having to sneak around for information to avoid trouble or solve it because the adults are ignoring what can kill people like the last 3 years, then there is no way it is your fault. It's Dumbledore's and the other adults in charge's fault for being too competent or being too busy and not asking for help. Dumbledore's fault, gasped an incredulous Harry. Tell me, Harry, was there often times that you wondered how Dumbledore was blind to the problems Hat was visible to you and the rest of the school, if not Gryffindor? Why he left when it was prime time for a theft, or why he didn't close the school when people were being turned into statues? He waited a long time before he took down Grindelwald, after the former Dark Lord took down some of Dumbledore's best protégés, so it's not a new problem. Why he lets history class die? Why he doesn't in Snape in when the man is hardest on Dumbledore's oldest house? Have you ever let yourself ask those questions? I'm not allowed to ask questions. Harry's reply was quiet, near whispered, sobbing. As Percy's words hit places where he was already sore and had been trying to hide the damage his doubts had been making to his first seeming caring figure he could look up to since the man had looked at him kindly in the Great Hall since the first time he had seen the headmaster. While the rest of the room looked dumbfounded at Harry's reply, Ron looked understanding. He had gone with the twins' rescue Harry at the beginning of second year and had a glimpse of what Harry had escaped this summer, and had lived with for most of his life. Oi, mate, I hope you recognized I'm not a Dursley, neither is Hogwarts. Those rules from that house prison don't apply anymore. Percy looked at his little brother, mouthing, house prison. Ron looked back and answered aloud, despite what the adults believe. I know that room wasn't set up for your protection. They didn't see you when we got you out, nor did they have to play tug of war with you with that fat muggle of an uncle of yours. Mom hadn't seen you before. So I understand her not seeing a difference between how you were at the end of first and when we got you. The twins don't believe that either. The bars are still in Dad's shop. Percy just shook his head in disbelief. That's awful. I know Mom can be so naive and believe authorities sometimes, but then I get reminded. Ron just shook his head at his brother, who had done that in the past. Percy just narrowed his eyebrows at his brother before sighing and saying, yeah, I'm one as well. Hermione, looking for a way to break the tension, piped up, so we have to make things for Percy to remember us with. The rest of the afternoon was a lot more light-hearted, especially once things were explained to the twins. Yin and yang, dark and light, army and law enforcement. For years, the magical world of Great Britain had fallen along these lines, and no side had tried to erase each other, but at one point that had changed. The light side had decided that the army that had defended its shores for generations was unnecessary. True, being a dark wizard when Grindelwald was around could see you being looked at like you were trying to take over like the former ally of Dumbledore's had. But then the light side started taking their ideals and taking them further. Not to say that many of the personal beliefs of some of the lords of the time had some nasty habits and beliefs. But those beliefs weren't limited to only dark wizards. Many traditionally light wizarding families held the same beliefs, but went about them in a more socially acceptable manner in public. They could be as ruthless behind closed doors, even if they carefully avoided dark magic. Cleaning spells could harm as much as some torture spells if you put enough oomph behind it. A household cutting charm for tough fabric could cut through skin and muscle, even if they were able to be healed in such a way that they didn't scar. In Lucius Malfoy's very determined mind, dark magic was more honest. Cuts with it left scars that left no doubt whatsoever what happened. The three unforgivables that the Ministry recognized were so because one had to be emotionally and determinedly honest to you. Say them as they were meant to on a human being. That is why they were unforgivable. You needed a clear will and desire for that to happen on your victim for it to work. Looking back at his family's recent history, and Ali's history, Lord Voldemort had been trying single-handedly to prove to the British wizarding public that their army couldn't be shoved aside. It was a military-based protest. It was smart, how Voldemort, even while the man wasn't the best morally or mentally, waited a generation after Grindelwald to become active once again. To see if some intervention was going to be necessary was smarter than just jumping in. However, the light wasn't letting the public balance out, though maybe there were a few things changed that needed to be. Lucius winced. He hated thinking that the side he was opposing at the moment was right in some way, but at times like now, he could see it. His father hadn't been a saint, no matter what he pretended, and neither had Lord Black been, thinking of the whole mess with Nagini and Clarence, the wizarding boy Lord Black had abandoned in the colonies, and left him with a traumatized mother, which had resulted in the boy becoming an obscurial and dying at the man's feet. Not fun things to think about. Voldemort's revolution was no longer going to work as the man intended. Perhaps it was easier to see with being witness to him being re-embodied and then defeated again to admit that. However, Potter's power was immense. With the little he knew of the prophecy, he was destined to become Lord Voldemort's equal, and that was why he was able to keep defeating him. He might have to defeat the man 7 times, the most magical number, for it to stick, but if what he remembered was correct, and he might double-check his memory with Severus, it didn't demand that Harry would be light. In fact, equal usually meant the same as, like with x equals 4, where x is 4. If that was correct, then he had work to do if the inner workings of the Dark Army wasn't thrown in total disarray with the new leadership. In fact, was the prophesized new leadership aware that he was to become the new leadership? Okay, what to do? He was a general, he knew how to strategize. And it was going to be his doing to see that things ran smoothly besides the stumbling in the unknown that Potter was known for doing. He was going to have to get his son involved, and that was going to take some doing with the very intense rivalry the two boys were having at the moment. He often wished his son was not as prone to boasting and malicious verbal poking of others as he was. Now, once again, he was resigned to trying to rein his son in again, but what he told his son be kept quiet. He knew his son as a preteen could hardly hold a secret unless he could get something for it, and he knew that while better now. It was still sometimes wise not to let his son in on things. However, with this, he might have to, but he'd have to tell his boy not to tell others, or there was a good possibility of him sticking his foot in his mouth while blurting it. He needed it be more believable to approach Potter. Would a different approach work better? He had heard that the Weasley that had recently graduated was trying to get into a good ministry position. He'd seen the guy applying to work as an assistant with Fudge. Maybe he should help the guy get the position even though it was higher than most of the Malfoy lords had previously because of visible Fudge was. Talk to Weasley, start to soften the ridge that had formed years ago between the families, and maybe Weasley could talk to Potter. If he could tell the guy it was fine to still be in contact with his family, he had no doubts that the Weasleys' known involvement with Dumbledore and the light side might have Weasley say parroting from his family even temporarily for Fudge to give him the position. He went to his room, where his wife was reading in one of the soft chairs by the window. "My wife, I have noticed something. I missed about the prophecy about Potter and the Dark Lord." "Oh," she questioned as she glanced up from her book, marking her spot temporarily. "So, I think I know where our Lord has been going wrong. And I think that we should have Potter replace our Lord as our Lord. It says that Potter is marked as his equal after all. And because of that, you're starting to wonder if we've been looking at the prophecy wrong. Okay, if you're right, tell me what you would do about it, and I'll try to poke holes like normal." "Thank you, Narcissa." Now, the rest of the evening was them doing exact why that before they got tired of politics for the evening. A small blonde, tall, well-dressed family were having a last-minute discussion before heading to the platform for the train in the entryway of their well-established home. "Draco, do you have the letter?" "Yes, father. Is your luggage on you?" Draco stuck his hand in his pocket, finding what he was looking for, pulling it out to make sure, and stuck it back in his pocket. Yes, Mother. What have I said to you about how to act this year? Remember that you have been the one antagonizing so far, and grow up, and try to be civil. We are to try to bridge a gap with Potter. Especially with how the end of the year went. Apologize, but don't dishonor yourself beyond what you have already. Potter may not be as light now as he used to be. And to sound out his ideas and see where he is, Draco recited. Lucius gave a quick smile at the way that his son quoted what apparently had been told him multiple times in the last 2 weeks. And make more friends in Slytherin. If you can. Making overtures will be expected, especially with how the end of last was. Ravenclaw would also not be a bad place, if you think that they would be discreet. All right. Hug before we have to be swarmed with people. Draco stepped forward into his mother's arms for a quick hug, before doing the same with his father. Lucius Malfoy then turned towards the fireplace. Grabbed a handful of flow powder, shouted, "Platform 9 3/4, stepping into the fireplace after it turned green, and disappearing. His family followed behind him. The last 2 weeks had been hectic for all at the Burrow. The books were packed away after being declared safe, parchments of homework were found, inkwells, quills, and all the rest of the stationery and the various school supply odds and ends, as well as potion ingredients, were packed neatly into luggage. Mountains of laundry had been done, including what had been gathered from Grimmauld Place, and everyone was happy to have to avoid all the extra cleaning and extra layers of protective equipment just dealing with making sure that they weren't poisoning themselves. It had been hot and sweaty and time-consuming. But they were happy that they were done with that. Hermione had been exclaiming over a very old parchment that she had read, as it was of the very old ways of practicing seasonal rituals and why they were outlawed. Hermione and the rest that she told it to were very happy that the human sacrifice had been banned several hundred years ago in Wizarding Britain. It had seemed to have fallen out of practice way before most of Wizarding Britain went into hiding, and the statute of secrecy was real. Hermione was wondering if the practice was mostly associated with a different pantheon of gods. What was normally thought of that they did that in worship too. Harry, who had read through a more modern book with Hermione so that Hermione wasn't constantly turning pages and trying to roll a scroll up and down at the same time, didn't really care why it changed, but the fact it did, like most hearing about it. Harry could safely say, from glancing over some of the really old stuff from the Black Place, that he was kind of interested, and also really not interested and grossed out over some of the stuff. Even some things in the Book of Magical Buildings had been gross, but he guessed the was a reason that some houses started eating. Apparently that is what happened when not enough magic happened in a house. Some people started feeding their houses in case of a known time of abandonment. Apparently stored magic or magical artifacts could help with that. He guessed that explained the multiple magical things at Grimmauld Place. Walburga might have been a harpy, but she may have IED to keep enough stuff in the house for it to survive over 10 years without an inhabitant, or enough habitants. Harry didn't know the baseline level needed to support the house's wards and enchantments, so he couldn't really guess in all reality. Percy had excitedly told the family that he was hired to work for the ministry as a secretary for the minister in the previous week. The family had then the newly independent young man a bunch of gifts to help him out and to remember them by. Colin Creevey had been asked to take pictures of them for Percy, and he did it excitedly. Harry had paid him 11 sickles for them, and Molly had given the boy a bunch of baked goodies to take home. After that, Percy had a few pictures, some letters from his family with one letter each from Hermione and Harry, and a few joke products from the twins to take with him, besides housewares, clothing, books, and a small bit of furniture that he moved into the apartment. That had been a day in itself. Y started his job the same day as the younger siblings boarded the train, so the day before, he had dropped by just to say goodbye for now. He wasn't going to see them for a while, starting today. RRY had gotten to know the third brother a bit better in the last few weeks as the younger siblings took extra time to just hang out with Percy. He could honestly say that he was now going to miss him. Harry had just sent a letter off to Cedric, who was starting his job today too, and would keep Hedwig out of the train for the day. His owl could honestly get to Hogwarts within the same day. Then it was time to flow to the platform. And it was hectic as much as it was organized, getting that many people through one fireplace to a platform. All luggage had lightning charms on them, and were easily carried in one hand as they stood. Chaos of people. Countless goodbyes all over the platform. Students climbing onto the train. Harry was just thankful to be away from most of the people once he climbed into a mostly empty train cabin. It only held a shorter medium blonde girl, who was reading a magazine upside down. "Hello, I'm Harry. Hello, I'm Luna. Most people call me Loony. That's not nice. No, but it's become a regular thing that I get called now. That's still not nice. I know how that feels, so I hope it changes for you. I won't call you that. Thank you, Harry Potter. You're welcome." Neville popped in after that, and was excited about his new cactus, but apparently picked up on Harry's desire for quiet, despite him saying he didn't mind. Harry asked him what he was thinking of reading, and they had a short conversation about that, but it quickly died down in favor of their books. With that, the people in the apartment started to read. Several minutes later, Hermione and Ron popped in. After some quick greetings, they too fell silent, Ron taking the time to look over his Quidditch book of plays, and Hermione pulling out her new large book that she was doing some light reading in. Harry thought she was thankful for the extra lightning spell to make it lighter so she could hold the monster of a book to read it. After the snack cart came by, Harry realized that Malfoy hadn't been by yet. "I'm sure the Git's going to be by. He's got most of the day yet." True. With that, bird sound was heard in the room, and Fawkes landed on Harry's shoulder. Hi?" Harry questioned, as he raised his head to look at the bird that had decided that he must preen on Harry's shoulder. Fawkes just kept going with his preening, though he started to alternate between Harry's hair and his own feathers. Once done with his task, Fawkes sang. Those in the cabin smiled and Harry felt lighter, like it would all work out despite what would happen today. Fawkes flamed away immediately afterward, but still, the affect on those in the cabin didn't die off for some time. During that time, Malfoy came. "Hey." Harry looked quietly at Malfoy. "Hello, how are you? You're late." "Late? You usually bug me before the snack cart comes by." "Oh, stuff from the end of last." "You know," he directed at Harry. "I do. What's your thoughts then?" challenged Harry. "I came to apologize. This rivalry has gone longer than it probably should have, and there are more important things than that, like you yelled at me on the train after school ended." "Apology accepted. Same here. You were good competition while it lasted." "Oh, I hope to continue some of the competition," challenged Draco Malfoy back. "Oh good," said Harry, "otherwise Quidditch just got boring. And potions." The others in the apartment made a face, with Harry following a minute later. "No, I take it back. For that to happen, Snape would need a personality transplant." Hermione perked up. "Say, what would it take for you to give Harry potions help?" Draco perked up to that. "Well, it wouldn't be free." Ron huffed. "We know that. You're in Slytherin. Friendship wouldn't cut it." Draco hummed. "Well, I can't think of something right now, but I will come up with something." Harry looked at Ron and back at Draco. "Just make it something I could afford." Draco sighed. "Oh, well, at least I know it won't be a new broom." Neville, who had been sitting quietly beside Hermione and the wall at this point, accidentally touched the spines of his cactus, spraying the entire compartment with stinky sap. "Neville," came Ron's whiny voice. Hermione, who had learned the basic cleaning charm before first year, quickly started setting the space to rights in front of Harry. Harry cleaned his glasses. By the time his glasses and clothes were free of sap, Hermione had the place to rights, and was frustratedly tying back her hair in an effort to keep the sappy hair out of her face. Sorry, stuttered Neville. "It got on the letter." "You idiot," growled Draco Malfoy, cleaning it off by hand. "Thanks but no thanks, Hermione, sometimes Dad charms letters to be read only by specific people, and I don't want to be the one to get in trouble because of a spell reaction I didn't think of." "Oh, all right," said Hermione. "Well, as much as it was nice chatting with you, I have to go back to the others before they start looking for me." "Smart," stated Luna. Draco nodded. "See you at school." "Goodbye." He left. There was a change in the air. It wasn't what people were expecting, but many saw it as good change. Malfoy and Potter weren't fighting as much anymore. Not to say that there were no fights anymore, as that would have been impossible with the high energy that the 6 children had put into maintaining the whole thing. However, it did mean that they made up within the day. It also meant that information was crossing lines. The main contenders started sharing information. Worse, as they were the main antagonists of their year, besides the general gossip and paper, their classmates were also getting into it. At first people thought that Potter had switched sides, but when the rest of the Weasleys and Longbottom as well as Zabini and both Greengrass girls joined in, doubts started on that assumption. After all, weren't Weasleys aggressively light supporting and the Greengrass family aggressively neutral? Maybe the Malfoy family was taking a more neutral stand now. Either way, it opened the way for more interactions when there was nothing of significant gossip-worthy content able to be shared for people to start associating. There was a new defense professor, the senior undersecretary of Minister Fudge. As it seemed that all the excitement of each year happened around the Dada professor. Harry and his close friends were already keeping an eye on her. Besides making a threatening-sounding speech about making the school experience more bland, what else do you call pruning practices that should be pruned? She seemed to be giving the other teachers headaches by interfering in their classes. She also handed out lots of detentions. Hermione suggested that the only way that she could be doing that was to be using a time turner in order to have the time to mark, unless she was giving each person the same grade all the time. Either way, she was already on their radar for trouble. Severus Snape decided that this year was going to be horrible. It seemed the most reasonable teachers since Harry Potter started caused the most problem. Remus Lupin, who was a well-trained teacher that taught well, ended up almost biting him if not worse at the end of the year, and almost lost his soul to Dementors as well. Mad-Eye Moody, who was an ex-Auror and friend of the headmaster, ended up being a hidden Death Eater that was trying to kill Potter, so he was once again forced to step in to save Potter's life, and also succeeded in getting Potter to portkey to the location of the Dark Lord. Quirinus Quirrell, who was the former Muggle studies teacher but had gone on a personal leave and come back to teach Dada, had ended up being the host of the Dark Lord and trying to kill Potter multiple times that year. Severus also realized it was the year he ended up threatening the Dark Lord multiple times and aggressively keeping him away from the stone, though he did end up failing eventually. The one fop who ended up teaching, Lockhart, only ended up being part of the mess of the year as an aside that quickly neutralized himself as a threat. With a ministry employee who had managed to get into some sort of higher status, there was no way that this was not going to end up worse with him and the Dada teacher in the thick of it. At first, he thought that the lack of fighting between the two trios in Harry's year was good news. He had come across them leaving their little get-togethers, and hadn't really wanted to bother with it. However, with Potter's ability to end up in the thick of it as well, he decided that meant that he should try to see what was going on, since his snakes were there as well. It was worse than he thought. So Draco, going on to the former topic, has your dad talked ever about what was going on in the end with Voldemort? From what I've seen, he's not quite sane, but some of his targets that we've heard of were all strategically sound. What are your thoughts about that? Yeah, he's got to have done some really bad stuff if none of the former crowd are still unwilling to talk about him. However, did you know that the, setup of the dark side was around before Voldemort was around? He just led them, but most of the organizational structure of the Dark families stayed the same. Ron spoke up, so he was utilizing others' strategies then. If he had any idea that he was going around the bend, that would have been smart. Hermione nodded. I mean, he avoided the pitfall in fairy tales where the evil queen orders the huntsman to kill the princess. But the huntsman has the princess hide and hides the fact that she isn't dead to the evil queen, or in some stories, raises her himself. Harry wasn't raised by you guys, so he avoided that. But ended up blown up again. Astoria thought out loud, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves and Oedipus both have that, and there's got to be others that I'm not thinking of right now. Hermione added, oh, and the story of Krishna. I heard some of it from the Patel twins. So we've got international context with the idea, so if he traveled at all, it would become a well-known theme in moral tales, so he would know not to do that. Well, I think I know why Voldemort went after my family himself. He's got to have found my family a personal threat. I mean, the other ones I know of are the Bones family, Ron's uncles, and Neville's parents. Draco made a face. Yeah, there were others, but those were some of the big ones. One I have no idea why was Mom's cousin. Regulus just disappeared one day. And all we're sure of is that it was connected to the Dark Lord somehow. I think that is why Mom has never really liked him as long as I've known. I can see that affecting someone's loyalty. Hey, so your family member was just murdered by the leader that you're both following. Faces were made all around the circle. Well, you know our old club was very much in the front lines, but from what we've learned, is that our group leaned heavily into Fidelius' charms. That, and this time round we're fixing the mistake of everyone living in separately. We had a lot of people die alone last time. We haven't the manpower to field large battles, but from what went down, your side isn't either. Yeah, but our side is still living in Azkaban, while your side is dead. Why do we have to have sides? What? Harry Potter. You can't just. No. What are you getting at, Potter? Asked Draco Malfoy above the confusion. Well, you see, we're here, and we're not fighting anymore, at least for now. And, quote, so, do you all know how the Dark Lord and I both died at the end of last year? No. Wait, that happened. Please keep going. Well, Malfoy, you know how your dad took Cedric and I to St. Mungo's, and had to be treated himself. Well, that happened because we fought and we had managed to hunker down with sufficient covering, but since there was so many of us, we took your dad as hostage, which is how he got injured, and as we were leaving with your dad, Voldemort got me with the killing curse again, and somehow I lit us both on fire, but because of how dry it was, it caught the rest on fire rather quickly. Your dad woke up, offered to take us to St. Mungo's, and had to promise us that he wasn't just going to take us hostage himself before we gave him his wand back. And I think you know the rest. So you guys are the reason he wore high collars for such a long time this summer. Yep, and I'm not really sorry about it. Draco grimaced. I guess that's alright. I mean, you were fighting. Yeah, answered Harry, who had decided that this was so awkward he had to fiddle with his shoelaces. This awkwardness was picked up by Hermione, who said, now the point that we were discussing was, well, this time, I once again came back in my body and the Dark Lord burned to death. Since it was 10 years last time before he came back, we'll all be adults if it takes the same amount of time again. I'll be 25, your dad will be in his late 40s if not older, and he's one of the younger ones. Theoretically, we can keep Voldemort dead until all the Death Eaters die of old age. Ron spoke up, yeah, but mate, Voldemort wasn't in Great Britain until the year you started at Hogwarts. What's the likelihood of him staying out of the country that long this time when you're here? I'm guessing not likely. Severus Snape had come across that conversation. He had not listened to the whole thing, and Draco had asked him some questions later with providing him this conversation and others as context, but he had come to some startling knowledge and conclusions. He had scolded the young man, and also given him a muffling spell to use when having those types of conversations so that nobody heard who wasn't supposed to. Either way, he had to do something with that knowledge. Snape was loyal to both sides. In a war, with at least one leader performing legilimency on his followers, he could not show less than loyalty and survive. His first loyalty had been to the dark, after breaking the friendship with Lily. It made him very lonely. But that hadn't kept him from not reaching out to at least one person on both sides towards the end. On the light side, it was Albus Dumbledore. On the dark side, it was Lucius Malfoy, the unheralded tactician of the Dark Army. Of those that survived without going into Azkaban, only 3 did so without following what he designed, and he was one of them. One had recently died, and the other was once again in hiding across the globe. It was because of this loyalty that he went to tell Lord Malfoy what his son was doing with his friends, as well as debating to tell him of the other information he had come across. As well as what information to tell the headmaster. They sat in his office, with cups of Earl Grey sitting on the desk between them on saucers. So, your son has been sharing secrets with Potter. Who has been sharing secrets with your son? Personal secrets, or other secrets? Do you think I would be here if your son was confessing to be sleeping under a quilt? Had Narcissa Soden that he still has a favorite toy from when he was a toddler? No, of course, it's the secrets of each side. Lucius Malfoy sighed. And what are they planning? Apparently, Has decided that if they can keep the Dark Lord from returning for 10 years, your son and the others won't really have to choose sides because by then they'll be adults, and we'll be that much closer to being senile seniors. Aside from the fact that older Not is still very active in his old age, so I don't think that will be an option, but I guess they're being optimistic. I think You're hoping that the ones like the older Not will be out of the fight by then, grumbled Snape. He gave a sigh. There is also the fact that the death of Regulus has also put a damper on Draco's enthusiasm to follow the Dark Lord. Lucius snorted, it put a damper of mine, not to mention the extreme hatred Narcissa has, and look where I was. Didn't it put a damper on yours? Yes, that works. I know that I've thought you a friend, and I think there's some the other way around, otherwise you wouldn't have come here, but now. Lucius had his wand close to hand and didn't doubt that other man's wand was in a similar location, if not in hand with the conversation change. Severus, there is something that I want to share with you, but I have to be sure of your loyalty to the dark side as a whole. Even if you are against the Dark Lord. How can I prove this loyalty? I have learned that though you hate Potter, you have interrupted attempts on his life multiple times. Why is that? Lucius, is friend to friend. Can you hold your tongue? Severus, you know that I can hold my tongue, I've done it multiple times. However, I take it that this is not to be shared. Yes, can you promise me that? Severus, I just shared that my loyalty to the Dark Lord has not all been there since Regulus died, even if I believed both sides of what we were fighting for. You can get me killed with that. I know what was in the papers, and I was there in the cells with you when we were rounded up, and I heard what the guards and the others said. It goes both ways. We're neither of us that loyal to the Dark Lord. Now what is going on? I have an unbreakable vow to at least do the minimum to keep the Potter boy protected. I was trying to save Lily's life for our former friendship's sake, and that was when I started spying. I can imagine not really trusting the Dark Lord to keep her alive after Regulus. That, and she was the mother of one of the boys who could have been subject to the prophecy. But yes, half of my loyalty is to the dark side. If there was a way to keep with the dark side as well as stay loyal without crossing the death zone to protect the boy, it would be my only chance of survival. From what Draco has told me, it is no longer looking impossible. The Dark Lord Voldemort is insane, and we have to act now if we are not to be killed when he dies for the last time. What? The Dark Lord has Horcruxes. Potter was one before he died and resurrected, and he went into shock shortly after leaving the graveyard and blabbered about it. Death told him. This was the 4th time that he had killed him. So I did a bunch of research this summer. If he manages to kill the Dark Lord 7 times, all of us that have the Dark Mark will die then and the Dark Lord will die permanently then too. Both men took a deep breath at that. There is a way out, but it isn't what I would consider the greatest idea ever, and I haven't found anything else. As Potter has killed the Dark Lord 3 times intentionally, besides bouncing the spell once as a baby, he is eligible to claim right of conquest, and claim us instead. No way. Severus. No way. There is no way for me to be able to bow down to Potter. You will have to find a way unless you want your conflicted loyalty to kill you eventually. Are you serious? This is not you being an idiot. Indeed not. I thought. Potter. Oh. His mother would be laughing at me. His father would be yelling at me for daring to think of his son as a Dark Lord, let alone a Dark Wizard. This is the same choice. All of us will have to make who took the mark. This is too big for me to come to terms with all the complications right now. It is huge. For this to work, we would have to teach Potter to be a Dark Wizard and all the social things being part of wizarding high status requires. He has no refinements such as that. You didn't. Yes, but you brought me to something of a standard starting from my first year. This is Potter's 5th. At least Potter and my son are already talking, or else this would be harder than it could be. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Lucy sipped on his tea before continuing on. I suppose there is no way that you have forgotten what part of the prophecy you heard, but the last line you heard could mean something that nobody until now has started planning for. Planning for? Lucius, what are you talking about? Snape grimaced, and there is no way I have forgotten that bit of bad news. Well, you know the last line you heard. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal. What if it meant that he was to be equal to the Dark Lord, as in with the ability to be another Dark Lord? You've got to be joking. No, I'm not. I suppose that this ties in with the ability to give him our loyalty so well. It does. To be honest, that phrase in Potter's Horcrux started my research binge this summer. I don't know what Draco was researching, but he was just as in-depth. And you're trying to sidetrack me. Alright, is there something else you wanted? Actually, yes. I wanted you to check my arithmancy to see if you can find any mistakes. Theo Not and Draco Malfoy looked at each other. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret anything? Yes, I double and triple checked everything. That's impossible. Yet, way more documented cases than just our Potter. So, the Potter family has an actual agreement with death with a capital D. None shall die unless there is an heir, in exchange for the family holding death's cloak. There is one other family with any history with the Peverells or the Gounts, who had the ring. That means that there is an unknown Gaunt running around. Do you think they know? If they're a Gaunt, or if this is something that their family is part of? I don't know. It could be either. If they don't know this, they probably have no idea what's all going on and why in the world are they surviving, like Potter. Gounts were also directly descended from Slytherin. Wait a second, remember second year, when people were calling Potter the heir of Slytherin? Isn't Slytherin something that the Dark Lord was claiming? So, the Dark Lord is the Gaunt. I mean, that would make sense. Only the thing is, we can't look up his parents. What we can do is look to see if any of RF. Amelie from back then had anything to do with the Dark Lord and who his parents are. Back to Potter, once they resurrect so many times, they become a phoenix. There is that reference to that one guy, I don't remember, Falcon Potter. Who died 7 times as man, then rose the 8th time as a bird of fire everlasting. His wife was pregnant at that time, but it seems to be a family secret how the cloak was passed on. Whether the wife was allowed to use it, or whether the child was gifted it after their son was born. To this day, they do not reuse that name. Sorry, I thought that was interesting. The day after Snape's meeting, Harry was starting the day with a small breakfast when he looked up at the head table. He always looked at the head table to check on the faces of the teachers, especially Ali the Dada one, as she seemed to have a grudge against Harry. She was once again dressed in pink, but today had muddy olive decorations, which unfortunately did nothing but accentuate her unfortunate froggy facial features. Large eyes, set wide over a wide but thin mouth on the short face, only interrupted with a wide nose that was probably looked fine on a bird, were peering out at the students underneath her pink-brimmed hat. As she was watching the students, Harry gathered that she was in a bad mood and was looking for someone to give detention with so that she could use her aggression somewhat productively. Snape was in no better mood. He was actually narrowing his brows in his mood, and Harry felt sorry for himself and his classmates at having to be in the room with the man. Snape on a good day was bad enough. Snape on a bad day meant that hardly any of the students would be met with a civil comment. Even the Slytherins were known to be extra careful after being on the bad side of the irritated man once or twice. Today was going to be rough as he had to deal with both teachers today, even if it was for only a single theory period in potions. Madame Umbridge, otherwise known as the Toad, was somewhat of a conundrum. She was definitely a ministry toady, as the things that she took detention for were things like a joking comment on Minister Fudge, a question asked quietly in the halls about changing laws, improperly formatted essays, bad handwriting, and saying anything the minister didn't believe, such as Voldemort being an active threat, or that any of the students would need to defend themselves, no matter the evidence in the contrary. Currently, the detentions mainly consisted of writing lines with a normal pen, but she had made comments about trying to get in her special pens. She seemed to think that any abuse of authority by her was fine, but not if done by others. She had been going after Snape because of that, but also Flitwick and Hagrid and all the rest of the staff anyone could see was a bit different. In that regards, she was going against people like herself, as she herself was different looking. It was the pot calling the kettle black. Harry rubbed his hand through his hair as he walked down the hall. He had just left the headmaster's office. The headmaster had called him up to tell him something that had seriously disturbed Harry. He didn't tell him much. But from what he had told him, there were a few conclusions that could be drawn. 1. Not only Voldemort, but also Dumbledore, and presumably Snape, for he was teaching the lessons. Could enter Harry's head at any time they looked at him if they wanted to, for how could Dumbledore know that he wasn't practicing occlumency if he hadn't tried reading his mind? 2. Voldemort was linked to him somehow by his head, and therefore didn't need to be in front of Harry to read his mind. 3. Dumbledore was afraid of that link, and that is why he is having Snape teach the lessons. Snape, whose mood was sourer than ever, was going to teach Harry how to block people from reading his mind. To Harry, that meant that he was going to have Snape, with his bad mood, in his mind a lot. However, he had no idea what occlumency was, and his first lesson was that evening. That meant that it was time to recruit help, because he wasn't sure if he would survive otherwise. In other words, it was time to raid the library with Hermione. Harry sighed. It would be more studying on top of his already large load, because it was 5th year, and that meant owls. At least, he hoped, it meant that there would be another skill for him to survive the end of the year problems. He just hated the thought though, of studying more when he wanted to put his warm clothes on and go for a flight. Either way, he had another class he had to go to and study for. Harry reached the door to Gryffindor Tower, gave the password somewhat distractedly, and walked in. And stumbled into Ron, which resulted in Harry crashing into the floor. "Hey, mate, you all right?" questioned the taller boy, who had quickly found something to hold onto, a survival tactic found among those with large families in crowded houses. "Yeah, Ron, I'm fine." "Yeah, right, I'm not the one on the floor because he walked right into me without seeing me. Let's get Hermione, and meet up then." Harry stood up quickly, and gathered his stuff, groaned, "Fine. I was going to find Hermione anyways." "Good, because she's better at this feeling stuff. And at finding things in the library." Ron looked at his friend as they moved to find their curly-haired friend. He took a deep breath at the flat stare that Harry was giving him. "You've got to be kidding me. I mean, I know we're in October, but again." "Again," Harry said seriously, while nodding his head. "Okay, mate, we'll find Hermione, and then you'll tell us what's all going on, all right?" "Okay." That conversation with Hermione devolved into a heavily emotional rant about privacy and white people's thoughts should be kept to themselves, and if this is a thing, why haven't they heard anything about this before? You know, that is an invasion of privacy which is wrong on so many levels. And Snape is teaching me. Quote. That statement threw Hermione into an angry stewing ball of silence. Finally, she gave a big sigh, and said, "You know, that means that he isn't going to star. Easy, and we're going to have to find at least a book that gives a basic outline so we don't start from ground zero, because, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to take this as seriously as possible as well. Since he is the teacher, he's going to want that, and I really want to learn this." "Same here," said Harry, who had been getting annoying dreams from Voldemort before he died again at the end of 4th year. With that, they entered the library. When Harry went to Professor Snape's office that evening, he left a few minutes early. The three of them had gone over what they knew of the surly professor and found that Professor Snape was huge on being shown respect. The consensus was, as worded by Ron, "Even if we know the Git may not have earned it from us, we are going to need to respect that he is going to put in the effort of having you there. Teaching you, that will depend on the effort you show, and how he perceives it. So being early in all that will be necessary for being taught." He got there a few minutes early, and Snape opened the door when he arrived. "Potter, nice to see that you can be early for once." "Yes, sir," nodded Harry at Snape. "Come in," said the scowling man, which Harry obeyed. The dark-clad professor closed the door as Harry sat in the chair in front of the man's desk. "Now, you have been told that I am to teach you occlumency. I will not want to waste any time about it. But I should ask what you know. I have read the basic description from a wizarding encyclopedia and the beginning chapter of a book about mind arts. That is not enough. You are going to read that book by this time next week. First off, do you know what is one requirement about teaching occlumency that I am sure we do not meet is that you and I have to trust each other? Second, do you know what clearing your mind is?" "No, sir. Could you please tell me?" Asking politely, "This must mean something to you," muttered Snape, reaching behind him for one of the books on the few shelves of books beside his desk. "Because I cannot teach you without you having a basic idea of what meditation is. You are going to read this book for the next hour and then I won't see X inches on what is meditation and what is clearing your mind. He handed the book over. Treat that nicely. It is not yours. Yes, sir. Snape pulled out what looked to be a pile of marking from one of the drawers, a bottle of red ink, and a quill, and set to marking as Harry sat in the chair in front of him reading. So Harry, what did you learn? Apparently we have to learn meditation first. He had me read an introduction to meditation and he assigned me a short essay on what I read to be handed into him at potions tomorrow. Otherwise, we have to finish the book on the mind arts that we found. So, we have to start that right away. What else? Apparently, we have to be in a place where we trust the person teaching us. I know that this is going to be an issue with who is teaching, but apparently it's necessary. So, we have a place to start. Let's get going, because we have homework, peoples. Snape ducked his head into the green glowing fireplace for the call. Is teaching Potter this year as bad as normal? Quote, somehow he has come to the conclusion that this is something that he cannot slack on. It may be his intuition that whatever new challenge shows up in October, it is necessary to survive the end of the year, for he went at it with the same single-mindedness as his little mysteries each year. I recall your multiple rants on how you wish he would take his CL as seriously as getting involved at the year end. Do you think it would be possible to supplement his reading in another subject? It would depend. I was thinking on getting him to read the his Tories of Our Nation Beyond the Goblin Wars, and maybe some laws or things along that nature. Maybe even that book I found the reference to the conquest principle in. I will see if he is that reliable with the books I give him. Because he is not Granger, despite the insistence of the two to follow each other around. See that you do and let me know. He has to learn of this, Snape. Our survival depends on this. Snape curtly nodded before he withdrew. Halloween Day. The day that Harry had come to dread at Hogwarts. It dawned red, and Harry groaned, for now he was probably going to be stuck inside because of the weather on top of whatever was going to happen on Halloween. He didn't notice anything. However, that doesn't mean nothing happened. A snake with an unsavory passenger snuck in. Oh, the castle grounds amid the thunder and lightning outside. Breakfast. School. Lunch. School. Supper. Sometimes Quidditch practice. Sometimes occlumency and meditation. Harry was bored of school this year. There didn't seem to be anything exciting happening this year. Yes, Draco and some of his friends were friendly this year, but it also meant that fighting Draco was not at the same level now as it used to be. There was more emotional hurt when they started fighting now for real than previous, and so they started doing less of that as well. This was 5th year, with the first of the ministry exams this year, which meant that there was less slacking off in some subjects as previous. However, it also meant that he and his friends and others quickly went into a rhythm that was anything but exciting. Occlumency lessons had become harder. Snape was pushing into his mind now, and he was learning how hard it was to actually push someone out of his mind. He thought it was kind of like a game, in which you try to keep your thoughts out of the reach of the invading person by focusing on the feeling of being blankly in the moment. However, that was hard when there were negative emotions associated with Snape. And so Snape ended up seeing lots of his memories about potions class and complaining in the common room. It was embarrassing, knowing that Snape was able to watch him complaining about how his potions class had gone or about chopping certain ingredients or losing his spot in the process. He disliked that. Meeting up with Malfoy and friends had become somewhat relaxing now, and ended up with them sharing things that someone had missed with a teacher or not. They had added Dean and Neville from Gryffindor, and Luna and Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Neville had wanted to see Malfoy at his more pleasant. Dean just followed. Harry had invited her along one day when she was looking particularly lonely. Cho had come soon after. Harry, huh? Oh, sorry, I was getting bored. It's not like it was obvious, said one of the Slytherins. Harry could tell them apart, but not necessarily remember their names. Sorry, it's just we normally have something we have. Noticed as wrong that usually ends up with us defending ourselves against by this time of year, and while I started some extra lessons with Snape, there's no real sense of danger yet. That's unusual, and it normally keeps me distracted from how boring school actually is. Poor Harry. School isn't supposed to be dangerous, laughed Draco. The Gryffindors looked at each other. Nah, said Harry. I've always been in some level of danger at school before, even if I didn't know what it was yet. Hermione looked at her friend. Well, I guess we get to have a quieter year. I haven't had one since I started Hogwarts. Some not-so-dangerous excitement would be nice for a change, sighed Ron, if it's not constant. Don't let your twin brothers hear you, stated Hermione, or they might take that as a challenge. It is nice. Sighed Neville. You haven't really been part of it, laughed Harry. No, but they all affected me, whether having to deal with my worst memories and having to sleep in the Great Hall once. Waking up to see a man standing over Ron's bed, having Hermione petrify me. You understand what I mean. I get it, said Draco. I wonder how many times, looking back, I put myself in danger just to taunt Potter. We may never know, came the answer. So Dumbledore has been having Snape teach me occlumency. I've been sharing what I can with Ron and Hermione, said Harry. Do you guys know how? I had to learn it before Hogwarts. Me too. I learned it last summer. What's that? If you want to learn, Dean, we can share my notes with you. Sounds interesting. Remind me when we get back to the dorm. Sure. Hedwig dived and grabbed the mouse with her talons. As she flew up, she noticed the snake. It was a small green snake, non-poisonous, definitely. Within the range of the size of her prey. She was flying in the wrong direction to catch it this time though. Maybe next time she was wanting a bite to eat, she would eat it. Another day, another zone where Harry was reading about spells instead of practicing them. Questions. Hermione raised her hand. Yes, ma'am. When are we going to get to practice the spells in our books? Oh, I think the last week. However, I do know that the majority of class time will be reading our books. Ma'am, are you sure that is enough time to learn them? Of course. It's not like you'll be heading out of this class to fight monsters when you can just call the DMLE. You should know enough to survive before help arrives. Now continue reading. Hermione even knew that if someone was as oblivious to that there was hardly any way to convince them without putting them in a dangerous situations by now. They had learned that lesson the hard way in third year and again in the end of fourth, when Crouch Jr. was kissed on the school grounds. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They knew that while they might be some of the better at practical spells, many, including Ron, were not. There was no way that Ron could pass or Hermione could get outstanding without practice. Add to that the careers that the three of them wanted to do required good marks. And Voldemort constantly gunning after Harry. Harry didn't know how he would continue to survive just with that. After class, they pulled aside. Who do you think would help with this? Well, has Headmaster Dumbledore called you to his office yet? Just to tell me about occlumency, and I got the feeling he didn't want me around. We need to tell somebody, though. It's not like we can teach the class in reality. What if someone messes up? What if we don't teach it right? We're supposed to be learning these ourselves, so it's not like we can teach blind. Is there anyone who we know would be able to tell if we did them right or not? Hermione brightened. Someone like a circuit dueler, maybe. Isn't Professor Flitwick one? Do you think he has time? He has to be head of house to Ravenclaw and teaches charms. We could ask. We don't know unless we ask. Okay. Harry and Hermione's attempt to go tell a teacher was ambushed by their friends. Ron and Draco, even in their argumentative frenemy way, had noticed Harry and Hermione disappearing. And had decided to intercept them. With those two plus Goyle and Vincent, Draco's ever-faithful shields, they formed a wall of bodies that the two that had walked off to chat. What's up? Are you two dating? Draco Malfoy's ever-present ability to make light of a situation was just illustrated, with a drawl on the last word to make the two victims more embarrassed than with it than as it was. Harry looked at Hermione, and said, "Not as far as I know." Hermione shook her head. Ron asked, "This is not normal for you to leave me out of things. Nowadays, you're normally just as willing to talk to the larger group. What's up then?" Hermione shook her head. "I don't know. I guess I just felt impatient to talk and didn't want Umbridge to learn of it. It's not like she is being a total villain so far," muttered Draco, "and despite the lack of practical, at least it's better than Lockhart. I mean, even if it's dry and boring, it's an actual book that could be used for Dada. She hasn't been spying on us so far." "Yes," said Hermione, "but she's the Dada teacher. They always end up being a danger to Harry somehow. So far you may be right, but maybe she's an exception," asked one of the larger Slytherin duo. Ron shrugged, who knows? Maybe the fact she's not going to give us much practical is going to be the issue with her. In that case, we have time. Exactly, we have some time, Ron. But we already have less time than the usual school year to get the practical in. It might mean more stuff that we can't learn, and that means that there will be things that we will not do well in on the tests. This is the OWL year, Ron. There will be students that will leave after this and not get another chance at learning this in a structured environment. The Newt students. Hermione groaned in despair at the end of that rant. Harry, quickly taking advantage of the breath of air she was taking, said, "We were planning on telling a teacher so that they could teach us that part, weren't we?" "Oh, right," was Hermione's sigh of relief. "Which teacher?" asked Draco. "If I'm remembering the rules right, we may need to. And if I were a teacher, I would want to go ask another teacher if they had heard of something if it was something about another person's teaching." "You have a point," said Harry. "I'm not normally believed. We were thinking of Professor Flitwick. Because he has dueling experience," said Hermione. "Can you think of anyone else?" "It's known among the Slytherins that Professor Snape is good with a wand," suggested Draco. "I know he NDS to avoid anyone outside of Slytherin, so what if we went and complained to him and tell him to check bases with Flitwick?" "Thanks, man," said a relieved Ron, shoulders slouching dramatically. "I don't want to see him much any extra." "Yeah, thank you, Draco, Goyle, Vince," stated Harry, nodding his head at them. "Hey, aren't we supposed to be resting for astronomy tonight? We should tell them now. So we can get our nap in so we're not tired tomorrow." The short professor was concerned about the lack of practical for Dada when he heard about it. When the three Gryffindors asked about him teaching the students practical, he agreed to do it during the weekend. "Weekdays are too busy for me, as head of house for Ravenclaw as well as teaching charms. With Severus, we might be able to pull it off for all grades. But we'd have to see. I can see doing this for 4th through 7th, but we may not be able to teach the younger ones without involving other teachers," calmly assured Professor Flitwick. "With how uncertain everything is at the moment, being unable to defend yourselves is going to be a huge risk. That besides your official education levels and ability to independently earn and grow is something that I am not for. I'm glad you asked me before outsourcing your schooling." He was not impressed with cutting out half a curriculum in any subject. It was part of why he was head of house for Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw was not an easy house. Like Slytherin, there was a certain amount of ruthlessness and cunning that was employed in his house. Yes, it was over knowledge, but, like Gryffindor was known to be a light house, but was still a house that turned on its members when a member looked like it didn't portray its house values or was friends with the enemy house, it could be extremely violent. He caught the ones who bullied Luna Lovegood occasionally, but like the other popular victims with known easy weak points, it was hard to catch. Of course, there was the fact that the house as a whole liked quiet study, but that meant that most bullying was done when he wasn't around as he was helping with study. There was a reason that Ravenclaw and Slytherin were easy friends. A dark-clad professor sat behind his desk, looking at the three Slytherins who had come knocking during his office hours in the evening. "You are telling me that our most recent Dada victim I's trouble in that she is not doing any actual teaching, and that practical will only be run through in the last week of classes, marking a full 3 hours for each year to actually try to do any spell she is having you read about. That those 3 hours will be the sole practice time for any years to learn before the exams at the end of the year. You are also asking me to cooperate with Professor Flitwick, either fully in making this request a reality or at least giving advice. That your request is that Professor Flitwick lead the learning of the application of practical Dada spells." Snape folded his hands atop his desk and looked each of the three of them in the eye briefly. "Yes, sir," said Draco respectfully. "I know that this is extra on top of what you have been doing already, but we need the extra help. If Potter and Diggory had to fight last year, what's the likelihood we will have to this year? I think we really need this, Professor." "Yes, you do." Snape sighed. "Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe. I know your fathers and the opposite is true as well. I know what the direction of events in the course of the years has been since Potter has come back to the wizarding world, and I know you will not survive them if you do not know how to both defend and oppose someone trying to kill you in short order. I hope it will wait until after your 7th year, when you have learned all that this school will teach you. But I cannot be sure of it. As for surviving Potter's end-of-year shenanigans, I will try to provide you as much as I can. Now, I will not teach, if I do, for free. I will require assistance. In exchange, in the form of ingredient prep one night each week for the rest of the year from each of you. I will need the help in keeping up. Do you agree? Yes, Professor, I agree. Yes, sir, same. Yes, Professor. When will you let us know? Professor Snape nodded at Crabbe. I will let you know after I meet with Flitwick. You are dismissed. The three left, saying, goodbye, as they did so. What makes a worthy professor? Some may say, the fact they are a professor, as in the position, and there is some truth to that. Some may say that it is the fact that TH. EY are willing to give us the knowledge and put up with us with all our craziness that exists when you put a group of people together in that age group. Those people would be correct as well. However, what really makes a worthy professor, that no one will argue about, is someone who will take the time to teach the students, not just provide information, and provide extra support as they can to those wanting to learn. Not all can help as much as another, and there is a lot that plays into that, but that is what makes one a worthy professor. Harry Potter had never before thought of Professor Snape as a worthy professor. The man was good at potions, yes, but his method of teaching had some things to be desired. He was able to teach potions class, yes, but he was not great at it. Professor Snap. He turned out to be awesome when teaching practical Dada. He actually gave good advice and good references for more information. Hermione had checked some out with Harry and Ron's help, and the referent CES were to books that were heavy with information. They became heavily used resources, and when one group was done with one, another was usually waiting for it. Both Professors Flitwick and Snape had come together to make an actual dueling class come true. It was, because it was only between the two of them, only years 4 through 7. However, it was enough that everyone could see that both of them were very busy. Most days they practiced spells, with once every 8th week being a tournament of sorts between the people in each grade. Both professors were excellent in this, and it became rumor that the reason none of these actually taught the position was because it was cursed and nobody wanted to replace them after 1 year. As warned by Draco, one of his occlumency lessons was moved to earlier in the evening. And he spent the rest of that evening doing ingredient prep or cleaning. Hermione and Ron both had their nights of prep work or cleaning as well. Either way, he would rather be skinning furry fruit or butchering frogs and have practical Dada lessons, than not have them and not being skinning fruit or butchering frogs. Hermione didn't have the same view of Professor Snape as Harry did. Not to say anything bad about her friend, but Harry had a really low view of how a teacher should act compared to how she knew a teacher should act. Hermione often thought that Snape must be right with the same level of teacher that he had gotten used to at home if he mostly complained about the man when Ron wasn't, as he changed his mind on Snape as often as he saw him, the teachers he was used to had got to be pretty bad. However, her friend had confided in her that all the teachers were convinced by the Dursleys that he was a liar, a thief, and a troublemaker, so with Snape. Assuming he was as bad as his dad was right with how she assumed her previous assumptions of his teachers at home was correct. While she had come to class the first day with excitement about learning a new skill from someone who knew his subject, both she and Harry, as well as how many others, had had their hopes squashed over time. She didn't understand how this could be seen as normal compared to the teachers she had had. So many teachers had become her friends. It was because of that, she didn't look at Snape the same way. Hermione had had doubts about the professor teaching Dada because of that. However, Professor Snape had pleasantly surprised her during the first lesson. He and Professor Flitwick provided alternative reading, though they didn't have much of it. However, and she obviously wasn't alone in this, she didn't expect it to last. However, it did. It may have been because Professor Flitwick kept Professor Snape accountable. It could also have been because Professor Snape felt that much more comfortable teaching Dada to kids who could do more easily countered mistakes in this class. It could also have been because the kids were afraid of him because of what they knew he and Flitwick could do. As the two gave examples on an old dressmaker's dummy that they then copied for each group of students to practice on. The spells were harder than the previous year, and Hermione was thankful for the homework. She didn't like the fact that there was now 2 Dada classes she had homework for, but she was obviously learning something with both the homework and the lessons. He was actually teaching. It had been over a month now, and he wasn't changing his type of teaching in Dada, even when he was alone. She hoped it stuck and it started carrying over to potions more. She hoped. Hermione walked into the classroom hall that the two teachers had claimed for their classroom for their class. She had come in with Harry and Ron, Neville most likely coming along with Dean. And Seamus and the Potter twins a couple minutes behind them. The trio, noticing that the class seemed to be gathered to houses again, joined their housemates huddling along the wall. Today, we are going to be doing something a little bit different. We are going to play a game outside. You should all grab your gear, as we will be in the snow. Meet me at the main gate in 20 minutes. Dismissed. The students left in a great rush through the doors, excitedly chattering or moaning over what they guessed the teachers had put up. 20 minutes later, the two professors were opening the gates and the crowd of excited teenagers rushed outside. The professors then led them around the next corner of the castle, and towards the lake shore. Hagrid was waiting for them. I have it all set up, professors. Thank you, Hagrid, grinned Flitwick. Could you get the students' attention? Listen up, shouted Hagrid. It wasn't loud for Hagrid, but it was plenty loud for everyone else to hear and to quiet down again. Thank you, said Flitwick. What we have set up for you is a game of capture the flag. To keep people from needing the school nurse, we will be limiting you to first and second year Dada spells. This is to mainly practice your precision in an active environment, instead of having your inactive target in front of you like inside. Don't get us in trouble, or we won't be able to do this again. Agreements and groans were heard all around. We will be doing 2 games, unless the first one goes very long. First game is Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff vs. Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Econ game is Gryffindor and Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Do you see the log right here? There was a log cut to the very short man's height that the man was tapping. Those that could not see the log spread out to see it. This is going to be the place where the one flag is. There is a matching one 300 feet away towards Hagrid's hut. The goal of the game is to take the handkerchief fro. On top of the log of the other team and bring it over to your side without losing your team's handkerchief. First, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs will start here, and the other 2 houses will form a team on the other side. Then, we will free everybody and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff will switch sides and we will play again unless we have not enough time. I will stay on this side, and Professor Snape will take the first 2 teams to the other flag. Follow me, shouted Professor Snape, as he started to head to the other side. The Gryffindors and Slytherins followed. Hey, how are you? Asked Hermione as she found herself walking beside Draco Malfoy. I am doing good. How are you, Granger? Pretty good. Professor Snape's not been as bad as he is in potions. I would agree. He's less tense. Been a while since we had time to chat. Yeah, I know. I'd rather the extra homework than knowing I wouldn't make it at Owls. I think you'd agree, right? I have been thinking the same. I wonder how much we'll actually team up. Between our houses. Draco chuckled. In previous years, I'd agree. However, this year I think we'd have the best chance of cooperation, if they hadn't started Vingus needing to work together in first year. The rest of the house, however, I would see the cooperation very grudging, if it happened at all. We like competitiveness. Of course. That's winning. It was a lot of fun. Though everyone ended up being a little bit cold. Hedwig was annoyed with the black noisy cloud. She glared at it while she held the dead mouse in her talons. It didn't end up in all her prey. As the snakes had gone into hibernation, which meant that some other animals ended up hosting the black noisy cloud too. She probably didn't mind that she was re-establishing in Vold. More a hatred of owls that stemmed from the first time he spent time as a wraith. At least the black noisy cloud stayed under the trees and wasn't around her boy. Harry, an excited serious black WRA. PPED his godson in a hug as soon as he stepped out of the flow network. How are you doing, pup? I am doing good, grinned Harry, as they stepped to the side to let the others through. So, this year we have Umbridge as a Dada teacher. And she only requests chapter summaries. There is no practical, or there was none, until we asked 2 other professors to teach us this year. Sirius went right F. Or the question that his godson was basically waiting for him to ask, so who is teaching you Dada? Really? It's Professors Flitwick and Snape, and they're doing a good job, Harry announced cheekily. Wounded. exclaimed the hideaway, as he flung himself backwards onto the piece of furniture behind him. His head hit the cushioned seat, and he ended up crumpling up in front of the couch. Despite the overdramatics of it all, he quickly got up to stand in front of Harry again. So, are they really doing a good job? Yes, and guess what? Snape is better with Flitwick at teaching Dada than he is potions. Oh, I could tell you that, huffed Sirius. I'll tell you as I show you to your room. While he did make up some spells as a teenager, he was constantly pointing out places where in the book that the author was treating an ingredient wrong compared to normal. He already as a youngster knew the active parts of each potion ingredient and basic reactions memorized. Lily had been taught some as well. It made potions class very competitive. So I see Grimmauld Place has been completely redone. Yes, I don't suppose you remember, but Hermione was right about something that my relations thought was a hoax. The green did have arsenic in it, and one of the other colors did too. Anyway, the process we did to get the paper off also got my mother off the walls, so we don't have to whisper as we come in anymore. A lot of the old decorations had to be gotten rid of because of the concentration of arsenic that had built up in them. We burnt them. Also, the house is happy now, not Jew. Saint the less disgruntled feeling from shortly after you arrived this summer. You can feel it. Ha ha ha, yes. I've always associated Grimmauld Place with the grumpy feeling from the magic in the walls. And the place is happy for the first time in my memory. Wow, are we decorating for Christmas? Or Yule? We had to get some new decorations, but we are. Creature is even cheerful right now, and he stuck the bunches of holly and fake evergreen branches along all the stairs and hallways. He grinned at Harry's face. Of course, you can help. We got a big tree for the main parlor that needs to be decorated. So I'm rounding up the troops. Sirius bounced around the corner yelling, "Tree time." It was fun. Harry had never before decorated a tree other than at Hogwarts, and it was an experience. There were a few old decorations that were obviously from the Blacks, old porcelain and china pieces that were delicately painted full of stars. There were some from the Weasleys, homemade and bright, that looked very bold next to some of the old ones. Then there were some that were being made today, popcorn strings, orange and gingerbread cookies to help with the scent that were not made for eating. There were candles on the tree, tiny white ones that each of the adults were enchanting before placing so that the tree wouldn't light on fire. Harry could see why this was done as a family household. And it was exactly as he expected it to feel as a little kid feeling left out at the Dursleys. He thought back to Cedric and his library. The older boy couldn't be with him much right now, but they were still sending letters. It just wasn't very often because it was just busy this year and he was still getting used to the fact that there were people within a short distance that wanted to hear from him. There was a paragraph there that went through his mind. People forget that dark magic, the emotional magic, is more than anger and revenge curses. It is the celebration magic, the ombre funeral rites that still are practiced by everyone, even Thanksgiving. Even still, we have a Yule Ball in the government. We say that we are afraid of dark magic, yet we all use it except for fanatics. Unless during wartime, thought Harry, but how many Aurors have to die before civil war is even acknowledged? Anyway, there was Christmas Yule celebration magic. Sirius had introduced the kids to the idea. A tradition in Grimmauld, he said, of writing down what you want the most in the next year and burning it on Christmas Eve. Snape had become aware it was more than just his paranoia just before winter holidays. It was a flash of red eyes that he would see in the undergrowth of the Forbidden Forest as he went to get some of the more common ingredients that he used in potions. The red eyes were surprisingly intelligent, but would disappear in a flash as an owl would come out of the blue. Despite seeing this glimpse something that reminded him of the Dark Lord, he wasn't sure that the wraith was on the school grounds. That changed the day that he saw the owl kill the red-eyed rodent in front of him and a dark wraith poured out of it, streaming towards the woods. NTER holidays brought with it the typical holiday extravagance. It was a time for him to catch up on marking, potion brewing, and actually have a little bit of time to himself. As he had extra marking due to teaching another class. Even if he and Flitwick split the marking, it was still extra work. Snape huffed to himself. It seemed the year was going as it was expected for a Dada teacher. The wit, running it this year seemed more inclined to gossip than to do anything like work most of the time. She was literally a babysitter, making them read the book in hand in chapter summarizations that could even be written during class time while reading. As expected, she was already impacting his teaching life this year. He hoped that she would be able to go back to the ministry at the end of the year. But he wasn't really that optimistic. He could just see the curse on the Dada position not impacting her because she was not really teaching Dada. It was also why Flitwick and he were teaching together. Because he thought of it as filling in, and he didn't want the curse to target him instead. They were only teaching the higher grades, for both ease of teaching and the fact that ALS and NEWTs required that the students know how to cast the spells. The last week of winter break, his fear was renewed. The flash of red eyes that he had been seeing all winter had disappeared from the undergrowth. He snuck out to watch the owls to see if he could see the black wraith appear at all during their hunting, and saw nothing. He hoped the wraith had gone somewhere, but he had a sinking feeling that he knew where the wraith had gone. His thought was that it was hitching a ride on someone, most likely a Dada professor. Dolores Umbridge was exhausted. She had thought her tiredness was within her scope to handle now that she wasn't dealing with politics all the time. She was not the most liked person, and her pushing policies about limiting the non-pureblood wizards and witches had not helped her as much as she had thought when she started politics. She herself was a half-blood, and she had hidden that effectively, at least effectively enough. Her newest undersecretary had had to do something similar and get recommended to Fudge by Lucius Malfoy himself in order for Fudge to agree that a Weasley would be good enough to be an undersecretary. She was missing the energy that new hires had. And Fudge had basically given this to her as a way to recoup. However, this was not really a job to recoup in. Yeah, she had simplified her courses as much as she could to make it easier on herself, but it still was a lot of work. Exhausted as she was, she didn't notice the cloud coming from the dead prey of an owl that flew overhead. "Hello," said a voice from the dark cloud. Instead of paying attention to it, she shooed it away with her hand. "I'm not a figment of your imagination," hummed the cloud. "You're not. I should fan you away then," tiredly stated Madame Umbridge. "Why?" asked the cloud. "I assume. Because the position empties yearly, that you are the Dada professor. I could help you with that." "How?" "I know a lot about defensive magic, and the kids will benefit more from a practical side as well. I suppose it would show the other teachers that I could do my job. And I won't tell other people about the help I gave you." "Fine." Percy was glad for the apartment that he had. It was a well-warded place that reminded him of the recently rewarded burrow. He could afford it because it was partially paid for by anonymous donors. He said anonymous, but he was sure, as well as his dad, that the writings matched that of Lord Malfoy, and his family's adopted little brother, Harry Potter. He could recognize the chicken scratch of his young family friend anywhere AF. Tear seeing it on many pieces of school work. His dad could recognize the Malfoy lords, because with the family feud, it was rather necessary to know that. Anyway, he was being watched a lot in public. He was glad for the exercise in recognizing, avoiding, and appearing normal in front of said watchers from his siblings, older and younger, so he knew of it. Even without that, he knew they were watching him because a couple people were very obvious with watching him how they did it whenever they were around each other. Because of what he and his family were sure of what they were watching for. He and his dad had been very professional with each other when they met. Most of their talking was done either through letters, flow, or the few times that he could catch his dad in his very busy department without any of Percy's co-workers. If Lord Malfoy hadn't sent that letter, he probably wouldn't feel safe talking to his dad at all, and he probably wouldn't have felt as safe as he did without the ability to talk to his dad. He was going to the burrow today for supper and family, as it was Christmas. He had a few small presents that he had been able to make or afford shrunk in his pockets. He grabbed the flow powder, said, "the burrow," and went through the green flames. He landed in his parents' house, with his family and Sirius Black and the two semi-adopted siblings gathered in the dining room. "Welcome home, Percy. You're in time for supper. The tree is in its usual place, you can put any gifts there before you wash your hands." "Oh, I am so glad to see you," gushed his mom. He quickly did so, entering the dining room and finding the empty place between Charlie and Hermione, and slipping in. Charlie side-hugged him when he sat down. "Hi, guys. I am glad to see each of you. No trouble leaving the apartment. No, I have a private flow connection. Awesome. Do you want us to send you some tricks? Or defensive things? Something defensive would be appreciated, if you have something finished. Twins. We have just finished a shield hat. It protects from most spells we know, including jokes, just not the red and green unforgivables. We didn't try those ones, you see. We used gnomes as living targets. His dad nodded his head. We appreciate you using those pests as test subjects instead of your siblings. After supper, and washing up, the P gathered in the living room for gifts and games. It was a lot of fun, and Percy felt included in a way with the younger siblings as he hadn't since he started Hogwarts. He had been too different and known it by then. Sirius's tradition was different, but felt right with Christmas. It was amazing, and he cherished everything he was given, even if he still didn't get people's humor, unless they were exaggerating it so he could get what was going on. He did go home with a shield hat and other things the twins thought he could use. When he got back to the ministry, he was once again placed with organizing completed paperwork and delivering them to the various departments within the building or to the file room. He had proved himself patient with paperwork and his honest work ethic had placed him with many sensitive documents that he treated with the confidentiality that such things required. It wasn't the most glorious of work, but he was already higher in the hierarchy of the minister's office than when he was hired, which was answering the flow and directing them to the correct department. Hours later, he was almost done that stack, and was putting the last papers in the correct file. He stopped for a second to stretch his neck and arms, and headed back to the office. Once there, he saw it was lunch, gathered his stuff, and went to head to the cafeteria. He was interrupted by Lord Lucius Malfoy standing by the doorway stopping him. "Young Weasley, I was wondering if I could count on your habit of honesty to deliver a message for me." "Of course, Lord Malfoy, I just need to get out of the doorway," said Percy. Stepping more into the doorway. He stepped to the side of the doorway, and looked at the man, waiting for the message. The well-dressed blonde Lord Dre a letter out of his inner robe pocket and handed it to Percy Weasley with bare hands. Lucius Malfoy, with a grave face, looked him in the eye and stated, "This letter needs to get to a certain young man with a well-known scar that I know spends time with your younger brother. It is important and time-sensitive. Can you get it to him safely?" Percy took the letter, and when nothing happened, took the letter and put it in his own inner robe pocket. He nodded, and said just as seriously, "I can, sir." Lucius Malfoy flicked a smile at him, before nodding, and walking off. Harry Potter was suspicious. Harry wasn't sure of many things. But he knew when triggered his mental alert that ignoring it would typically cause issues for him. Because of that, he didn't ignore things that triggered his trouble alert. Lately, something was happening and things were odd. Dumbledore was odd, Percy was odd, Snape was being odd, Madame Umbridge was being odd, and even Lucius Malfoy was being odd. It started with Percy actually relaxing with the twins for once, and continued from there with a letter from Lord Lucius Malfoy apologizing to him for the trouble he caused him in second year that he got the next day. As it was written as from Lucius Malfoy's position as a lord, Harry knew it was out of his depth to answer on his own and asked his godfather for the requirements. Padfoot helped with all of it. So he got Hermione to read it in case the tone of the letter was out of line in a way she could tell. She may not know traditional letter forms in the magical world, but as dentists, her parents were rich and she had to learn some muggle ones. She didn't find anything. Padfoot had said laughing, "You can't expect everything I do to be a practical joke, pup, not when I know it could be the difference between you surviving the rest of the year or not." Harry had scrunched his nose at him and said, "I don't know. You've got the same always mischievous look as the twins and you've pulled some this evening." "Yeah, but the twins got you out of the Dursleys' place," chimed in Hermione. "I just don't want him to be pulling a joke on Lord Malfoy when I need to be not funny," said Harry, shrugging. He had also heard the, "You're not serious, I am," joke multiple times in the last few days. "I get it, pup," said Sirius, ruffling Harry's hair. "Well, it's finished, sent off with Percy, and we'd best not worry about it until we hear an answer. Do you want to play chess with me? I am not as good as your friend Ron, but we'll see how good I am since I have been out of Azkaban." Harry thought that to be a good idea, as despite the last hour being a crash course on formal letter writing, he had been enjoying the time spent with his godfather and wanted to have fun with him as well. What was not fun was hearing his godfather get scolded by Dumbledore for the tradition he had taught them. It's been illegal for years. One of the younger Darren boys wished his family dead with it, and magic answered by killing his parents. If it is possible with such a cheerful tradition to kill loving family, then there is something really wrong with it. I refuse to participate in such dark magic, Sirius. And if you continue to teach young Harry such dark magic, I wonder why in the world I am letting you stay near Harry. Is it because you know that if Azkaban could not hold me if I wanted to be near Harry? Then it is best to let me spend some time near my godchild. Dumbledore had huffed and said, "You may have a point. But no more dark magic." Then he had watched Sirius with an eagle-eye foe. The rest of the time he was there that evening so Harry couldn't ask questions. Sirius had answered his curiosity with a sigh after the headmaster had left, and said, "There are some things in this world that the headmaster is willfully blind to. He believes that with a little more effort on the part of the uncared for, the person that was supposed to care will start to care. That is the reason why the Darren parents died. Even though he won't believe it. Trying to get him to help didn't work for me, or my brother, and I don't know how many others. That is the reason he was hesitant in given GU permission to go with the Diggories this past summer, and why he was the same with me when I left for the Potters. There had been someone dressed like a dark shadow that had been passing by at that moment that had paused to listen for a minute, and Harry ended up hearing from Sirius how he and Snape had had an argument over who had had it worse in their school years. Apparently their feud had them both in the wrong eventually. Even if the Gryffindor boys started it with their Slytherin prejudice, and neither were wanting to admit it, even though the argument had made it clear as they went along. Harry had become uncomfortably caught between the two and was looking for an escape, when Snape had turned to him to ask him if Dumbledore had refused his request for a place to live that was not his family. And it was because of how his family was on par from what he heard about Sirius's and Snape's from what he had heard that day, and said, yes. Snape left after that to go get confirmation from the younger Weasleys. As they had gone to get him more than once, and also from Hagrid who couldn't keep his mouth shut without being obvious. He came back deadly quiet the next day, apologized to Harry, and said he would be back to talk with Sirius another day and left through the flow. Harry was sure that Snape was deadly furious, and deeply upset. Sirius stormed out after Snape, and Harry could hear him through the flow apologizing to Snape before it shut off. Harry didn't want to be caught up in it any more than he had to, and left the room quickly. Otherwise from that bit of drama, he did what he normally did at the Burrow, did a few chores, played games, and did his homework the day before the train went back to Hogwarts for the rest of the school year. There was not much of a difference that Madame Umbridge could see with her new passenger. There was a slight fuzziness to her brain, but she knew more stuff that helped her avoid looking like there was something different going on. So she could keep doing what she had been, for the most part. Currently, she had a craving for spinach and honeyed ribs, but that was within her normal flavor palette, so there wasn't anything wrong with that. She was more prone to anger, but it could be covered up with being mentally tired as well as stress over doing a bad job. There was a difference in what people could see. She became more snappy, more prone to take points or assign a detention than previously. She also started inspecting the other teachers. She said it was because she wanted to see what made students like them better. But nothing they told her was ever put in place. Instead her classroom got worse. She ranted about how awful they were. She told the students that now there would be no practical practice before exams, because it was their fault in how slow they were reading, never mind that she set the assigned reading. It was more awful than previous, when they were doing theory work for a practical class. Then, in a twist of irony of the crash that everyone wished didn't happen, one of the plots to get Dumbledore away from being a headmaster worked, and Minister Fudge placed her in charge of Hogwarts. She made up exacting rules and doubled the number of prefects. She limited the things that the kids could do outside the classroom, and seemed to forget that the kids lived there and needed to be able to do things. She visibly turned more hatred on Harry and his Gryffindor year mates. Harry, while now avoiding Umbridge like the plague, noticed that Snape was acting nicer, even in potions. It seemed that his apology actually meant something. He at least stopped showering him with hate, and taught and gave sharp constructive criticism while snapping at random in the room in general. Ari felt more positive about potions for the first time since first year. However nice it was to not be the target all the time in potions class, it seemed that the fate had decided that there must be a teacher yelling at him this year. For when one stopped, one started. Dear Padfoot, I miss you. I am looking forward to living with you full-time in summer. How are your renovations going? Is there anything new happening with that? Hopefully not another thing that would be a headache to get rid of. I am looking forward to your next letter. Sincerely, Harry Potter. Dear Harry, pup, I am glad to hear from you as well. How are things at Hogwarts? Is that new teacher still being okay? That portrait is no longer disturbing the peace of those in the living area of that old place. There has been. Found a job for weak little me and my best friend. Most of the parchments and tomes from that place are so full of the poison that we are having to copy the parchments. Since this is the Black family, and many of them have anti-copying runes in the bindings, we are having to copy them by hand while wearing protective gear. While we would not dare practice many of the spells in these tomes, there is so much information that I needed to survive as an aura that I could not find any place else, because the ministry has banned printing this information. My thought is, why ban the knowledge to the law-abiding citizens trying to protect themselves when the really dangerous ones they are bringing in are making full use of this knowledge because they have this knowledge at a safe location or is found on the street in Nocturne. So we are saving what we can. Stay safe, or stay alive. Sincerely, Padfoot. Dear Padfoot, our new teacher is now also our headmistress as Dumbledore is no longer headmaster. In one way, we wish he was still here because she's running this place very strictly. Also, despite not being the best teacher, it's like she suddenly got worse over Christmas break. At least, she's not found out about our extra class yet. I guess that's called, be careful what you wish for, you might get it. Did I tell you that Draco Malfoy has suddenly been a lot nicer? Well, he's not as bad, and yes, he and Ron still fight all the time, but we're at least allies for now. However, Crabbe and Goyle are more friendly and will get on with Ron. I also get that their families are not feuding, though I don't really get it. Snape is still as snappish as ever, but at least he's not picking on any one person anymore. It actually makes quite the difference in the classroom for us Gryffindors. Though that does mean that the Slytherins are also feeling the heat now. He's also making more teaching comments, which I write down in my messy chicken scratch, because at least that is something that I can get clearly. I was told to tell you that my clothes are getting too small and I need a new prescription for my glasses. There, is that good enough, Hermione? I hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely, Harry Potter. 2 grown men were sitting around the kitchen table looking at their mail. Suddenly got worse. Moony, is it just me or does that sound suspicious to you? That does sound suspicious. I think those communication mirrors we used in detention would be a good idea. We might want to recalibrate one, because it's set up to his dad, not him. Dear Draco, how are you? They heard from Master Snape that the headmistress seems to have lost her marbles since class has restarted for the new year. I hope you are safe. Master Snape has also let me know that you have gotten closer all of a sudden to the young Potter and his small circle of friends. I am a little curious. I had thought that Road was no longer available as you had set up yourself as his rival. What happened? That you have suddenly succeeded where you had previously failed. I am sending you some potions from your mother. She fears the worst and I hope you don't need them. Sincerely, your father, Lucius Malfoy. Dear father, I beg of you to be discreet with the contents of this letter. If anyone were to see it, it could mean our death. It was a plan of Theo's and mine. You know that we've been flowing each other this summer, father. And we discovered something about Potter. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the secret, I don't want to share it in a letter. However, we decided that if there was opportunity, even if very vague, that we would befriend Potter. It worked, even if I had to acknowledge my faults for it to work. I've heard from you how the Dark Lord came back temporarily in that incident in which you were hostage. Because of that, I suspect that the Dark Lord is somewhat immortal. I have learned that Potter is the same, that he will come back from the dead unless certain conditions are met. Remember that night I accidentally overheard you and my potions professor talking about how Potter was marked as his equal and that he has the power to kill the Dark Lord. If Potter is truly his equal, that means that the Dark Lord is also immortal unless certain conditions are met. However, because we, and now you, know this, you know what danger we might find ourselves in. A conditional immortality must be heavily safeguarded if it was gained through effort, whereas I know the deity Death gave the Potters theirs. I do acknowledge one failing in mine and Theo's plan. Vincent, Greg, and I have all been included into the Potter friend group, but Theo hasn't. There appears to be an all in, or not in, style in Potter's circle. Even though Weasley was not part of Potter's group for part of fourth year. And it seemed that Potter might have been on the verge of leaving it himself in second, the group seems to thrive on constant togetherness. Even Longbottom, with his half-timid attempts at camaraderie, is not part of the group. Instead, the two have joined together with a few others into what I would almost call an adjacent group, except that it seems that Potter is oblivious in their meaning to be friends and not acquaintances. Even so, they are civil at least. Father, the headmistress has let the Slytherins know that she will soon be implementing another group. For the sole purpose of making sure people are following her orders. I fear that she will assign it to us, and I hate to see how that could be used by her as proof of betrayal when there was none. I hope that this will end shortly. Sincerely, your son, Draco Malfoy. Harry. Umbridge may be assigning the Slytherins to enforcing her rules. I know many of us don't want to, including me. She may force us into doing so. Draco. Cedric Diggory wasn't the best of pen pals. He hardly wrote a letter. If the person was important enough, they would be lucky to be sent a letter every 2 months, if that. Otherwise, he was willing and able to renew friendships the next time he saw them. Currently, he was working a part-time job in the filing room of the Ministry for Magic building during the Quidditch off-season. He was a reserve for Scotland, one of the lesser-known national teams during the on-season. However, he was currently trying to write a letter to meet up with Harry. Harry was one of the more important ones. The Ministry, like most large businesses, had a very large archive room, and more than one. Besides the filing rooms for each department, the archive of all the departments, old files. The archive of every Wizengamot decision on everything they made a decision on, law and court, and the archive room that received all the old files papers once they were not needed, there was ALS. An archive room that received a copy of every contract, contractor will draft, birth certificates, marriage certificates, emancipation records, records of employment, records of debts and of debts paid whether acknowledged by magic or in writing, records of magical vows, and guardianships whether written or agreed verbally. There was overlap definitely, and so each of the files in which here was overlapping content had to have a copy. This made sure that there was at least one or more copies of each item. He was not in the last often, as it was a way to make sure that what the person had was not forged. The reason that he was writing Harry was because of some important information that he wasn't sure that Harry had. First off, he had found the paper that had Albus Dumbledore magical guardian of the younger boy. He frowned when he thought of the clauses of guardianship that he had found on the law books. 8. That the undersigned guardian meet with the ward a minimum of 1 hour every year beside any needed appointments if they are to occur within the workplace of the guardian, whether business, hospital, ministry, or school. B. That the undersigned guardian be sure that the ward is within a safe place of dwelling. C. That the undersigned guardian must be aware of the character of any substitute guardians and that they will take care of the ward in food, clothing, and schooling until the age that magical schooling can be undertaken, usually 11 or 12. D. That the undersigned knows that if the ward is to be dwelling in the Muggle world, that the undersigned must have the ward within the Muggle world 1 month per summer so that the leave taking for school will not bring attention to the Muggle neighbors. E. That any substitute guardians are to be made known that the ward is magical, may be magical, and that any magic outburst is to be explained away to Muggle authorities in a way that doesn't point to magic. F. That the undersigned guardian will provide appropriate Muggle documentation if living in a Muggle area, whether living with the ward or giving over to substitute guardians. G. That the undersigned guardian should meet with the road within the ward being emancipated if doing so before the age of 15 to ensure safety and the ability to provide self-care. H. That the undersigned guardian will provide appropriate additional Schooling, access to additional schooling if there is any status of any importance that the ward will receive upon entering the wizarding world, upon obtaining his/her majority and knowledge of what that status is. The problem with these clauses was that only the age that magical schooling was defined, leaving basically everything else to be subjective as the extreme. Except for the age of magical schooling, nothing was defined. Because of that, there was nothing indicating that blackmail was not a way to get the substitutionary family to keep the child with them and feed them, nothing to indicate what was safe. Nothing to indicate what taking care of the ward meant. How did this apply to Harry? Technically, except for the first and last point, Albus Dumbledore had provided all that a magical guardian should have provided. The first one could be argued with meeting Polyjuiced or Glamoured, and Harry hadn't recognized the headmaster. The last was definitely not provided. Even if this was not good news, Harry should know these clauses so that he knows what and where his guardian gypped him. Draco walked into the room of requirement, where the group of Gryffindors plus Crabbe, Goyle, and he were meeting. They had switched from the other room they had found. It looked like normal for them, a couple of random chairs of random designs, a couple of desks, with the 4 Gryffindors hour 80 there and books spread over the table. There were the typical trio of Potter, Granger, and Ron Weasley, and sometimes Ginny. Today it was Ginny. Occasionally they included Nott and Longbottom, but it wasn't typical, or not anymore. This had become a normal sight, but the conversation that the 3 Slytherins were interrupting was both an indication of the amount of trust that the Gryffindors had with each other. Their comfort in their surroundings and maybe, hopefully, their ability to trust their Slytherin friends. Draco stepped forward as Greg closed the door behind them. It just doesn't make sense. His latest decisions just seem so manic. Where is the mind that made the last tactical decisions of the first war he started? I know. I understand that he is in the school and somehow making it hard on the students. But there's... Oh, hi, Draco, Vincent, Greg. Draco touched the letter he had just received that day before saying, that's because the person actually doing straight. GY for the Dark Lord was my father by then, even before my grandfather died. Harry looked up from the papers that they were making notes on and asked, can you tell us more? Because this is new information for us. You know the slight detour we went on how to properly care for a darkly warded house, but this has been in the back burner for a while. The heads of the other 3 Gryffindors poked up and looked at the newcomers. Draco took a deep breath as his 2 fellow Slytherins looked at each other. Well, I don't know much, but from what I've been told, it was going to be a long evening. It seemed like the perfect escape. Technically, he could do this thing and escape so many of the consequences of even getting a dark mark in the last war. All the boxes had been checked off. Even T.'s out of the ordinary type of defeat that Potter had done had opened this option for him. However, the last things he had to do were let Harry Potter know it was an option, get another 2 people in H's type of situation who would like to change sides, and switch allegiance. Severus Snape didn't want to be interrupted, but he was. He had been enjoying an hour or so away from the brats or any other socializing. But he had just been summoned up to the headmistress's office. As she had lately been in more of a mood than he wasn't looking forward to it, even if her usual dislike of the BRATS had made her somewhat tolerable if only she hadn't been jeopardizing the ability of the brats, learning to such an extent. Upon reaching her office, he was unsurprised by the door closing behind him. Severus Snape, I've heard you are still the holder of a mastery in potions. Yes, I am in need of something special, beyond what Madame Pomfrey has in her cabinet. I need a special potion to help against degeneration. Can I ask your help in this? Severus Snape was slightly frustrated at this, and asked, is there a reason you came specifically to me? As you are the one who makes much of the potions, and as you are skilled. I think you can. I would like to be paid. Depending on which one you have in mind, I would also like a contract of silence to prevent you from going to the Aurors after getting it. Deal. Lucius Malfoy sat back at his desk. His paperwork for his business completed, he set his mind once more to the problem of his family's survival. He did not believe that the madness of the Dark Lord could be healed, and surviving under a madman that would mistreat his servants and survival was conditional was not the way forwards. His son had shared an interesting street story from Harry Potter about an unusually sentient diary, and he had spent a lot of his off time researching that recently. Now that he believed that Harry Potter had actually destroyed a good section of the Dark Lord's soul. His belief that the current Dark Lord could not regain his faculties and actually start heading into a sustainable direction and actually follow ideologies was further cemented. Therefore, he had allowed his son to further talk to the Golden Trio about what he believed, besides what it seemed he had already blabbed. His son had had his beliefs challenged as well, and had shared the group's counters. They had made him think as well. Besides the belief that Muggle-born witches and wizards, as well as squibs, had no place in the wizarding world, and all the beliefs that really stemmed off from that. His son had reported that there were many beliefs that the Golden Trio mirrored. However, there seemed to be an important consideration that before last summer he had not really put much weight on. The Golden Trio fought for survival. As part of a group that he had become such an important part of that had started for the very same reason, he could respect that. His vow, that he had sworn to Diggory and Potter last summer, was all about survival and making sure that the two young men could survive past leaving the burning cemetery. He took a deep breath of the fresh spring air that flowed through the open window, filled once again with the scent of green leaves and the first flowers. His peacocks were squawking beneath the window somewhere, providing a louder tone that mixed with the native sparrows and the returning robins. Speaking of said vow from the cemetery, it could be said that it was still active. While it was not really on anyone's mind then, there old be pursuing repercussions from going against Potter even now. However, he still had vowed to the Dark Lord, but even then, he had already found a way to transfer those vows to another. There was a very annoying reason that slavery and servitude vows were not illegal in Wizarding Britain. It was because that magical vows to serve another for the entire family line were still magically enforced by those family lines. There were ways to get around that, such as disownment or the Lord releasing them magically, but normally there was no way to be released in which the servant was the freed wit. Without contacting his immediate lord or head of house. Seeing as his father had sworn his family and then died basically as soon as he himself graduated from Hogwarts, he had had a very narrow window of time to get himself disowned once he learned what the Knights of Walpurgis were willing to do. He had also worshipped his dad to an extent at that age. Despite what was currently the fact, he could, with a number of factors that had already been completed, switch his allegiance over to another. The only other that he was willing to consider was Harry Potter. Believe it or not, Lucius Malfoy had followed more than one leader. His very first leader, and one he followed even when he was ill, was his father. His father had been a master strategist financially, and Lucius had followed closely his example in finance and was able to apply them to warfare. His second leader had been the Dark Lord Voldemort, but it had been a leader that was going downhill mentally as fast as his father physically. And he ended up carrying a bunch of the weight strategically. The third leader he had followed was the minister, and their followed had been used loosely. The beginning had been much closer to the typical type of following. Especially as it was close to his trial and the cleanup following when the war had ended temporarily, but he had quickly gained a reputation for having knowledgeable replies. Knowing how to spin things to make them palatable for the politicians who were more concerned with their image than their reputation for being fair. In that, he metaphorically doffed his cap to Madame Bones. For while she may have some concern to her image, she followed her reputation of strict fairness and following the law while enforcing it with reliability, even as second in command to the likes of Rufus Scrimgeour. In fact, the two of them became differing views quietly respectful of each other while trying to get things done with a cabinet of fair-weather allies that were more concerned with what they had for breakfast, who they were seen with, or how the laws being updated affected their popularity over what was being done with those laws. The one leader that he would not ever follow was Albus Dumbledore. He was a war leader and teacher, and it showed in how he dealt with everything. He was ruthless in knowing how to bend the laws or say things that would make things reasonable. He had already dealt with somebody who viewed all their people as pawns, and he was not looking to exchange it for another. He had no idea how Snape did it. He huffed at his thoughts. He had already started sounding out people in order to set things up that they could, if it worked out favorably, that the Death Eaters en masse would speak to Potter. He could understand much of their disquiet. Potter was a boy his son's age with none of his son's training in this world, whose survival so far seemed accidental, and seemed to have no concept of his own life's value. However, while he seemed to struggle with theoretical magic, he excelled in practical magic. He may have difficulty with minuities, but he excelled at giving his magic direction and emotion. An example of this was his ability to use his Patronus against Dementors in third year so soon after learning the spell. Never mind that the first time he thought he was attacked by Dementors it had actually been Draco and others. He still later succeeded, as was written to him by Draco. Once again though, he was younger than his son, and able to take the Cruciatus curse twice before getting up to duel Voldemort. He shouldn't be able to do that with the standard home life. Though he did know someone else who had been able to stand quickly after as well, Severus Snape. Meanwhile, he had sent a letter. Hey! Harry Potter turned to meet the owner of the voice. Draco Malfoy, with his fellow Slytherins as they were coming up beside him and the other Gryffindors in the hall at the doorway for Transfiguration. What's up? I've got a book I think you would like. Should we meet in the room after dinner? That sounds like a plan. We don't have Snape after, do we? No, that's tomorrow, answered Ron, who, while he may have issues studying, could memorize positions and placements more easily. Harry was looking forward to after dinner, but not too impatient. No, the person that matched that description was Hermione. He looked over as he ate his meal. And added Ginny to that description as well. It seemed that Draco and Hermione alternated between weeks to bring up a book, and it normally reminded him that Draco was in a similar academic ranking as Hermione. Not that he didn't try, but not doing better than Dudley had started a trend that he still struggled to break of not doing as good as he could in a class setting. Either way, he was not waiting long before his friends were done eating, and they were heading to the room. Once they were all there, Draco handed him a letter, which was inside the book he took out of his bag. I know you don't think well of him, but my father sent me a letter to give to you. Okay. Harry dragged out. Yeah, he's fairly neutral in my mind. He's attacked me once in a group setting and once by himself. But he also got me and Diggory out of the fire at the end of the third task. He's attacked you by himself. Back in second year when I manipulated him into freeing Dobby. Dobby kept him from getting the spell off by knocking him down the walkway with his magic. He left rather quickly after that. Do you know what spell it was? Asked Draco. No, I was just in shock. That this man I had met once before with the minister was going to attack me with his wand, said Harry, entangling his hair out of his glasses. But then that was the minister that was going to kill my godfather, even though more than one person had told him my godfather was innocent and had not received a trial before being put into jail. He's still the minister right now, but his term is coming up to an end. Oh, right. Aren't the terms for Minister for Magic for 6 years? Asked Hermione. I think I remember that because here they have term for 2 years longer than the ones in the world my parents live. Aren't you going to read that? Said Ron, bringing back the conversation to the letter in Harry's hand, and noticing that Draco was getting a little antsy. It was quiet when the letter was read. Huh, interesting. I'd like to talk to an adult about this, but there's nobody in the school I feel comfortable going to with this. Yeah, Snape's not going to listen to you, mate. McGonagall's tied too closely to Dumbledore, and has already ignored us this year. Flitwick doesn't seem to get normal human interactions any more than Luna, otherwise he would be a good resource. Sprout is always in the greenhouse or with the Hufflepuffs, but she would also want to go to the ministry about this, and that is something that we do not want in this instance. Draco nodded, with PR. Professor Snape's involvement with the same group as my dad, and his ties to Dumbledore, he could either be the best person or the worst person to get advice from. He's gotten better since he apologized. No, he's not. He just broadened his range. I guess it's better that he's not just focused on you, but he's not suddenly a great potions teacher. I guess it's like those famous football players hired because they were a good player. But aren't that great at coaching, muttered Harry. Why don't we talk to both Flitwick and Snape at the same time? Both know about keeping secrets, and Flitwick. CK would have to have a neutral perspective. Why do you say that? Flitwick is a goblin, isn't he? Or at least part. He's got a goblin name. Verb first, then noun. Like Griphook's name, who's a cart driver. Oh, that's so obvious. Right, he doesn't act like the goblins at the bank. What better camouflage is there? He acts like the humans around him, and pretends he's a midget. How'd he ed around the rule about goblins not being allowed wands? Right, he'd have to be part. Isn't Snape technically part of the Order? I mean, he went to the Order meetings, because we know he walked to and out of them, stated Ron. Well, wouldn't an Order member want to fight against less people? I mean, just because Snape is an Order member doesn't mean he's a light wizard any more than Lupin stays human during the full moon because he's human the rest of the month. It's even the same type of fallacy. Thanks Hermione, laughed Draco. I think I should also ask Cedric too. He knows a lot more about this stuff than I do. And he's a lot better at explaining things, finished Harry. Now, Harry, one thing that you have to be careful of is being a puppet for your older followers, Hermione was saying. It is actually a well-known phenomenon to those that study ancient history. However, another phenomenon is to completely ignore what any of the older people have to say, and that has been known to lead to countries splitting. In the most extreme of things, you're going to have to be wise about things. Take what you know as fact, and filter what they say about them. Anything new, unless under a vow of truthfulness, needs to be taken with a grain of salt. One of the uses of spies is to see what the nation is actually like, if one is not sure if the elders are reporting the truth. That is also one of the reasons that nobility tour the country with their entourage, besides being a publicity stunt. Prior to the meeting place that Harry was currently walking to, he had had a number of meetings. Flitwick had actually been amused when the kids had correctly told him his secret, and gotten them to continue to keep it secret. Next he had advised that getting any number of people to balance the unrest favorably would be preferable, as numerically those willing to keep the unrest down compared to those causing the unrest were pretty balanced at the moment, despite how split the various factions were. Becoming a full-on civil war would not economically capable with the state of the country as of the moment while keeping it from being seen by Muggles. Snape, knowing both the Weasleys and the Malfoys, and the information that each had, was not surprised to be asked to have this kept from his various bosses while asking his advice. He advised that there were many ways to compromise both sides easily. Seeing as there were various ways the countries in Europe had done it. Britain itself had done it once upon a time, before the current administration had started the current trend. The details would be the hard part. Cedric had arranged for Harry to meet up with him in Hogsmeade during one of the Hogsmeade weekends that Harry snuck out for. In the end, Cedric was going to be with him to go to this meeting. And also advised that Harry start something with light-sided students, whether it was a study group for transfiguration, potions, or something else like that, at least. Saint to be seen as available to the light-sided, or at least seen trying by the teachers. To be honest, Harry thought that was as much as he could do, because what he could help them with, Flitwick and Snape were already doing. That ended up with Harry going to the library with Neville and the Golden Trio, with random of his year mates showing up, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott being the most conscious. Once he made it known he was open to studying with any house across his year. Remilda Vane was the most annoying, after McLaggen who wasn't even in his year. Colin Creevey had enthusiastically asked to join, even though he was a year younger, and he actually learned what the older students were despite doing homework on something else. Right now though, Harry was sneaking out to the Shrieking Shack. Because they decided that any other place that he had access to was too dangerous. Chamber of Secrets. Voldemort was once again in the castle, and he would know. Forbidden Forest. A big group of people would get the attention of the centaurs and Harry didn't feel like running into an Acromantula. Room of Requirement. In the castle wards, so once again, Voldemort would know. Grimmauld Place. That was Order headquarters. And under the Fidelius charm. Also, it was not his house. Number 4 Privet Drive. Not only would his relatives object, but so would anyone they would be meeting with having his aunt and uncle and cousin there. That and the place was being watched by Order members. Also, not his house. Hogsmeade. Where in the tiny village could they meet with a large amount of adults without the bartenders taking note and passing it on to the school? Maybe, they could come up with a location later if when Harry could be sure of them not kidnapping him or worse once he's there. Sure, this meeting is about them changing sides. But as of this moment, they hadn't changed sides yet. That was the reason that Harry was making sure he had adults there already on his side. Lord Malfoy had already let him know that his vow from last year was still in effect since they hadn't put that specification on it, so he would be safe-ish. This meeting had required him to have homework so that he knew what the main idea behind this meeting required. It required reading more books, and he could tell that his essays had suffered from it, though he made sure to work on them properly before handing them in. Hopefully though, he could make it through this meeting, meet all the requirements for the meeting itself, and not blunder anything up or accidentally kill anyone. This meeting was highly ritualized. Based on anything he read about it. Harry, Hermione, and Ron entered the shrieking shack through the tunnel, and watched as Snape, who was through first, unbarred and opened the door. Cedric was in right away. Standing behind Harry's shoulder to the right, allowing his wand to be easily used in defense it required. 5 minutes later, the others started arriving. Harry was not surprised to see Lord Malfoy, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Goyle, for Crabbe and Goyle always followed Malfoy. He was a bit surprised to see Mr. Abbott, whom he recognized because of Hannah, Mr. Flint and Marcus Flint, and 4 others he recognized as parents of kids in Slytherin and Ravenclaw in the Quidditch teams. "Welcome, gentlemen. I am Harry Potter. Those with me are Cedric Diggory, Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and last but not least, Master Snape." He repeated, "Welcome," and looked at them as each man introduced himself. He had to be careful not to nod, because he couldn't portray that he was beneath them in any way this evening. "Why are you here? We have come to you to claim you as Lord instead of the one we have vowed to." "How can you come to me? You have fought and emerged victorious, have rendered bodiless, and have defeated the one we had claimed as Lord even to his death. 3 times or more have you fought, 3 times or more have you conquered, 3 times or more have you killed your enemy. Now we, our Lord's servants, are able to come to thee. What would you have me do?" This was the point in which discussion could be made so that there could be a compromise. At this point, Lord Malfoy, who had taken the lead so far for the group supplicating, brought out a bundle of papers. Hermione also brought out a bundle of papers of the things that Harry's group had compiled, the tea they wanted and the things that they wouldn't budge on. At this point, I could write out the whole discussion, however, currently I am tired. Please feel free to imagine any amount of arguing. I will write out some though. Is there a reason that we're not meeting in the castle? Yes, Snape discovered that Voldemort is currently in the castle possessing the headmistress. Since we don't want her to know you are in the area. This is the only place we could think of that is connected to the castle and not within its wards. Snape, how did you find that out? I went to give her her potion, and heard her talking with him before and after the conversation. When I was with her, there was no sign of another body in the room, no additional breathing or sounds accompanying movement. LSO is starting to smell like Quirrell did. All right. A bunch of nodding heads. Because of this, I cannot change the ownership of my mark over to you, Potter. He would notice since I am now constantly in his presence. You would be willing to once this is over. Quite possibly. However, I am willing to swear a vow of protection to you. Okay. This would allow him to be able to magically Avenue a reason to suddenly switch sides and give you some basis to trust him on an ongoing basis at any point in the future, but also allow him to continue to get information from Voldemort. It would also allow him to hurt you up to a certain point. It would allow him leeway to continue serving Voldemort as long as you aren't hurt by it. After Harry and Cedric confers a little, I'll allow it. As long as you swear with that magical oath of protection that you will not share anything of that would compromise me or the safety of those sworn to me or our goals unless verbally given permission. Both of those will be unbreakable vows. So, you agree that werewolves should get the same rights as the normal witch or wizard, and take precaution on the full moon, whether that is running on awarded property with a pack of other wares or animagi. That Muggle-raised wizards should get a compulsory course in the wizarding world and that wizards should have that same year in an updated RSE in the Muggle world so that we are blending in whenever we are in each location, that neither the nationally recognized Muggle holidays nor wizarding holidays should be discriminated against in Hogwarts. That the wizarding world should reinstate its military and accompanying spells in the right time and locations in case of another Dark Lord or Light Lord wishing to conquer us, that we, the wizarding world, should find ways to get around current Muggle technology and ways of sharing information, and that should continue as Muggle technology changes around us, that until we are certain that Muggle-born witches and wizards are not the results of squibs or infidelity or the commingling of Muggle and wizarding seed in a sexual nature, that we will seek to have Muggle-born witches and wizards seek their ancestry. That no first cousins or closer are married, lest we die out like the Habsburgs or ancient Egyptian royal family, and other problems become introduced such as are seen in animal husbandry. Agreed. Agreed. Cedric Diggory used a spell to copy what Hermione had written onto other pieces of parchment for each of attendees, plus 3 extras. After that, he taught Hermione how to do the copy spell. On the original, Harry had each of them sign that they had read and understood what was written on it. Once that was completed, Harry stood, and those around him fell to one knee. After that was a lot of magical swearing in, and Harry wanted water before he was done. Oh, and Snape had to give an unbreakable vow, which with how things seemed to be going, seemed to be just another set of vows he was having to navigate. But hopefully, with this one he would be able to make more of a positive difference than before. After that, Snape escorted the Gryffindors to the castle as it was the end of the Hogsmeade weekend. Well, that was different. I was 15 when the Dark Lord Riddle marked me. I knew his background, his days as a schoolboy, for my father shared a dorm with him. I also knew at 15 that my father had raised me to be at least a financial supporter of the Dark Lord Riddle, but my father also made sure to instill the Malfoy family motto into my life. My father was more family-oriented than many of my classmates' fathers, and so my father was the one threatened and tortured with the Cruciatus curse when I hesitated to acknowledge him as my family's sworn lord, as my own lord. Afterwards, my father was tortured for daring to have a son that wasn't willing to throw his life away to his cause. I firmly believe that day was the beginning of the end for my father. He knew it, and so set up a marriage arrangement between me and one of the Black sisters, not wanting to leave me an orphan with no family willing to look after me, besides the house elves. He stepped up my studies. And once he realized I had a mind for battle tactics as many of my ancestors had, he willingly set up tutors from among the portraits in the family mansion. When the dragon pox epidemic swept through, my father didn't last long once he got sick, not like the Fleemont Potters and others who lasted weeks before succumbing. I don't like to think of what I had to do for Riddle. He marks his followers at 15, and then has them recruit for 2 years while they try to earn his goodwill before being sent out to torture, to kill, to raid. At first, Riddle had worked towards goals for the sake of the goals, but before my father died, he had only hijacked the goals of the most verbal purebloods as a platform to kill under. That meant that our goals were worked towards. But his anger was what the main focus was. I was good at what I did, but that did not make me the best person. Lucius Malfoy lifted up his eyes to the eyes of his son, who sat in a chair opposite. The light from the window was gray from the rain outside that the pair could hear beating against the window. I tried to raise you as if the belief of the masses was correct, that the Dark Lord that called himself Voldemort would not come back, and as if we would be continuing to try to get our duties back ourselves. Since I am one man, it would not be through warfare. However, once it became clear that the Dark Lord Riddle was back and he called me, my priorities had to change. My thought that we were picking up back where we were in the last Wizarding War changed within minutes after I was called because of 2 other young men, Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory. I was taken hostage. I was the second hostage of the day really, for all that Potter used Pettigrew's life debt to force him to side with him. My life for safe passage, for all that Riddle tried to kill Potter anyway. You know, I've told you what happened in the graveyard. The family parlor that they were sitting in felt cool despite that the fire was burning in the fireplace. It was as if the manor didn't like being reminded its lord had almost died. Draco swallowed. I started making friends with Potter because of some research I had done with Theo over the summer. He had found the rest of his manor library this summer, and found some research it seemed someone had started before it had to be abandoned. So I helped him. If what we found is true, then Potter is immortal. I did tell you he rose from the dead in front of me. He should not have survived. Draco, I know you know this, but what is our family motto? A Malfoy bows to no one. Unfortunately, that is no longer correct. No. Draco's shout echoed in tone to his face, not wanting to believe what his father had just said. Abraxas bound our family to serve a Dark Lord. Draco, say it's not true. Please. Draco, please come here. Lucius opened his arms to give his son a hug, even as his wife shifted a little to give space for their son on the love seat. His son, despite being taller for his age, squished in between them as best as he could, leaning against his side as he tried his best to calm down. I can't. I know this is a terrible realization. But I've fixed it as best as I can. How? I am not surprised now that I think of it that one of our ancestors wanted to make sure we would never be bound for long to one we don't want to be. But I found the magical requirements to shift my service to another. I bound myself to Potter instead. All 3 family members watched as Lucius rolled his sleeve down, showing not a snake entwined with a skull, but a phoenix with a lily and a strange mark under its chin made up of a line bisecting a unilateral triangle, with a circle as large as could be and not leaving T. He confines of the triangle within the triangle. Draco hid his face shortly after with his face in his arms after that. Why does everything happen to Potter? Sirius was very sure that houses like his were not supposed to eat blood. It hadn't when he was a boy, so why did it seem to need to now? To find that answer, he was searching the library that he had spent hours hiding from his mother and for the answers. Sure, he was still in the midst of making copies of the books, but that didn't mean that he couldn't go searching their pages, the basement, and the ward room on the main floor for the answers to this problem. He had been taught how to access the wards by his father long ago, but it seemed to be one of the most civil conversations with Orion Black that the Dementors had not completely messed up. He found it. Of course he did, and of course it had to be that simple. The problem with the Black Town house was its owner's pride in their family. While there was a definite process that was recorded in a few places on how to attach the house to the wards and the benefits to it, he found no sign in the diagnostics of the wards that they were being fed by the ley line. Because of that, the only outside magic the house was getting was the magic fed to it during seasonal rituals and the natural magic seepage that the house was absorbing from the area. That created a problem. The house had drained most of the ambient magic of the area in an effort to keep functioning as it drained more than the ley line was seeping. Also, they had only really started the seasonal rituals this past year. Well, as he really didn't want his godson to feel forced to spill blood for the house in an effort to keep it fed, it seemed he had one choice really. He went to talk to the Weasley men about getting the number of people it required to get the house attached to the ley line. Sirius. Oh, bother. What now? Wait, that's his godson. Then again, what now? I might have become a Dark Lord, or a Grey Lord at best. What? Keep going. At least the Malfoys are for sure no longer serving Voldemort. No way. That's exciting. Bad idea. No, good idea. You sure? Of course, I'm sure. Let me time how long you're sure on that one. Maybe there's more than the reason that I apparently don't know how to season food that has Moony keep popping in. Give me a few to make sense of this, okay, pup. Did anything else happen to you before spring break? Albus Dumbledore was waiting for his spy that was coming to visit. Yes, he was no longer running Hogwarts, but he was kept updated abo. What was happening inside the school as he kept returning despite what others tried to oust him from the position. He was quite sure that Minerva would do as much as she could, but he knew that she was still willing to go along with the flow a good deal of the time. He was living in his room in his brother's pub, despite the fact that they didn't really get along. However, they shared a few IEFs that kept the peace often enough between the two. It was enough for Albus to feel welcome. A knock at the heavy wood door alerted him to the fact that someone was at the door before Severus Snape walked in. He was grim in a way that Albus had not seen in a while. Hello, Severus. Hello, Albus. Would you like some tea? I would. It is cold enough out there. The spring wet can feel colder than the drier winter. I find I am keeping the fires burning as late as I would in winter. Albus, can I get to what I wanted to talk to you about? Sure, son, get to it. Voldemort is in the school. And how did you find that out? I was asked to make a journeyman-level potion, and decided to follow through without stopping to think of the ramifications of the need for said potion. I was delivering the potion for the current headmistress, and heard the Dark Lord talking to her when I was outside the room. I did not see or hear evidence in the room to suggest that there was another person there. I presume that his presence is something like when Quirrell was possessed, as the only thing of note lately is that the headmistress is not seen without her hat. Surely not. I fear to NK of what other reason would mean that I hear both the headmistress and the Dark Lord in the same room. I think it is less likely to be the taking over the life of the headmistress as much as that. In that case, the Dark Lord possessing the headmistress Umbridge and living on the back of her head is most likely. That is what I think, also. Is Draco Malfoy still hanging around Harry Potter? He is. I fear what the end result of that would be. Lucius Malfoy has switched from one Dark Lord to another. Really. His mark has changed. It is no longer the same as mine. I fear what that could mean. Will you keep an eye out for this second Dark Lord? I may not have much as most of the students will have left in a week, but yes. You will come back next week, right? Same time as this week. Good. Stay safe, Severus. Quote. Severus Snape nodded before he turned to open the door and left the room. Harry. Yes, Sirius. Harry dashed down the stairs as quietly as he could. Yes, Sirius. Since you have been called a Dark Lord, Bambi, I've got to teach you some stuff you won't hear from others straight. Let me teach you about the moralities of blood magic and what it is. Blood magic. Indeed, any magic that has any sacrificial component is stronger than magic that is solely channeled from the core, whether with a wand or not. That is because you are making an exchange with magic. Whether that is because there is a god or goddess of magic, or whether it is involving some other higher being, or whether it is because we are using Einstein's law of mass and energy somehow in a way that muggles cannot reproduce. It literally makes that magic permanent or very nearly. Now, do you see how this could apply to various pagan holiday celebrations? Yes, I mean, there's the Yule log. And that other Yule thing we did last Christmas. Were we performing sacrificial magic when we did that? I wouldn't call it sacrificial magic, because of connotations. It's not like we're link people or animals to get things done, but in a sense, yes. Modern-day wizards and witches call it ritual or seasonal magic. Most ritual magic sacrifice something you've made or an article of clothing. Polyjuice is seen as potionized ritual magic, but since it doesn't necessarily require blood, it is still used because a hair works just fine and doesn't require another potion previously prepared to get you back your own body. I know you've read that really descriptive book about ancient celebrations, and we've found since then that sacrificing a small bit of your own blood purposefully usually receives the same benefits as sacrificing an animal. We don't need to kill a person, and that sort of necromancy has been illegal for decades anyway. Attaching a house to ley lines is just fine. Instead of harnessing a soul to the building. Since violent murders tend to leave angry ghosts or poltergeists anyway, it has lasting negative aspects. Which I'm glad you didn't jump to when you first got here. But you were really performing blood magic. Some people like Dumbledore have come to think that any ritualized magic should only be used in cases of extreme danger, such as Lily protecting you. Others like me think that bloodless ritual magic can and should be used to tend the amount of magic the area has, such as if one has a heavily magical house like this place. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 out of 4 houses use bloodless rituals to celebrate the seasons at Hogwarts, i.e. the more traditional ones Hufflepuff and Slytherin. The third thought is that some blood magic should be used. As I've stated, it is more permanent. This differs between the person whether a little is fine, such as blood-drawn runes to cause magic to manifest in a specific way, or an animal sacrifice can be used because it is not human. The fourth division is different. The fourth division is that of human sacrifice. Now this division can be divided between personal sacrifice and sacrifice of others. Lily used either blood magic or used herself as a sacrifice for the magic to be there to save you. It was more than her just standing in the way and refusing to, there were other components involved as well. Voldemort liked using the sacrifice of others. As you know, he also doesn't care about human life, muggle or magical. Reggie found that out the hard way. Human sacrifices tend to be brought out when people think it is the end of the road otherwise. Sirius took a deep breath and looked at his godson sitting on the other couch. He had gotten rid of all of the old padded furniture, and the new ones, while bright, were not the same combinations he had seen in his school days. For example, one in the room was brown with green vines and flowers of all colors. The other was a maroon with brown vines and blue and pink flowers. Harry was looking a little sick. His resurrection ritual, would that have been 3rd or 4th division? Most likely a mix of both. Using blood with a mix of body parts, living or dead, would have been required. It was both. Both Harry and Sirius had a ghastly look on their faces at that thought. Sirius thought that Harry was about to faint on him, so he said, "Here, pup. I think we both need chocolate." After discussing that, Harry stiffly took the chocolate, leaning with his arms on his lap. "You're not there, pup. You're here with me, in this redecorated house. And Voldemort's not here. Harry gave Sirius a sickly half-smile. Sirius nodded after Harry had swallowed his bite of chocolate and threw a pillow at him. Ron cursed his big mouth. He had to go and stick his foot in his mouth. His mother had been muttering about the fact that there had to be another Dark Lord around if Malfoy had another mark, and the family discussion had started around that. Well, we know Malfoy's no longer with Voldemort at least. Isn't that a good thing? We don't know who the new Dark Lord is. We've got to get rid of him before he becomes a threat. What if it's not a new Dark Lord? What if they've managed to basically free themselves? Then they wouldn't have a mark. What if they've decided to follow someone good? He asked. Like Harry. If they were good, they wouldn't have marked people. Now, he couldn't leave right away. He sat there with as confused an expression he could manage, but he was sure that the twins at least could tell Sam. Anything about the conversation was bothering him. He was glad for the little bit of occlumency he had, because trying to stay in the present was impossible without it. Otherwise, he would be relaying Hat's stupid second two-word question over and over to himself. Finally, he could leave. Not surprisingly, the twins followed him. Do you want to see my room? Ron asked before the other two could say a word once they got up the stairs one level. The twins tilted their heads and said, sure. They followed him to his room. Do you guys know any spells to stop eavesdropping? Fred nodded and started muttering, waving his wand in patterns around the walls of the small room before joining his brothers on the bed. So baby brother, is little Harrikins involved in what happened to the Malfoys somehow? Fred and George asked the last together. I have a question in return. If Harry offs Voldemort, and then has to go against Dumbledore, who will you follow? Harrikins. Dumbledore has, what the Muggles say, fingers in too many pies, said Fred. Harrikins. Harry rescued both you and little Ginny. Dumbledore put it off as if it was not his problem, said George. Same here, said Ron. We've got to find some way to keep this secret, because tonight was too close I think. He huffed. Well, at least the idea's out there. Hopefully, it will keep the family from fighting Harry blind. Fred and George shook their heads. No, Mum's too close to Dumbledore. It will take quite a bit to get her to change her mind. Maybe even seeing Harry hurt as a result of being targeted, muttered George. Umbridge grumbled as she went to the Ollery to send off a letter to Fudge. It didn't matter that she had blocked more owls getting in, never mind that the same ward blocked the owls from leaving unless from specific people. The owls had somehow spread the word about her passenger. Even as she peeked into the doorway, flights of owls perked up and looked at her. She shivered. It looked freaky. Not to mention her passenger had a deathly fear of them as well. From what, she didn't know, but it seemed the owls remembered. Right now, she hated the minor emotional feedback that each person in this body-sharing experience got. She had to brace her feet to take a deep breath before she could even reach for her owl. Get a hold of yourself, she scolded her passenger, because all I'm going to do is put my letter on my owl and let her out the right window and then we're going to leave. A vague sense of urgent hurry came back from her after a quick sense of anger. He sent her a lot of anger through the feedback loop. Not that it mattered any. She didn't see how she was acting any differently anyway. He could send her as much anger through that and it wouldn't budge her really. The owls waited. They let the scared female frog woman think she was safe, letting her tie a letter to the leg of her owl and let him free. They could sense that thing for some reason. Then, she turned around to leave. The owls tensed, for there on the back of her head was that thing. That dark thing that they've been trying to kill for months was in the room with them. They had to kill it. This was the third time since gaining that black thing that the pudgy pink lady had mailed something. Each time they had failed from overzealousness. Not today. Today they waited for her to start leaving. They launched at her, trying to get at the thing, only she had protected it with bunches of cloth. Their claws still got through though. So distracted was she forgot the door, meaning all the owls in the castle could now follow her. Two voices screamed as she ran as fast as she could to her office. Unfortunately, the owls couldn't cross her office's wards. Fortunately, they bounced off and performed aerial maneuvers to keep an eye on that doorway. Unfortunately, nobody speaks owl, except the fair folk, and since those folk were seen as strange or loony, as one girl was called, nobody really believed them. Fortunately, Neville Longbottom was walking with Luna Lovegood as she came across the Parliament of Owls, and had a general belief that her creatures really did exist, just not to the mortal eye. Believing his girlfriend spoke owl wasn't a big stretch. Unfortunately, a teacher came across them next. Fortunately, that teacher was Phileas Flitwick, a half-goblin, which meant that uncanny abilities such as owl speak or rock speak wasn't unbelievable and trusted his student to translate. Unfortunately, Flitwick believed in showing strength of arm to subdue an enemy and had some who had ignored his student who didn't because of that. Fortunately, Neville had on hand a way to contact Harry. Unfortunately, Harry didn't have power over the school. Fortunately, Harry could normally calm Hedwig down. Unfortunately, Hedwig was one owl. There was a parliament. Fortunately, Harry had defeated his enemy more than once, so the charms professor would listen to him. Fortunately, Phileas Flitwick could use said charms to get the owls back to the Ollery if Luna couldn't get them to listen to her. Also fortunately, that is how it worked out. What were they upset about? Asked the professor. He was looking at Luna with new eyes. Someone willing to go up to a whole parliament of angry owls wasn't a pushover. They were trying to kill the black wisp thing that attached itself to the back of the professor's head. Answered Luna, not caring about the professor's change of attitude. Black wisp thing? Asked the professor confused. It had been possessing animals, and once the animals died, would go and possess another. The owls wanted their prey completely dead, not just partially dead. I understand the sentiment, muttered the champion dueler. Black wisp thing. Meanwhile Harry was talking to himself. Wait a minute. That's Voldemort without a body. Voldemort. First year, he was on Quirrell, he stated. Severus Snape was furious. He was furious in that the boy's mark, how dare he, had a lily on it. How dare the boy's mark for his servants, servants that had betrayed one lord for another, use the flower that was his mother's name. How dare the boy use a flower for turncoats that meant devotion. Never mind that the mark had a phoenix on it. Never mind that the phoenix symbolized rebirth, a new life. Never mind that the boy himself had a stronger attachment to Awkes than he had seen in another besides Albus Dumbledore. No, his upset was because of the inadvertent use of the symbol of his mother's name. He was the one that had befriended the boy's mother. He was the one that had seen and cared as she grew older and matured. It didn't matter that her petals had turned orange. It didn't matter that she had finally turned her hate his way. All that he cared about was that the flower he had cared for had been killed in her prime for the sake of her son. Her son, that dared to survive where she didn't. Her son, that he had kept alive, even as he showed his hair. Her son, that looked hurt as he did so. Her son, that he had apologized to. Her son, that dared to ask if he wanted to be freer. He had refused. He had refused to be given the lily, the symbol of his mother. He had refused to gain a phoenix, the symbol of rebirth. He had been offered, and he had said, no. It was he himself he should be angry at, not her son. Boy, he was petty, wasn't he? Turning anger that deserved to be on himself onto another. It was not the other's fault, the boy's fault, Potter's fault. It was his own. That was what he was the most upset about. Severus Snape looked at the place he had marched to in his anger, looking at the lake and surroundings. It was peaceful at the moment, everything he wasn't. Was he willing to forgive himself? To let go of past mistakes? To be still? To go forward? It was all his fault. Why had he chosen not to? Survival of himself, torn as he was already between two sworn masters, with a promise of protection towards a third. However, he could have fully finished participating in that ritual that Malfoy found and only been bound to one. Was he unable to see a way out? Had he bounced so often looking for a way out that he now believed it was impossible? Either way, he should not take it out on the ones that showed him a way. Yes, he thought, should, because he knew his weakness for grudges, it was matched well with Lily Evans' own ability to hold a grudge. It was both Lily's and his fault that they were unable to make up in the end. Yet it was the one that he had held a grudge against that had provided the way out he had refused, a Potter. Snape sighed. Coming to terms with this might take a while. Hermione Granger and Sirius Black were staring at each other, red-faced. So, you see, the house wasn't supposed to eat blood or lives. But was needing magic. The house had absorbed all of the ambient magic in the area, so was substituting the sacrificial aspect to keep going. I, and several others, Ched the house to the ley line as it was supposed to be. It no longer requires being fed blood on a regular basis. Sirius sounded like he was forcibly trying to remain calm and get through to her. So, why are you okay with blood magic then? Was her question. Blood magic is mostly protective magic and it tends to be permanent. Blood adoptions, tests for potions, and wards are the most common. There are ways to make it offensive. Yes, but those tend to require retribution or protection as the purpose. But that doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it bother you when it is in this context and not that one? I don't want the wards to constantly require the life found in blood or souls. I get that the blood wards need blood to adjust them or recognize ownership, but that's it. That's all I want. If you kept going, what would stop it from eating us next? I don't know. It's not written in the wards not to. Arg. Sirius shook his head as Hermione stormed out. They both needed to cool their heads before trying to have this conversation again. Hermione didn't get it. There were some errors in the way that she thought magic worked, but it wasn't totally her fault. It was the fault of the way that those errors, the little errors that the Muggleborn tended to have because of not being taught the basics, were not corrected in the curriculum of Hogwarts unless really blatantly against the laws of magic. So she probably had a lot built onto those little errors. It also didn't help that she was an angsty teenager. It would have to wait anyway, as tomorrow was the last day of spring break. Harry, did you see the letter from the Diggories? Yes, Padfoot. Do you think we could? I could have all 12 of you over for a day at the beginning of summer holidays. There's you, Ron, Hermione, Fred and George, Percy, Cedric, Draco, Vincent, Greg, Neville, and Theo. Can I also include Marcus Flint, Augustus Prince, Antonia Ripley, Mariette Edgecombe, Cho Chong, Hannah Abbott, and Luna Lovegood? And Cho's brother. We can. I can't promise that they will all come, especially in this large a group, but we can definitely invite them all. Thankfully, since the old room's opened up when you were here in summer, we have space for all of them. We might need to double up on bedrooms, but since right now there's hardly anyone living here besides myself and Remus, we should have room. Also, Pup, I am going to have to teach you etiquette beyond what you know. What you have works in day-to-day life, but you're going to be heading meetings with those sworn to you, and that's a whole other sword drill. Sword drill? What did you mean? Oh, that's my wizarding version of saying, whole other ball game, like tennis isn't football. We actually can use swords. What? You're allowed to use swords. I'm technically a lord, even if. Anyway, are you trying to meet everyone all at once? Introduce everybody to each other? Break the ice or something? Yes. I forgot 3 more. Ginny, Susan Bones and Colin Creevy. Colin is a Muggleborn, and Hannah hardly goes anywhere without Susan. Since it's just the kids, do you think it's fine to include them? Pup, you're going to have to set up 2 parties if you want to do this. I do. Yes. Have the first one with the Weasley kids, Hermione, Cedric Diggory, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Colin Creevy, and Luna Lovegood. That way the ones with persnickety-light parents or guardians will relax. The second one will be Fred, George, Ron, Hermione, Cedric, Hannah, Draco, Vince, Greg, Theo, Marcus, Augustus, Antonia, Mariette, and both younger Changs. Remember the letter that Ron sent you? Harry had been unable to get any of the groups together within the first 2 weeks of vacation. At first, it was because that the families of those involved wanted to spend some time with their children before having them leave again. While Harry was starting to understand that, as Sirius had been very cuddly the first 2 weeks of summer vacation, it was a new feeling, almost as new as having to be in the care of Sirius was. After 2 weeks in which Harry was either doing homework, some chores, or spending it in the same room as his godfather while out of his room, Harry still wanted to get together with his friends and allies. By then, when Harry sent out his invitations, the day that the first party would land on was his birthday. Sirius was ecstatic at being able to put together a birthday party for his godson. When Harry got the acceptance of the second group for a party, those of the children of his allies, as he was referring to them, he was even more excited at planning 2 parties. Harry vetoed a lot of stuff, trying to keep his godfather under control. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't allowed to veto the dancing, because that was expected as per tradition. However, having group games was also tradition, so there was hide and seek, exploding snap gobstones just was too messy when having to dress up. And charades. It also meant that Harry had to both find the music room and learn how to dance more smoothly in that time period. It also highlighted to Sirius how much about the lifestyle of the purebloods that Harry had no idea of. Yes, he did not need to learn sword fighting or archery to get along with those around him, but he had to learn more etiquette and financial management in order to know what he was doing. Having a party ended up being the distraction Harry felt he needed. He was mentally exhausted to the point he was having trouble learning new facts even if he understood them. And Sirius went at teaching the same way as he did everything, full steam. He was glad though to realize that the way of speaking that had been required the our day when he changed the marks was not standard. He did have to be more formal, but etiquette had relaxed over the centuries since that had been written. While he did have to learn the duties of a lord with servants and what the whole relationship entailed, he was relieved to find that much could be taken care of simultaneously or done in a casual manner. That evening had been rough. Lord Malfoy had finally found the instructions after finding multiple mentions of the passage with nothing to tell how to do it, several referring to each other, only to find that they were in a language that even he had trouble with. And then had to translate to see what it said. It was so old, he said, that he had not wanted to change much of the formality of the language in case it was a part of the whole ritual to change things and have the magic not work. Grimmauld Place, as Hermione had researched, had started out as a tower castle. As the family grew, they did not appear to add much to the outside of the house, but instead added a floor magically and revamped the rooms. Throughout the eras, the family home had changed its appearance, with the biggest external change when they changed a lot during the Gothic architecture phase. The more menacing look was greatly appreciated by the Black family, who by then had a reputation to be knowledgeable about magics as black as their name. It also visually hid how old the central tower was, as the outside of the tower was upgraded as well. Sirius had changed a couple of the colors of the details on the outside of the house, and it looked more solemn than menacing now. If it didn't look like it was built to overwhelm, it almost looked cheery, and a renewal of the whitewash and a dash of red highlighting some of the details just added what the outside was needing. All this meant that there were a large amount of nooks, random partially blocked passages, and other places excellent for hiding. In the last generation, they had been mostly used by the two boys that were last born there. Pranking prep points or hiding from upset parents or each other were what they were mostly used for. Occasionally, one or more house elves would use them as family nests. But they had been cleared of all the stuff that would accumulate by a very bored Sirius Black. They still made for a very challenging game of hide and seek. This was his more light-sided group of friends. Not that members of the darker-sided group were not present. It just meant that they couldn't treat him as their lord. He actually preferred that, to be honest. What was he thin king about when he was trying to find Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, the last two for him to find? He needed to get his head in the game. Had they become invisible? He took a deep breath and went very still, trying to see if he could hear them, before going on to the next place. His technique was rewarded when he heard a scuff of a shoe, opened one of the hidden nooks and found both girls. "Found you." He grinned. "We chose a good spot," said Susan, "and we know how to be quiet." "I also know how to be quiet," answered Harry. "That's how I found you." "Good. Are we the last ones?" said Hannah as they walked back to the counting point. Once that was confirmed, she continued, "You'll need it again this time, or let someone else be found last so you're not seeking again after this turn." "We'll see," said Harry, grinning back at them. Taking the challenge. Hannah. Did you have to challenge him? He's a Gryffindor, so he'll try his hardest not to be found now. At least we're two people, not one. No. That just makes him able to hide in smaller locations and is louder. The party ended positively, with Harry hoping that the second one would be as good as the first one. Harry also decided that they were neat things to have. They could be absolutely made a misery if the right person was coordinating. Since several of these did not have good or any at all school relations, the second group would have a lot of icebreaker type activities. Sirius called it the second birthday party. Harry didn't really know what to call it, other than a group of teenagers having a party. It ended U.P. with Sirius absolutely pushing a second birthday party on him. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.